everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi, Shinigami. Chapter 197 to 223, Chapter 197, Rumors. Cassandra did not sleep again after waking from the dream. She stayed curled beneath her blanket until morning, listening to the faint sounds of Apollo Familiar's home slowly coming alive around her. The servants began moving through the corridors, adventurers returned from early training, and somewhere outside her room, someone laughed loudly enough that the sound slipped through the door and stabbed into her already aching head. Her hands were still trembling. No matter how many times she told herself that it had only been another dream, the feeling refused to leave her. The black scabbard, the golden flowers, the dark water, the people sinking beneath it, and the voice asking whether she would open her eyes all remained clear in her mind. It was the same as always. A terrible future had shown itself to her, and once again, she had woken knowing that no one would believe her. Cassandra slowly sat up and hugged her knees. Maybe I can just ignore it. The thought came naturally. It was cowardly, but she was tired. She was tired of running to people with warnings they would laugh at. She was tired of watching Daphne frown at her with that mixture of worry and exasperation. She was tired of Apollo praising her beauty while dismissing her words as another strange episode. Above all, she was tired of being the only one who saw the cliff ahead while everyone else kept walking with smiles on their faces. Even so, ignoring the dream did not make it fade. The voice from the water remained. Will you open your eyes? Cassandra buried her face against her knees. I don't want to. Her voice was barely audible. A knock came at the door. Cassandra, are you awake? Cassandra flinched. The person outside did not wait long before opening the door, and Daphne Lauros stepped into the room with a towel draped over one shoulder. She had probably just finished morning training. Her hair was tied back, and there was still a thin layer of sweat on her skin. The moment Daphne saw Cassandra's face, her expression changed. You look terrible. Good morning, Daphne-san. Don't good morning me with that face. Did you have another nightmare? Cassandra lowered her gaze. That was enough of an answer. Daphne sighed, walked over to the bed, and placed one hand against Cassandra's forehead. No fever. At least that's good. I saw something. You always see something. This time, Daphne's voice was gentler than her words. She sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at Cassandra properly. What was it this time? Cassandra hesitated. She wanted to speak, but the familiar pressure gathered in her chest as soon as she tried. It was not pain exactly. It was closer to the feeling of trying to scream underwater. Her words could leave her mouth, but they would never reach anyone the way she wanted them to. Still, Daphne had asked. So Cassandra forced herself to answer. There was a sword. A sword. A black scabbard with golden flowers. It was inside Hephaestus Familiar's weapon shop, and people were reaching for it. Some of them sank into dark water, and some of them came back as bones. Daphne stared at her for a few seconds. Then she closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. Cassandra, I know it sounds strange. It sounds like one of your worst dreams. It's real. You don't know that. I do. Daphne opened her eyes again. She did not look angry, only tired. Cassandra hated that expression more than anger. If Daphne shouted at her, at least that would mean her words had struck something. But that tired look made Cassandra feel as if she had become a burden someone was patiently carrying. Daphne-san, please listen to me. There's going to be a trial at Hephaestus' weapon shop. A Zanpakuto is being sold publicly. If people touch it carelessly, something terrible will happen. Daphne blinked. Wait. A Zanpakuto? Cassandra nodded quickly. Yes. That part might actually be true. Huh. Daphne stood up and walked toward the window, pulling the curtain aside. Morning light spilled into the room. I heard people talking when I passed through the corridor. Apparently, Yotasai placed one of his swords in Hephaestus' weapon shop yesterday. Everyone's making a fuss about it. Cassandra's heart dropped. The dream had already begun. She gripped the blanket tightly. Then we have to stop them. Stop who? The people going to touch it. Daphne turned back and gave her a helpless look. How exactly are we supposed to do that? Walk into Hephaestus Familiar's shop and tell them Cassandra had a scary dream, so they need to shut everything down? Cassandra's throat tightened. That sword is dangerous. Of course it's dangerous. It's a weapon made by Yotasai. Everything about that man is dangerous. Daphne crossed her arms and leaned against the window frame. Do you know what people are saying about him now? They say he fought Rakia's army alone and came back as if he'd only gone out for a walk. Some people even claim he froze the royal capital with one sword. I don't know how much of that is exaggerated, but even half of it would be ridiculous. It isn't only the sword. The dream showed me people dying because they tried to force it. Then Hephaestus Familiar will handle it. They aren't fools. Cassandra shook her head. That won't be enough. Daphne's brows drew together. Cassandra, listen to me. I know your dreams scare you, but this involves Hephaestus-sama's Familiar and Yotasai himself. We can't just rush in and make accusations. Apollo-sama will hear about it, and if he gets interested, things will become troublesome. At the mention of Apollo, Cassandra's face paled. Daphne noticed and sighed again. See? You understand too. Apollo was not cruel to her in the way some gods were cruel. He smiled at her, praised her, dressed her beautifully, and called her one of his beloved children. But his affection was heavy, and when he decided something was beautiful, interesting, or entertaining, he could easily drag everyone around him into trouble. A public Zanpakuto trial was exactly the kind of thing that would amuse him. Cassandra looked down at her hands. Daphne-san, if Apollo-sama hears about it, he might try to make someone from our Familiar challenge the sword. Daphne's silence answered her. They both knew that was possible. After a while, Daphne clicked her tongue softly. Fine. Get changed. We'll go look at the situation first. We're only looking, understand? If Hephaestus Familiar has proper rules in place, we don't interfere. Cassandra lifted her head. Daphne-san. Don't give me that face. I'm not saying I believe the dream. I know. I'm going because if I leave you alone, you'll probably sneak out by yourself and collapse somewhere. Cassandra's shoulders relaxed slightly. That sounded like Daphne. She did not believe her, but she still came with her. To Cassandra, that was already more than most people gave. By the time they reached the district around Hephaestus' weapon shop, the crowd had grown even larger than expected. Daphne stopped at the edge of the street and stared. This is worse than I thought. Adventurers were gathered in clusters, arguing loudly about the trial. Some claimed the sword had already killed someone. Others said the first challenger survived but lost his mind. A few insisted that Yotasai had personally dragged a soul out of hell and shoved it back into the challenger's body. Daphne's mouth twitched. People really will say anything. Cassandra barely heard her. Her gaze had already moved toward the shop. The moment she saw the building, her chest tightened. It was the place from her dream. The angle was different, the street was brighter, and the crowd was noisier, but the feeling was the same. Somewhere inside that shop was the black scabbard with golden flowers, and it was waiting. Cassandra took half a step back without realizing it. Daphne noticed immediately. Cassandra. It's there. Well, yes. That's why everyone is gathered here. No, I mean. Cassandra pressed one hand against her chest. It feels like it knows I'm here. Daphne looked at her for a moment, then followed her gaze toward the shop. I'm starting to regret coming here. I'm sorry. Don't apologize yet. Save that for when something actually happens. They moved closer to the crowd. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com newbie translator. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Apollo hears the rumors. 1,349 words. Near the entrance, members of Hephaestus Familiar were controlling the flow of visitors. A guild employee was also present, and Ganesha Familiar had sent guards to keep order. That alone eased Daphne's expression a little. At least they're not letting people run wild. Cassandra nodded, but her unease did not fade. The dream had shown people laughing at her warnings, and the street around her was full of laughter now. Some of it was harmless excitement, but some sounded exactly like the laughter she had heard in her sleep. Then she heard a group of adventurers nearby. So the first guy failed. Obviously. He was just some poor level 1. I heard he cried. I heard he saw his dead brother. That's creepy. Creepy or not, he survived. Maybe the sword isn't as dangerous as they say. One of them laughed. If a nobody like that can survive, maybe I should try too. Cassandra turned toward them before she could stop herself. You shouldn't. The adventurers looked at her and Daphne's face immediately tightened. The man who had spoken looked Cassandra up and down, then smirked. Ha! What's that supposed to mean? That sword shows people things they don't want to see. If you touch it carelessly, you might not come back properly. The man stared at her for a moment. Then he laughed. His companions followed. Cassandra's fingers curled into her skirt as Daphne stepped forward with a sharp expression. That's enough. We're leaving. Wait, is she a fortune teller or something? Maybe she had a vision. Hey, can you tell me if I'll get rich too? The laughter grew louder. Cassandra's face turned pale, but she still tried to speak. I'm serious. Please don't touch it if you only want to test your luck. The man's smile faded into annoyance. Who asked you? Daphne grabbed Cassandra's wrist and pulled her back before the situation could worsen. That's enough. But Daphne-san. I said enough. Daphne's voice was firm. Cassandra lowered her head. The men behind them continued laughing, and every step away from them felt like stepping away from a disaster she had failed to stop. Inside the second floor of Hephaestus' weapon shop, Rayleigh stood near the window and watched the street below. He had noticed Cassandra before she spoke, his attention drawn first by the faint tremor from the sealed Zanpakuto downstairs. Her silver hair was easy enough to spot in a crowd, but the sword's reaction was what truly caught his attention. It had reacted. Only slightly, but that was enough. Rayleigh's gaze followed Cassandra as Daphne pulled her away from the group of mocking adventurers. So that's her. Hephaestus stood beside him with her arms folded. Cassandra Ilion, Rayleigh said. Apollo familiar. The girl with the strange dreams. You've heard of her. Only rumors. Most people treat her as a gloomy child who says unsettling things. That's because most people are idiots. Hephaestus glanced at him. You sound more annoyed than usual. Rayleigh watched Cassandra lower her head while Daphne spoke to her. I dislike people who laugh at warnings just because the person giving them is weak. Hephaestus's expression softened slightly. Is she the one? I don't know. But you think she might be? Yes. Hephaestus looked toward the display room below. And the sword? It reacted at least. That made Hephaestus fall silent. After a while, she asked, Are you going to call her in? Not yet. Why? Because if I do, Apollo will smell something interesting and come running. Hephaestus's mouth twitched. That is a very unpleasant way to describe it, but you're probably right. Rayleigh turned away from the window. For now, we let the trial continue. If she comes forward on her own, that will mean more than me inviting her. And if someone else gets hurt first, I'll stop it before it goes too far. Hephaestus looked at him with a mixture of trust and worry. You say that like it's simple. It isn't. Rayleigh smiled faintly. But I'm the one who put the sword here. I'll take responsibility. Cassandra and Daphne did not return to Apollo Familiar immediately. Instead, Daphne dragged her into a nearby alley where the noise from the street was quieter before finally letting go of her wrist. What were you thinking? Cassandra lowered her head. I wanted to warn them. And did they listen? No. Then what did you accomplish? Cassandra bit her lip. Daphne looked at her pale face and sighed, her anger fading. I'm not saying you did something wrong. But you can't throw yourself at every person who refuses to listen. You'll break before the future changes. Cassandra's voice was small. Then what should I do? Daphne had no answer right away. That question had never been easy. For all her complaints, she knew Cassandra was sincere. The girl truly believed what she saw, and sometimes, even Daphne had to admit that Cassandra's dreams became uncomfortably accurate after the fact. The problem was that Cassandra could never explain them in a way that made people believe her beforehand. Daphne leaned against the alley wall and folded her arms. For now, We report nothing to Apollo-sama. Cassandra looked up in surprise. Really? Yes. If he hears about this from us, he'll definitely become interested. I'd rather he learn about it from someone else later than drag us into the center of it right now. But he'll hear about it anyway. Probably. Daphne clicked her tongue. That God hears about every troublesome thing eventually. Cassandra looked back toward the street. The crowd outside Hephaestus' weapon shop was still growing. The pressure from her dream remained in her chest, but something else had joined it now. The sword had felt close, almost as if it had noticed her, and as if the voice beneath the water had followed her into the waking world. Daphne-san. What? If I said I need to try touching that sword, would you stop me? Daphne stared at her. Yes. Cassandra flinched. Daphne continued without hesitation. I'd stop you, drag you home, lock the door, and sit in front of it if I had to. I see. But if you still tried after that, I'd probably end up following you. Cassandra slowly lifted her eyes. Daphne looked away, annoyed by her own words. Don't look so happy. I said probably. Cassandra's lips trembled into a faint smile. Thank you, Daphne-san. Don't thank me, I already regret saying it. That evening, Apollo finally heard the rumor. He was lounging in his hall when one of his children excitedly reported that Yotasai had placed a Zanpakuto on public sale at Hephaestus' weapon shop. At first, Apollo only listened with mild interest, but the moment he heard that the sword chose its own master, his eyes brightened. A sword that chooses its wielder? His smile widened. How romantic. The members of Apollo Familia around him began speaking at once. Some praised the sword. Some wondered whether it was truly as powerful as the rumors claimed. Others suggested that Apollo Familia should send a challenger. Cassandra stood quietly near the back of the hall, her fingers tightening around her sleeve. Daphne, who stood beside her, noticed. Their eyes met, and Daphne's expression said the same thing Cassandra was thinking. Too late. Apollo rose from his seat with graceful excitement. A weapon that chooses its own hero. How could I ignore such a beautiful event? Cassandra's face went pale. Apollo smiled brightly. Tomorrow, we shall go to Hephaestus's shop ourselves. Then his gaze swept over his children. And if that sword is truly searching for a worthy soul, perhaps one of you will be chosen. Cassandra felt the dream close around her again, carrying the black scabbard, the dark water, and the voice waiting beneath the lake. She lowered her head and clenched both hands. No one will believe me. That thought still hurt, but for the first time, another thought followed it. Even so, I already saw it. And because she had seen it, she could not pretend she knew nothing. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Hyacinthos Trial. 2,758 words. Apollo Familia arrived at Hephaestus' weapon shop like a procession. Which was exactly the kind of thing Apollo enjoyed. He had never been a god who moved quietly when he could turn even a short walk through Ororio into a performance. He wore a white cloak embroidered with gold thread, his hair shone beneath the morning light, and the members of his familia followed behind him in neat formation, some proud, some excited, and some simply pleased by the attention they were receiving from the crowd. Cassandra walked near the back with Daphne beside her, her hands folded tightly in front of her as she tried to keep her breathing steady. She had barely slept after the dream. Even after morning came, the images refused to fade the way ordinary nightmares did. The closer they came to Hephaestus' weapon shop, the heavier her chest felt. We shouldn't go. She had thought that again and again since leaving Apollo Familia's home, yet Apollo had already made up his mind, and once he decided that something was beautiful, romantic, or amusing, it became almost impossible to turn him away. Daphne glanced at her from the side. Your face is terrible. Cassandra lowered her head. I'm sorry. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm asking whether you're going to collapse before we even enter the shop. I'll be fine. You say that every time. Cassandra had no answer to that, so she could only look down and continue walking. Daphne sighed under her breath, but she still moved half a step closer, close enough to catch her if her knees suddenly weakened. That small gesture made Cassandra's eyes sting more than any scolding would have. Daphne still did not fully believe her dreams, but she always stayed beside her anyway. The street outside Hephaestus' weapon shop was even more crowded than the day before, with adventurers gathering in loose groups around the entrance while arguing over the first challenger's failed trial. Since no one outside the testing room had seen what actually happened, the story had already split into several ridiculous versions. One rumor claimed the sword had dragged the challenger into hell, another insisted that Yotasai had cut open the man's memories and stitched them back together, and a third said the sword asked him to kill the person he loved most. Daphne heard that last version and clicked her tongue. Orario really is hopeless when it comes to rumors. Cassandra said nothing, because although the stories had clearly been twisted beyond recognition, the fear beneath them was not completely wrong. The sword truly had shown Ansel something he did not want to face, and she could not shake the feeling that it would do the same again. When Apollo Familiar approached, the crowd opened a path without needing to be told. Apollo was still Apollo, and even adventurers who disliked him understood that blocking a god's path in public was asking for trouble. Apollo smiled as if he had arrived at a festival. So this is where the famous sword is being displayed. His eyes moved toward the shop in trance, bright with curiosity. A weapon that chooses its wielder, how wonderful. A blade with a heart, waiting for the soul beautiful enough to answer it. Several members of Apollo Familiar immediately praised his words, while Daphne's mouth twitched in a way that suggested she was working very hard not to sigh. Cassandra lowered her gaze further. She could feel the sword inside the shop. Even through walls, seals, glass, and the crowd, something faint brushed against the edge of her awareness. It did not speak as clearly as it had in the dream, but the sensation was close enough to make her feel as if she were standing at the edge of deep water while something beneath the surface noticed her reflection. Her fingers tightened around the fabric of her skirt. Daphne noticed and whispered, "Stay calm. I'm trying." "I know." That short answer helped more than Cassandra expected. Inside the shop, the manager looked as though his soul had nearly left his body when he saw Apollo walk in. "Welcome, Apollo-sama." Apollo smiled warmly. "No need to be so nervous. I only came to see the sword that has set half of Orario talking." The manager's expression did not improve, because gods who said things like that were usually the most troublesome customers. The female clerk from before stood near the display room and did her best to remain professional, though her eyes kept flicking toward Apollo Familiar. She had been told that gods might come, but hearing it and seeing it in person were different matters. Then Rayleigh came down from the second floor. The moment he appeared, the noise in the shop lowered by itself. He wore his usual calm expression, with Senbon Zakura and Ruriiro Kujaku at his waist, and nothing about his posture suggested that he was concerned by Apollo's arrival. Apollo's eyes brightened. "Ah, Yotasai-kun." Rayleigh stopped a few steps away. "Apollo-sama. You're more handsome up close than the rumors suggested. No wonder so many children talk about you lately. I'm sure most of those rumors are slander." Apollo laughed lightly. "Perhaps, but beautiful people are always surrounded by rumors. It can't be helped." Rayleigh looked at him for a moment before speaking in the same calm tone. "If you're here to look at the sword, please follow the shop rules. If you're here to make trouble, I'll ask Hephaestus-sama to charge an entrance fee before throwing you out." The shop manager almost choked, while Daphne's eyebrows rose slightly. Apollo only laughed again, seemingly amused rather than offended. "How cold. I came with sincere admiration." Then admire sincerely from behind the line. A few Apollo Familiar members frowned at Rayleigh's tone, but none of them stepped forward. Yotasai's current reputation was not something anyone could ignore, especially after the rumors from Rakia had begun spreading through Orario. Apollo placed one hand over his chest. "Of course. Rules make games more elegant, after all." Rayleigh's expression barely changed. Cassandra stood behind Daphne and watched him quietly. That was the young man from her dream. His black eyes were the same, and so was the calm expression she had seen beside the sword behind glass. But now that she was looking at him in reality, she noticed something the dream had not fully captured. He was not calm because he was indifferent. He was calm because he had already accepted the risk. For some reason, that frightened her more than open arrogance would have. The display room was opened only after the shop manager confirmed the number of visitors. Apollo, Daphne, Cassandra, Hyacinthos, and 2 other Apollo familiar members were allowed inside first, while the rest had to wait outside because the room could not safely hold more people. The black floral Zanpakuto rested inside the sealed case. The moment Cassandra saw it, her breath caught. It was exactly the sword from her dream, from the glossy black scabbard and golden flowers to the elegant fittings and the strange coldness hidden beneath its beauty. Even though it did not move, Cassandra felt as if it had quietly turned its attention toward her. She took a small step back. Daphne immediately noticed. "Cassandra. I'm fine." "You don't look fine." Daphne frowned, but before she could say anything else, Apollo approached the display case with open admiration. "How beautiful." His voice softened as he looked at the sword. "It truly is different from ordinary weapons. Even through the case, I can feel its presence." Rayleigh stood nearby and said nothing. Apollo turned toward him. "May I see it drawn?" "No." The answer came immediately. "No one draws it inside the shop," Rayleigh said. "If someone wants to challenge it, they register, sign the documents, notify their familiar, and enter the underground testing room under observation." "How strict?" "It is a sword, not a theater prop." Apollo smiled. "But a sword that chooses its master is already a kind of theater. The soul stands before the blade gazes back, and destiny decides whether the two are beautiful enough to meet. I can think of few things more poetic." Rayleigh looked at him. "Apollo-sama, if you turn the trial into a performance, I'll cancel your familiar's right to challenge it." The atmosphere tightened at once. Hyacinthos's expression changed. "How dare you speak to Apollo-sama like?" "Hyacinthos." Apollo lifted one hand and stopped him before he could continue. His smile remained, but his eyes had sharpened with interest. "You would deny a god. I would deny a customer who risks damaging my product, my shop, or my goddess's reputation." Apollo stared at Rayleigh for a moment before laughing softly. "I see why Hephaestus likes you." Rayleigh did not respond. Cassandra's gaze moved between the two of them. Apollo was amused, while Rayleigh-san was not afraid, and the difference between those two attitudes made the room feel unstable. The group moved to the underground testing room soon after. Apollo had not yet chosen a challenger, but he insisted on seeing the procedure with his own eyes. Rayleigh allowed it, though only after making Apollo sign as the familiar representative in advance. Apollo found even that amusing and signed the document with elegant handwriting while smiling as if he were leaving an autograph. Daphne watched the process with a tired face. "This is becoming worse." Cassandra stood beside her with her hands clasped tightly. "Daphne-san." "What?" "I think someone from our familiar will try." "Of course they will. Apollo-sama didn't come here only to look." Cassandra's face paled. Daphne glanced at her and lowered her voice. "Listen to me. If he chooses Hyacinthos, don't interfere." "But Hyacinthos is level 3, experienced, and stubborn. If you run out and tell him not to touch it because of a dream, he'll only get angry, and Apollo-sama might even find it entertaining enough to push him harder." Cassandra knew Daphne was right, and that made it worse. Apollo looked over the members of his familiar, his gaze soon settling on Hyacinthos. Hyacinthos immediately straightened. "Apollo-sama, if you wish it, I will challenge the blade." His voice was filled with devotion, and several Apollo familiar members looked at him with obvious envy. Cassandra felt the dream press against her chest again. "Please don't," she whispered. Her voice was small, but the room had grown quiet enough for the people nearby to hear it. Hyacinthos turned his head. "What did you say?" Cassandra flinched, while Daphne's expression tightened. Apollo looked interested. "Cassandra." Cassandra lowered her head, but she forced herself to speak. "That sword is dangerous. If someone touches it with the wrong heart, it will show them something painful." Hyacinthos frowned. "That is what makes it a trial." "No, it's different. If you try to force it, something terrible may happen." Hyacinthos's expression cooled. "Are you saying I'm unqualified for it?" Cassandra shook her head quickly. "No, I only." "Enough." His voice was not loud, but it made her shrink. Daphne stepped forward. "She's only worried about you." Hyacinthos looked at Daphne, then back at Cassandra. Worrying is one thing. Speaking as if Apollo-sama's chosen child will fail before I even touch the sword is another. Apollo raised a hand to his chin and watched them with a smile, making no move to stop the argument. Cassandra's fingers trembled. She wanted to retreat and apologize, but the memory of dark water and pale bones remained in her mind, pressing against her fear until she forced out one more sentence. Please don't treat it like something beautiful just because it is dangerous. Hyacinthos's face darkened. Daphne's eyes widened slightly, perhaps because she had not expected Cassandra to continue. Rayleigh, who had been standing near the weapon stand, finally looked at her properly. Apollo's smile deepened. What a strange thing to say. Cassandra lowered her head again. I'm sorry. Daphne quietly moved closer to her. Hyacinthos exhaled and turned back to Apollo. Apollo-sama, please allow me to challenge it. Apollo smiled. Very well. Cassandra felt her heart sink. The procedure began. Hyacinthos signed the required documents without hesitation. Unlike Ansel, he had money, status, level, and Apollo's direct approval, so he remained composed from beginning to end, as if the trial were merely another stage on which he could prove his worth. Rayleigh watched him quietly. You understand the risk? I do. You understand that the sword may reject you regardless of everything? Hyacinthos's eyes narrowed slightly. I understand. Then one last warning. Do not draw the blade unless it gives you permission. Hyacinthos looked faintly displeased, but he still nodded. Rayleigh opened the sealed case, and the familiar cold spread through the room. Cassandra unconsciously held her breath. The Zanpakuto was placed into Hyacinthos's hands. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Hyacinthos looked down at the sword with a calm expression, but his eyes soon began to lose focus. In the vision, Hyacinthos stood inside a sunlit hall where Apollo sat on a white throne beneath golden curtains, smiling at him with the warmth and beauty that had once made him feel chosen. He lowered his head. Apollo-sama. The god smiled. Hyacinthos. That single word filled him with pride. Then the hall began to change. The white pillars cracked, the golden curtains darkened with stains, and the flower petals drifting through the air became scraps of torn paper bearing his own name. Hyacinthos frowned. What is this? Apollo was still smiling, but countless people now stood behind him, some familiar and some unknown, all waiting for the god's attention. Apollo reached out to them one by one, and each person shone beautifully for a brief moment before fading into the crowd behind him. Hyacinthos tried to move forward, but his feet would not obey him. Apollo-sama. The god did not look at him. The scene shifted again, and Hyacinthos found himself standing before a mirror. In the reflection, he saw himself kneeling with both hands extended, offering the black floral sword to Apollo with a joyful expression, though his eyes were empty and his hands bled from gripping the blade too tightly. The reflection spoke first. If Apollo-sama desires it, then my hands, my blood, and my soul are all his. Hyacinthos stared at his own face in the mirror, and anger rose in him before fear could. What a load of nonsense. The reflection smiled. Is it? Shut up. If Apollo-sama tells you to draw the sword, will you refuse? Hyacinthos gritted his teeth. That is loyalty. If Apollo-sama wants the sword even after it rejects you, will you still let go? The question struck him harder than he expected. He did not answer. The reflection continued smiling with his own face. Will you? In the testing room, Hyacinthos's fingers tightened around the sword. Rayleigh's eyes sharpened. Hyacinthos. There was no response. The Zanpakuto's pressure began to rise, and Cassandra felt the air turn cold enough that her skin prickled. Daphne immediately grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, while Apollo's smile faded slightly. Hyacinthos's hand moved toward the hilt. Rayleigh spoke again, his voice calm but firm. Don't draw it. Hyacinthos's lips moved. It belongs. The scabbard opened slightly. It belongs to Apollo-sama. Rayleigh vanished from where he stood. Before the blade could be drawn any farther, he appeared in front of Hyacinthos and struck his wrist with 2 fingers. The impact forced Hyacinthos's hand open, and Rayleigh caught the sword as it fell, while his other hand pressed against Hyacinthos's chest. Bakudo number 1, Sai. Hyacinthos's arms snapped behind his back as the binding spell took hold, and the cold pressure filling the room disappeared. Hyacinthos staggered, breathing harshly as his eyes slowly regained focus. No one spoke for several seconds. Apollo looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh resealed the sword without looking away from Hyacinthos. You got rejected. Hyacinthos's face twisted. I was not finished. You were about to force the blade open. You said it belonged to Apollo-sama. That sentence made Hyacinthos freeze. Rayleigh's tone remained even. That answer alone disqualifies you. Hyacinthos's face went pale, then red. Apollo watched the scene with an unreadable expression. Cassandra was trembling. She had seen the edge of the trial, not the full vision, but enough to understand what the sword had asked him. The sword had not asked whether Hyacinthos was strong. It had asked whether he could stand before it as himself. And he could not. Chapter 200, Aftermath. 1879 words. After Hyacinthos was released from the binding, Apollo Familiar left the underground room in a tense silence. Apollo did not scold him, which somehow made the humiliation worse. He only smiled gently and told Hyacinthos to rest, while Hyacinthos lowered his head and followed in silence. Cassandra watched him from behind Daphne. For once, no one mocked her warning. No one apologized either, but at least the room had heard her. As they returned to the first floor, Apollo slowed his steps beside Rayleigh. That sword is harsher than I expected. It was rather merciful, if I'm to be honest. You call that merciful? He tried to force it and kept both of his hands. Apollo studied him. You truly do not fear offending gods. I fear plenty of things. Offending gods who treat living swords like trophies isn't high on the list. For a moment, the air between them sharpened. Apollo's smile returned as if Rayleigh's hostility had only amused him further. Then I'll take it as a compliment. Come, my children. We will return for today. The members of Apollo Familiar followed him out. Cassandra walked near the back again, but as she passed the display room, she could not stop herself from looking toward the sealed case. The black floral sword rested quietly behind the glass. For a moment, Cassandra felt the same young voice from the dream brush against her thoughts. Will you open your eyes? She stopped walking. Daphne noticed immediately. Cassandra. Cassandra looked at the sword for a long time before lowering her head. Not yet. Her voice was soft enough that only Daphne heard it. Daphne's expression changed slightly, though she did not ask. Rayleigh watched Cassandra leave from the second-floor stairs. The sword in the display case gave a faint tremor, and this time, Rayleigh understood that it was no longer sulking. It was waiting. Apollo Familiar's return was much quieter than their arrival. When they had walked toward Hephaestus' weapon shop that morning, Apollo had looked as if he were leading his children to a festival. The white cloak, the golden embroidery, the admiring gazes from the street, and the neat formation of the Familiar behind him had made the whole thing feel like some beautiful outing arranged for the amusement of a god. Now, however, no one seemed eager to speak. Hyacinthos walked with his head lowered, his face calm on the surface but pale around the lips. He was not injured, and Rayleigh had not humiliated him publicly beyond declaring his rejection, yet the silence around him was heavier than any wound. To Hyacinthos, being rejected by the sword was already painful enough. Being rejected in front of Apollo was worse. Cassandra walked behind Daphne, keeping her gaze lowered as the city's noise rolled around them. The streets were lively, the crowd was still arguing about the sword trial, and a few people even tried to follow Apollo Familiar to ask what had happened inside the shop, only to be pushed back by the Familiar's members. No one dared to ask Hyacinthos directly. That might have been the only mercy Aurelio showed him that day. Daphne glanced at Cassandra from the side. You're shaking again. Cassandra hurriedly pressed both hands against her skirt. I'm sorry. You apologize too much. I'm sorry. Daphne stopped walking for half a step and stared at her. Cassandra only realized what she had said after the words left her mouth, and her face turned red. Daphne let out a long sigh. Really, what am I supposed to do with you? Even though her words sounded exasperated, the hand she placed on Cassandra's back was gentle enough that Cassandra's shoulders loosened slightly. Ahead of them, Apollo suddenly laughed. It was not a loud laugh, nor was it angry. If anything, he sounded genuinely entertained. How fascinating. The members of Apollo Familia immediately straightened. Hyacinthos's shoulders stiffened. Apollo walked slowly, his eyes half lowered as though he were still thinking about the trial. A sword that looks past devotion, beauty, strength, and status, then asks whether the person holding it can stand before it as themselves. Hephaestus really has taken in an unusual child. One of the Familia members cautiously asked, Apollo-sama, should we challenge it again? Apollo glanced at the speaker and smiled. Not immediately. A beautiful game loses its charm if one keeps throwing pieces at the board without understanding the rules. Daphne's mouth twitched. So it's a game after all? Cassandra could almost hear Daphne's unspoken Tsukomi without needing to look at her face. Apollo turned his gaze toward Hyacinthos. Hyacinthos. Yes, Apollo-sama. You were rejected. Hyacinthos's face went white. Apollo's tone remained gentle, but because it was gentle, the words landed even more sharply. That sword did not reject your strength. It rejected the way you stood before it. Hyacinthos lowered his head further. I have failed you. No. Apollo stopped and reached out, lightly touching Hyacinthos's cheek. You are still beautiful in your loyalty. However, that sword seems to dislike beauty that belongs entirely to someone else. The surrounding members looked moved by Apollo's words. Daphne's expression said she wanted to complain but had decided that doing so in public would only cause trouble. Cassandra, however, looked at Hyacinthos and felt a strange discomfort. Apollo's words were kind. They were also cruel. Because Hyacinthos would take them as comfort, but he would not understand the wound the sword had shown him. He would only work harder to become beautiful in Apollo's eyes, never realizing that the blade had rejected exactly that. When Apollo Familia returned home, the atmosphere inside the manor quickly became restless. The members who had not gone to the shop surrounded those who had, asking question after question. Some wanted to know what the Zanpakuto looked like, others asked whether Hyacinthos had truly failed, and a few less tactful members asked whether the sword had shown him something embarrassing. Hyacinthos left the hall almost immediately. No one stopped him. Apollo watched him leave with a faint smile, then turned his attention to the rest of the Familia. The sword is real. Those 4 words silenced the hall. Apollo sat down gracefully, his cloak spreading across the chair like sunlight on white marble. It is not a simple magic sword, nor is it merely an expensive weapon given a frightening rumor to raise its price. It possesses a will, and that will is proud enough to reject even my Hyacinthos. The members exchanged looks. Apollo rested his cheek against one hand. Yotasai Kuan said something interesting. If the trial is turned into a performance, he will cancel our Familia's right to challenge it. A few members immediately became angry. How arrogant. He dared to threaten Apollo-sama? Just because he forged a few famous swords, he thinks he can. Apollo raised one finger. The hall quieted at once. He is arrogant, yes, but arrogance supported by ability becomes charm. Besides, he is Hephaestus's child, and I have no desire to quarrel with her over a sword that has not yet chosen anyone. Daphne stood near the side of the hall with Cassandra. Her face remained calm, but Cassandra knew her well enough to understand the thought behind that expression. You absolutely want to quarrel. You're just waiting for a prettier excuse. Cassandra almost smiled despite herself. Then Apollo's gaze moved toward her. Cassandra. Her body stiffened. Yes, Apollo-sama. You warned Hyacinthos. Every eye in the hall turned toward her. Did you see something? Cassandra's fingers curled. This was always the worst part. If she stayed silent, the guilt would crush her later. If she spoke, no one would believe her properly. Even when they listened, something always twisted between her words and their hearts. Still, Apollo had asked her. I had a dream. A few members immediately looked away with familiar expressions. Someone near the back muttered, again? Daphne's eyes sharpened, and the person quickly shut up. Cassandra lowered her head. I saw the sword before we went there. I saw people reaching for it and sinking into dark water. I saw someone trying to claim it for another person, and the sword rejected him. Hyacinthos was not there to hear it, but the hall still stirred. Apollo's eyes curved. How interesting. That was not belief but interest, and Cassandra knew it. To Apollo, her dream had become another decoration for the event, something mysterious and beautiful to place beside the sword. Apollo continued, then perhaps your dream is connected to that blade. Cassandra lifted her head in surprise. You believe me? Of course I believe that you dreamed something. The answer made her heart sink. But whether the dream is prophecy, fear, or the whisper of the sword itself, that is something we can only discover by watching. A mystery is most beautiful before it is fully solved. Cassandra wanted to say that mysteries were not beautiful when people died because of them. But she could not. The words pressed against her throat and stayed there. Apollo looked at her for a while, then spoke gently. Do not look so frightened. I will not force you to challenge the sword. Cassandra's shoulders loosened slightly. Then Apollo added, at least not yet. Daphne's expression changed. Apollo-sama. Her voice was controlled, but sharp. Apollo looked at her with amusement. What is it, Daphne? Cassandra is not suited for that kind of trial. Cassandra turned toward her. Daphne-san. Daphne did not look away from Apollo. She is a healer and a support mage. She is not a swordswoman, and she has always been sensitive to dreams and omens. If that sword truly shows painful visions, forcing her to touch it would be dangerous. Apollo listened quietly, and for a moment, Cassandra felt hopeful. Then Apollo smiled. That is exactly why she might be interesting. Daphne's jaw tightened. The hall grew quiet enough that even the servants stopped moving. Apollo leaned back and continued in a light tone. Do not misunderstand me. I have no intention of breaking one of my children. But the sword rejected Hyacinthos because he could not stand before it as himself. If Cassandra's dreams are connected to it, perhaps the blade has already noticed her. Cassandra felt the blood drain from her face as Daphne stepped in front of her. She already said she was afraid. I know. Then. Daphne. Apollo's voice remained gentle, but this time there was enough divine weight behind it to stop her. You care for her. That's good. I like that about you. But do not forget that I also care for my children. Daphne's expression made it clear that she wanted to say something very rude. Very, very rude. Cassandra nearly panicked just imagining it. Daphne-san, please don't fight Apollo-sama because of me. Thankfully, Daphne swallowed the words with visible effort. Apollo smiled as though he had not noticed. For now, we will wait. Let others challenge the sword first. If it chooses someone else, then this matter ends. If not, perhaps Cassandra's dream will become more meaningful. Cassandra lowered her gaze. The room began speaking again after Apollo changed the topic, but the noise felt distant to her. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com Newbie Translator. Chapter 201. Chapter 201. The Chusen. 1,547 words. Daphne dragged Cassandra away the moment they were dismissed. She did not stop until they reached a quiet hallway far from the main hall, where sunlight fell through tall windows and the noise of the familiar became muffled behind several walls. Only then did Daphne release her wrist. That bastard. She bit off the rest of the sentence. Cassandra looked at her anxiously. Daphne-san? Daphne turned around, saw Cassandra's face, and forced herself to calm down. Sorry. I scared you. No, you didn't. Liar. Cassandra lowered her head. Daphne sighed and leaned against the wall. I knew he'd get interested, but I didn't think he'd aim that interest at you this quickly. He said he won't force me yet. That yet is exactly the problem. Daphne's voice rose before she could stop it. Cassandra flinched. Daphne immediately closed her eyes and took a breath. Sorry. I'm not angry at you. I know. No, you don't. You always think everything is your fault. Cassandra's fingers tightened around her sleeve. Daphne walked closer and placed both hands on her shoulders. Listen to me carefully. You don't have to touch that sword just because Apollo finds it interesting. But if the dream means I have to, then we think about it properly, not rush in because a god is bored. The Tsukomi slipped out so naturally that Cassandra blinked. Daphne also froze for a moment. Then Cassandra gave a tiny laugh. Daphne looked embarrassed and turned her face away. What are you laughing at? Nothing. You're definitely laughing. I'm not. You are. Cassandra's smile trembled, and for a moment, the fear inside her loosened. Daphne saw that and quietly let out a breath. After a while, Cassandra whispered, Daphne-san. What now? If I really do need to touch the sword, will you come with me? Daphne did not answer immediately. She looked out the window, her expression troubled. I'll try to stop you first. I know. I'll probably complain the whole way. I know. And if that sword hurts you, I'll blame Rayleigh-san even if it's not completely his fault. That sounds unfair. It is unfair, but I don't care. Cassandra looked at her. Daphne crossed her arms and clicked her tongue. But yes. If you really decide to go, I'll come with you. Cassandra lowered her head. Thank you. Daphne looked away again. Don't thank me yet. We're not going anywhere. But despite saying that, her hand stayed near Cassandra's shoulder, as if she was afraid the girl might vanish the moment she looked away. At the same time, Rayleigh was back at Hephaestus' weapon shop, looking at the sealed Zanpakuto while Hephaestus read the report from the guild employee. So Apollo came, Hyacinthos challenged it, got rejected, and Cassandra warned them before it happened. That's the short version. Hephaestus lowered the report. And the long version? The sword disliked Hyacinthos because he wanted to offer it to Apollo. Cassandra likely saw part of that through a dream before arriving here. The sword reacted to her twice. Hephaestus's expression became serious. Then she really is connected to it. Probably. Are you going to tell Apollo? Nah. Rayleigh answered without hesitation. Hephaestus stared at him. Rayleigh looked back calmly. If Apollo realizes the sword is interested in Cassandra, he'll either treat her like the heroine of a beautiful tragedy or try to arrange the scene so she stands before it. Either way, he'll make it worse. That's harsh. Is it wrong tough? Hephaestus opened her mouth, paused, then closed it again. After a moment, she rubbed her forehead. No, that's the annoying part. Rayleigh looked at the sword. The choice has to be hers. If Cassandra only touches it because Apollo orders her to, the sword will reject her too. And if she never chooses, then it waits forever. Hephaestus studied him. You sound patient. I'm not. I just know rushing this will break the wrong thing. The goddess's expression softened slightly. Rayleigh. Chem. Don't treat every broken child in Orario like a sword waiting to be reforged. Rayleigh was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled faintly. That sounds like something a goddess of smithing would say. It sounds like something your goddess is telling you seriously. Rayleigh's smile faded a little as he bowed his head. I'll remember it. Hephaestus nodded, satisfied. Then the sword inside the case trembled. Both of them turned toward it. The movement was faint, but it was different from before. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. What is it? The sword did not answer with words. But for a brief moment, the Kido seal around the case reflected an image that had not been there before. A girl standing in a dark room, clutching her sleeve while trying not to cry. Hephaestus's eyes widened slightly. Was that Cassandra? Yes. Rayleigh placed one hand against the glass. The image vanished and the sword became still again. Hephaestus looked at him. It's calling her? No. Rayleigh's voice was quiet. It's showing me that she's already standing at the edge. Hephaestus did not speak for a while. Outside the shop, the crowd continued to grow, and somewhere in Orario, rumors about the second failed trial were already spreading through taverns, inns, and familiar homes. Rayleigh looked at the black floral Zanpakuto. What a troublesome child. The sword remained silent. But this time, Rayleigh had the feeling it was laughing at him. Cassandra dreamed again that night. This time, she knew she was dreaming from the very beginning. The world around her was quiet, colder than any room inside Apollo Familiar's home should have been, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing barefoot at the edge of a dark lake. The water was perfectly still, reflecting nothing of the sky above it, while a black scabbard decorated with golden flowers rested near the shore as if someone had placed it there for her alone. She did not want to approach it. Every instinct she had screamed at her to turn away, to close her eyes, to wake up before the dream showed her something she could never forget. Yet her feet would not move backward, and the moment she lowered her gaze, she saw countless pale hands beneath the water, reaching toward the surface without breaking it. Cassandra pressed both hands against her mouth. She knew those hands. Not their names, not their faces, but the feeling attached to them. They were people who had not believed her, people who had walked toward danger while laughing, people she had failed to save because her warnings never reached them properly. The lake rippled. The young voice came again from beneath the water, soft and unsettling in a way that made her heart ache. "Will you open your eyes?" Cassandra shook her head. "I can't." The answer slipped out of her before she could stop it. "I can't make anyone believe me. Even if I see it, even if I tell them, they won't listen. They never listen." The water slowly reflected her face. The girl staring back at her looked pale, frightened, and exhausted. Her silver hair clung to her cheeks, her eyes were red, and her lips trembled as if she had already spent years crying without anyone noticing. Cassandra hated that reflection. She hated how weak she looked, but more than that, she hated how familiar it was. The voice beneath the lake asked, "Then will you close them?" Cassandra froze. The question was simple, but it struck her more deeply than all the frightening images before it. She had always thought of herself as someone cursed to see terrible things, yet somewhere along the way, she had begun wishing she could stop seeing them entirely. If no one believed her, then what was the point? If the future would still arrive no matter how desperately she screamed, then why did she have to be the one who saw it first? Her fingers tightened around the fabric of her nightclothes. "I don't want to see people die." The surface of the lake trembled, and the dream shifted. Now she stood inside Hephaestus' weapon shop. The black floral Zanpakuto was inside its sealed case, surrounded by adventurers, gods, and curious onlookers. Apollo stood among them with a beautiful smile. Daphne reached for Cassandra's wrist, and Rayleigh watched everything with those calm black eyes that seemed to notice more than he said. Then the case opened. Someone reached for the sword. Cassandra could not see who it was at first, only that the person's hand was shaking badly. The moment their fingers touched the scabbard, the shop filled with mist, and the people around them began speaking over one another. Some laughed, some shouted, some denied what they were seeing, and some reached out too late. The dream blurred before Cassandra could understand the rest. She saw blood on white cloth, Daphne's frightened face, Apollo's smile cracking for the first time, and Rayleigh standing with one hand on the sword as if he had stopped something from becoming far worse. Then, in the middle of that chaos, Cassandra saw herself. She was standing close to the sword, trembling so badly she could barely breathe, but her eyes were open. Cassandra woke with a gasp. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Cassandra Trial. 2087 words. For several seconds, she could only sit there in the dark, clutching the blanket while her heartbeat pounded in her ears. The room was quiet. Only moonlight through the curtains, the faint sound of someone walking in the distant hallway, and her own shaky breathing. But the dream remained. Not as scattered images this time, but as a path. If she did nothing, someone would touch the sword again. The result would be worse than Hyacinthos's rejection, and though Rayleigh would stop the worst of it, someone would still be hurt because she had chosen silence. Cassandra pressed a hand against her chest. "I don't want to go." The thought was honest. She was afraid of the sword. She was afraid of Apollo's interest, afraid of Daphne getting angry because of her, afraid of Rayleigh looking at her and seeing everything she had tried to hide. More than anything, she was afraid that even if she stood in front of the sword, it would reject her too, proving that her dreams were nothing but a curse without meaning. But if she stayed here, the dream would happen. She knew it. She always knew. Cassandra slowly pushed the blanket aside and got out of bed. Her legs felt weak, and the cold floor made her shiver, but she forced herself to cross the room and take her cloak from the chair. Her hands were still trembling when she tied the ribbon. She wanted to wake Daphne first. But the moment she imagined Daphne's worried face, her firm voice, and the way she would immediately try to stop her for her own good, Cassandra hesitated. If she waited too long, she might lose what little courage she had. "I'm sorry, Daphne-san," she whispered. Then she opened the door. She made it 3 hallways before someone grabbed the back of her cloak. "Where do you think you're going?" Cassandra froze. Her body stiffened so hard that she nearly squeaked. Behind her, Daphne stood in her nightclothes with her hair loose and her expression so flat that Cassandra instantly felt the urge to apologize 10 times in a row. Daphne-san. Don't Daphne-san me with that guilty face. Do you have any idea what time it is? I'm sorry. Of course you are. That's your default setting. Cassandra lowered her head. Daphne released her cloak and rubbed her forehead with the exhausted air of someone who had expected this and was still annoyed it had actually happened. "I knew it. I knew you'd try to sneak out if I took my eyes off you. Honestly, why do I even bother sleeping? I didn't want to worry you. You sneaking out at night to touch a cursed sword worries me more." Cassandra flinched. Daphne immediately clicked her tongue, though her voice softened after that. "Sorry. I'm not shouting because I hate you. I'm shouting because you're doing something terrifying with the face of someone asking permission to borrow sugar. That comparison is strange. It fits." Cassandra almost laughed, but the emotion caught in her throat and turned into something closer to a sob. Daphne noticed. Her expression changed. "Cassandra." I saw it again. Daphne's annoyance faded. Cassandra gripped the edge of her cloak with both hands. "If I don't go, someone else will try, and something worse than today will happen. I don't know everything, but I saw enough. There was mist in the shop, people shouting, blood on white cloth, and Rayleigh-san stopping the sword before it became worse." Daphne listened without interrupting. That alone made Cassandra's chest tighten. "I know you don't fully believe me. I know no one does. But I can't stay here and pretend I didn't see it. If I do that, then I'm the same as someone closing her eyes while people walk toward a pit." Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed so deeply that Cassandra almost shrank. "You really are impossible. I'm sorry. I'm not finished." Cassandra closed her mouth. Daphne crossed her arms and looked at her with a serious expression. "If you go alone, Apollo-sama will find out, and then everything becomes worse. If you touch that sword alone, I won't know whether you're alive, dead, cursed, or trapped in some weird Yotasai nightmare. And if you collapse in the street because you panicked halfway there, I'll have to explain to everyone why my friend is lying face first on the road in her nightclothes." Cassandra blinked. "That last one probably won't happen. Probably isn't good enough." Daphne exhaled again, then reached out and adjusted Cassandra's cloak roughly, though not unkindly. "We're going together." Cassandra looked up in surprise. "Really?" "Yes, really. I said I'd stop you first, and I'm doing that now by telling you this is a terrible idea. Then. But if you're still going after hearing that, I'm coming with you." Cassandra stared at her. Daphne looked away, annoyed by the gratitude already forming on Cassandra's face. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not supporting the sword touching. I'm supervising your bad decision. Daphne-san. If you cry, I'm dragging you back to bed." Cassandra quickly rubbed her eyes. "I'm not crying." "You absolutely are." "I'm not." "You are. At least lie better." The small exchange loosened something in Cassandra's chest, and although the fear did not disappear, it became easier to breathe with Daphne beside her. They did not leave through the main entrance. Daphne knew the patrol pattern inside Apollo Familiar's home better than Cassandra expected, and after borrowing a plain cloak for herself, she led Cassandra through a side corridor, down a servant's stairway, and out through a small garden gate that was usually used by delivery workers. Cassandra looked at her in surprise. "Daphne-san, how do you know this route?" Daphne did not look back. "Because unlike someone, I plan ahead before doing suspicious things." "That sounds like something you've done before." "Cassandra, do you really want to ask me that right now?" "No." "Good." They walked quickly through Arario's night streets. The city was quieter than during the day, but never truly silent. Taverns were still open, drunk adventurers laughed too loudly in alleys, and magic stone lamps glowed softly along the main roads. Every time someone looked in their direction, Cassandra's shoulders tensed, but Daphne guided her away before anyone could pay too much attention. When Hephaestus' weapon shop came into view, Cassandra's steps slowed. The building looked different at night. Without the crowd surrounding it, the shop seemed calmer, almost solemn, but Cassandra could still feel the sword inside. The sensation was clearer now, like a faint pressure behind her eyes. Daphne stopped beside her. Still want to go in? Cassandra's fingers tightened. No. Daphne looked at her. Cassandra swallowed. But I think I have to. Daphne stared at her for a moment, then gave a reluctant nod. At least that answer sounds like you. They approached the side entrance. Before Daphne could knock, the door opened. Rayleigh stood inside, wearing a dark coat over his clothes. His eyes were calm but not surprised. Cassandra froze. Daphne immediately stepped in front of her. Rayleigh-san. Daphne-san. Cassandra-san. His gaze moved briefly over their cloaks. Sneaking out at night. Daphne's face stiffened. Cassandra lowered her head. Rayleigh looked at them for a moment before stepping aside. Come in. If you stand outside too long, people will start making rumors. Daphne's eyebrow twitched. People will make rumors anyway. True. Then don't say it like you're being considerate. Rayleigh paused, then nodded seriously. I'll reflect on my poor wording. You absolutely won't. Nah. Daphne stared at him. Cassandra, despite everything, nearly laughed. Rayleigh's gaze softened slightly when he saw that, though he did not comment on it. Instead, he looked at Cassandra. You saw something again. It was not a question. Cassandra's smile faded. Yes. And you came before Apollo could turn it into a stage. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You expected this? I thought it was possible. Then why didn't you stop it earlier? Because if I pulled Cassandra-san into this by my own decision, the sword would reject the whole process. Daphne wanted to argue, but the words stopped halfway. Rayleigh continued calmly. This sword does not want someone ordered forward by a god, dragged forward by me, or protected from every choice by a friend. If Cassandra-san stands before it, then at least part of that decision has to be hers. Cassandra lowered her gaze. Daphne turned slightly toward her. Are you sure? Cassandra's hands trembled beneath her cloak. She was not sure. She was afraid, confused, and painfully aware that the sword waiting below might tear open every dream she had tried to bury. But she had come here. Not because Apollo ordered her. Not because Rayleigh called her. Not because Daphne dragged her. She had come because the dream would not leave her alone, and because closing her eyes had finally become more frightening than opening them. Cassandra took a slow breath. I'm scared. Rayleigh nodded. That's normal. I don't know if I'm ready. Most people who say they're ready are lying. Daphne muttered, that is not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Then what was it meant to be? The truth. Daphne stared at him as if she wanted to kick him. Cassandra's lips curved faintly, but the expression soon faded. She looked toward the stairs leading down into the testing room. I still want to try. Daphne closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them again, her voice was quieter. Then I'll stay with you until the door. Cassandra looked at her. Thank you. I said until the door. If the sword starts doing weird things, I'm blaming him. Daphne pointed at Rayleigh without hesitation. Rayleigh nodded. That's fair. It's not fair. I'm just angry. That's also fair. Daphne's expression twitched. Why are you so hard to argue with? Skill issue. Cassandra let out a small breath that was almost a laugh. For the first time that night, the fear inside her did not feel quite so lonely. The underground testing room was colder than Cassandra remembered. Rayleigh unlocked the seals one by one, while Daphne stood beside Cassandra with her arms crossed. No guild observer was present at this hour, and no Apollo familiar representative had signed anything, which made Daphne frown almost immediately. Is this even allowed? Nope. Rayleigh answered too quickly. Daphne stared at him. Rayleigh-san. Officially, no trial is happening tonight. Unofficially, the sword has been calling her, and waiting until morning might make Apollo interfere. That sounds like something Hephaestus would get angry about. She will. And you're still doing it. I'll apologize properly. Daphne looked at him with open suspicion. Have you ever apologized properly in your life? Rayleigh thought for a moment. Yes. Why did you need to think? Cassandra covered her mouth with one hand, and this time the small laugh escaped before she could stop it. Daphne looked at her, then sighed. Fine. Laugh while you can. I'm still angry. Rayleigh opened the final seal. The black floral Zanpakuto rested on the stand. Cassandra's laughter faded. The room seemed quieter now, though nothing had actually changed. The sword did not move, but Cassandra felt its attention settle on her with frightening clarity. Rayleigh stood beside the weapon stand and looked at her. Cassandra-san. Yes. If you want to stop, stop now. Once you touch it, I can pull you away if your life is in danger, but I can't decide what you see. Cassandra nodded slowly. I understand. Daphne reached out and squeezed her hand. Come back properly. Cassandra looked at her. Daphne's face was stern, but her fingers were trembling too. That was when Cassandra realized Daphne was also afraid. Cassandra squeezed back. I'll try. That's not enough. I'll come back safely. Daphne held her gaze for a long moment before letting go. Cassandra walked forward. Each step felt heavier than the last, but she kept moving until she stood in front of the black floral Zanpakuto. Rayleigh lifted the sword with both hands and offered it to her. Cassandra stared at it. The golden flowers on the scabbard looked beautiful under the cold light, and for a moment she understood why people had mistaken the sword's danger for romance. Beautiful things were easier to trust. That was why they were dangerous. Her fingers closed around the scabbard. The room disappeared from her vision. And this time, Cassandra opened her eyes inside the dream. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, That's Not Parenting. 2043 words. Cassandra had always hated the moment before a prophecy became clear. The dream itself was frightening, of course. Anyone would be afraid after seeing blood, collapsing floors, monsters waiting behind corners, or people they knew walking toward places they would never return from. But the worst part was the hazy moment before the vision sharpened, when fear gathered without a proper shape and her heart already understood that something terrible was coming while her mind had not yet been forced to understand the details. Standing in the underground testing room with the Zanpakuto in her hands felt exactly like that. Her fingers wrapped around the scabbard, but the room was already slipping away from her senses. The stone floor beneath her feet, Daphne's worried presence behind her, and Rayleigh's steady gaze nearby all faded until only the cold touch of the sword remained. It did not feel like ordinary chill. It reached deeper than her skin, brushing against the part of her that had always dreamed too much. When Cassandra opened her eyes, she was standing in Apollo Familiar's home. At first, the familiar corridor should have comforted her. The lamps were warm, the polished walls reflected the wealth Apollo loved so much, and somewhere in the distance she could hear faint laughter from the main hall. But the longer she stood there, the more wrong it felt. There were no footsteps, no servants moving through the halls, and no Daphne waiting nearby to scold her for spacing out. Daphne-san? Her voice sounded smaller than she wanted. No answer came. Cassandra moved forward carefully, passing doors that should not have been connected to one another. Her room, the dining hall, the courtyard, the training grounds, and the hallway near Apollo's chamber all appeared one after another, as if the mansion had been rearranged by someone who understood the shape of her memories but not the logic behind them. The last door opened into Orario. She stepped through and found herself in front of Hephaestus' weapon shop during the day, surrounded by adventurers laughing, shouting, and pressing toward the entrance. It was not exactly the same as the scene she had visited with Daphne, but she recognized the feeling immediately. The crowd was too loud, too eager, and far too careless around something they did not understand. A man she did not know shoved one of the shop guards aside. I'm strong enough. I don't need some stupid paperwork. Someone else laughed and called out, let him try. If the sword kills him, at least we'll get a good story out of it. Cassandra reached out before she could stop herself. No, don't. No one heard her. The scene shifted, and she found herself inside the testing room, watching a challenger grip the Zanpakuto with both hands. She could not see his face clearly, only the greed in the way his fingers dug against the scabbard and the stubborn set of his shoulders as Rayleigh warned him to let go. The man ignored him and drew the blade anyway. Mist spread across the room. Daphne shouted and grabbed Cassandra's arm, but the sound warped before reaching her ears. The challenger screamed, blood splashed across white cloth, and Rayleigh moved so quickly that Cassandra only saw the aftermath. The sword sealed again, the man collapsed on the ground, and everyone staring at the blade as if they had finally remembered that a living weapon could hate someone back. Cassandra pressed both hands over her mouth. The worst part was not even the blood. It was the knowledge that she had seen enough to stop this and still almost stayed in bed because she was tired of being ignored. The room dissolved again, and this time Daphne stood in front of her with crossed arms and an expression so familiar that Cassandra nearly ran to her on instinct. Honestly, Cassandra, if you're going to sneak out in the middle of the night, at least pick shoes that don't make you look like a runaway ghost. Cassandra froze. Daphne-san? What? Why are you looking at me like I grew a second head? Relief crashed into her so suddenly that her eyes stung. She took one step forward, but Daphne's expression softened into something sad before she could reach her. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Cassandra stopped. I did. You whispered, apologized, and then gave up the moment someone frowned at you. The words were not cruel, but they slipped past every defense Cassandra tried to raise. That's not fair. Isn't it? Daphne's voice remained gentle, which somehow made it harder to endure. You always say no one believes you, and most of the time, you're right. But sometimes you stop before they even have the chance to try. You hide behind the curse because pushing until someone finally hears you hurts too much. Cassandra shook her head. I tried. I always tried. I know. Daphne stepped closer and placed a hand against her cheek. That's why it hurts, doesn't it? Cassandra's lips trembled. The warmth of Daphne's hand felt so real that she almost forgot this was a trial, and that only made the pain sharper. You're not Daphne-san. No, the dream Daphne said softly. But you still wanted her to say this. Cassandra lowered her head. That was unfair. The sword was digging into places she had avoided looking at for years, pulling out thoughts she hated because they sounded too close to the truth. I'm scared, Cassandra whispered. I don't want to be brave. I just want someone to believe me first, before I have to stand there and beg them to listen. Daphne looked at her with the same sad gentleness. And if no one does? Cassandra could not answer. The question followed her as the scene changed. Rayleigh watched Cassandra from the real testing room and rubbed his thumb against the side of the weapon stand. She had gone pale almost immediately after touching the sword, and her breathing had become uneven enough that Daphne looked ready to start yelling at either him or the blade. Possibly both. Considering the circumstances, Rayleigh could not even blame her. Still, Cassandra had not tried to draw the sword, had not attempted to force it open, and had not dropped it in panic. That alone put her far ahead of Hyacinthos in terms of compatibility, which was both impressive and a little depressing. Imagine losing a trial to a terrified girl in nightclothes. If Hyacinthos ever finds out, his pride might need a healer. Daphne stepped closer, her eyes fixed on Cassandra. She's shaking, Rayleigh. I know you said this thing isn't trying to kill her, but you'll have to forgive me if I'm not comforted by the standards of a man who forges swords with personalities. Rayleigh gave the sword in Cassandra's hands a sideways look. To be fair, I don't personally choose their personalities. If I did, I would have requested fewer brats, fewer sadists, and at least one child who says thank you after I polish their blade. That is somehow even less reassuring. I know. I heard it after saying it. Daphne looked at him as if she wanted to grab him by the collar and shake useful answers out of him. Rayleigh sighed and let the humor fade from his voice. She's in the deeper part of the trial now. That means the sword is no longer only testing whether she can endure fear. It's asking what she intends to do with the things she sees. If her condition turns dangerous, I'll pull her out, even if Yumutsutsu hates me for it later. Daphne caught the name at once. Yumutsutsu? Rayleigh paused. Ah. So that's his name. You didn't know? Of course not. I'm the one who forged him, not the one he chose. A Zanpakuto's name belongs to its wielder first. Daphne stared at him, then looked back at Cassandra with a complicated expression. So you're telling me she's currently inside a spiritual trial with a sword whose name you only just learned, whose personality you admit is probably terrible, and whose power you only partly understand. Rayleigh considered the summary. When you put it like that, it sounds irresponsible. It is irresponsible. In my defense, if I waited until every Zanpakuto was safe, polite, and fully documented, I would never sell a single one. Daphne opened her mouth, probably to deliver a very well-deserved complaint, but Cassandra suddenly moved slightly and whispered something too faint for either of them to hear. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. The trial was changing again. Cassandra was standing before Apollo now. The god sat in his hall, beautiful as always, his smile bright enough to make the people around him forget how heavy his attention could become. Apollo Familiar's members stood on both sides, their gazes fixed on Cassandra as though she had stepped into the center of a stage without permission. Apollo smiled at her. My Cassandra, did you dream of something beautiful again? Cassandra's hands tightened at her sides. No. I dreamed of something frightening. How lovely. Her heart sank. That answer was so familiar it almost made her laugh, though there was nothing funny about it. Apollo leaned forward with shining eyes, already turning her fear into something poetic inside his head. Fear can be beautiful too, you know. A trembling soul standing before destiny, the delicate moment before despair becomes revelation. Ah, how wonderful. Something in Cassandra's chest tightened until the words came out before she could swallow them. No. The hall quieted. Apollo blinked. Cassandra's voice trembled, but she forced herself to continue before fear dragged her back into silence. It isn't beautiful. Being afraid isn't beautiful. Watching people die before it happens isn't beautiful. Telling people and having them laugh isn't beautiful. Her voice rose with each sentence. The members of Apollo Familiar stared. Apollo's smile softened in the way he used when he thought someone was being delicate. Cassandra. Please don't call it beautiful. The shout tore out of her throat so rawly that even she startled herself. Apollo's expression changed. For once, he did not immediately answer. Cassandra stood there shaking from head to toe. She had never shouted at Apollo like that, had never even imagined doing it, and the part of her trained by years inside his familiar wanted to apologize until her throat gave out. But this was a dream, a trial, and maybe she was tired enough to finally say what she had swallowed for so long. I don't want my fear to be a decoration, she said, her voice quieter now but still unsteady. I don't want my dreams to become a story someone else gets to enjoy. I don't want people to die while someone stands nearby and calls it tragic. The hall faded around her, and nothing punished her for saying it. That surprised her more than anything. In the real world, Cassandra suddenly shouted, "Please don't call it beautiful." Her voice echoed through the testing room, and Daphne nearly jumped out of her skin. Cassandra. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows. Well, that was unexpected. Daphne whipped around. Is she okay? She might actually be doing better than before. How does shouting inside a damn sword dream mean better? Rayleigh opened his mouth, paused, and decided he needed to phrase this like a normal person rather than a sword-obsessed lunatic. He was not entirely sure he succeeded most days, but effort mattered. Fear makes her shrink, he said. That shout means she's starting to push back. The sword isn't only scaring her now. It's making her confront the things she normally swallows, which is unpleasant, invasive, and exactly the kind of thing I would scold him for if he had a face right now. Daphne gave him a sharp look. You sound like you're defending him and threatening him at the same time. That's parenting. That is not parenting. It might explain why my swords keep turning out like this. Daphne stared at him for a second, then looked away with the expression of someone who refused to laugh because the situation was too serious and Rayleigh did not deserve the satisfaction. Rayleigh wisely pretended not to notice. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Yumutsu. 2,282 words. Cassandra next found herself in a theater. Rows of empty seats stretched into darkness, and she stood alone on the stage beneath a single light. There was no audience, but she still felt watched, as if the shadows themselves were leaning forward with interest. A child sat at the edge of the stage. He looked around 10 or 11 years old, with dark hair, pale skin, and golden flower patterns embroidered along the sleeves of his black kimono. His feet swung lazily above the floor, and the look he gave her carried far too much awareness for such a young face. Cassandra knew he was the sword, or at least the spirit inside it. He rested his chin on one hand. "You're noisy when you finally get angry." Cassandra stared at him. "Was that you?" The annoying questions. Obviously. That was frightening. It was supposed to be. Why? Because people don't listen to gentle warnings. Cassandra wanted to argue, but considering her entire life, the words died before leaving her mouth. The boy hopped down from the stage and circled her with open curiosity, each step making the shadows beneath the stage lights ripple faintly. "You see things before they happen. People don't believe you." After enough of that, part of you started wishing you could stop seeing anything at all. Cassandra's fingers curled. "Yes." The boy tilted his head. "That's stupid." Cassandra looked up, startled. "Hey, it's stupid," he repeated, entirely merciless. "If you close your eyes because other people are idiots, then the idiots win." Cassandra opened her mouth, then closed it again. What was she even supposed to say to that? He was not wrong, but did he have to say it like that? The boy's smile sharpened slightly, as if he had heard the complaint she had not voiced. "I'm not a comforting sword. I noticed." "Good. I'd hate to be misunderstood." Cassandra took a shaky breath. "Are you going to reject me?" "I haven't decided it yet, ha 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 ha." The blunt answer nearly made her stumble. The boy laughed, sounding far too pleased with himself. "You're honest when you're scared. That's good. Most people lie to me immediately. The last one wanted to hand me to his god like I was some shiny toy. How annoying. That was Hyacinthos-san. I don't care what his name was. If he wanted to be remembered, he should have been less boring." Cassandra blinked. For a moment, the absurdity of hearing a sword spirit complain about Hyacinthos was enough to loosen the fear gripping her chest. The boy stopped in front of her. "Tell me, Cassandra. If no one believes you, will you still speak?" Her smile faded. That question hurt because the answer was not simple. She wanted to say yes, but she knew how many times fear had made her fall silent. She wanted to say she always tried, but the trial had already shown her the moments when exhaustion made her give up before her warning could even become a proper sentence. "I don't know," she admitted. The boy watched her carefully. "I want to. I really do. But sometimes I'm tired, and sometimes I'm scared, and sometimes it hurts so much when people laugh that I can't make myself keep talking." The theater remained quiet. Cassandra forced herself to continue. "But I don't want to close my eyes anymore. If I see something terrible, I'll still be afraid. I'll probably cry, and I'll probably apologize too much, and Daphne-san will get angry because I'm being pathetic again." "Very pathetic," the boy agreed. "That was not the part you were supposed to agree with. You said it first." Cassandra nearly choked on her own breath. Was the sword bullying her? The sword was definitely bullying her. He looked extremely satisfied with himself, which somehow made him feel less like a nightmare and more like a very rude child who had been waiting too long for someone to talk to. Cassandra rubbed at her eyes with one sleeve. "Even if I'm scared, I want to try. I don't know if I can make everyone believe me, but if I can show them even a little proof, if I can make one person stop before walking into danger, then maybe seeing these dreams won't only be a curse." The boy studied her for a long moment, his expression losing some of its earlier mockery as he looked at her more seriously. "Then ask." Cassandra's breath caught. "Ask. You know what I mean." She did. Somehow, she did. Cassandra held both hands in front of her chest and bowed her head slightly. No one had taught her the proper way to speak to a Zanpakuto, but anything less felt too casual after everything the trial had shown her. "Please tell me your name." The theater dimmed, and the shadows gathered around the boy until his figure blurred at the edges, as if he were standing halfway inside a dream and halfway in reality. "My name is Yumutsatsu." The name settled into Cassandra's heart like a bell ringing through a quiet room. Between dream and waking. A place where nightmares could leave proof behind. Cassandra repeated it softly. "Yumutsatsu." The boy smiled again, this time with enough personality that Cassandra could already imagine him causing her no end of trouble. Don't make me regret this. I'll try not to. Also, stop apologizing so much. I'm sorry. He stared at her. Cassandra realized what she had said and covered her mouth. Yumutsatsu sighed with the weary air of someone who had already accepted a difficult future. Wonderful. My wielder is hopeless. In the testing room, the Zanpakuto's pressure changed. The strange chill softened into something closer to night air after rain, cool but no longer hostile, and Rayleigh felt the moment Cassandra's Reiryoku connected properly with the blade. He let out a slow breath and Daphne noticed immediately. What happened? She heard its name. Daphne stared at Cassandra, then at the sword, then back at Rayleigh. And that means... It means the sword acknowledged her. It also means I now have to deal with the fact that one of my Zanpakuto has apparently chosen an Apollo familiar member in the middle of an illegal midnight trial under Hephaestus-sama's shop, which is going to make tomorrow's paperwork absolutely disgusting. Daphne blinked, clearly not expecting that answer. You're worried about paperwork? I'm worried about many things. Paperwork is simply the one least likely to stab me. That is not the priority here. It will be when Hephaestus wakes up. Daphne looked as if she wanted to argue, but Cassandra's eyes opened before she could. They were wet with tears, but clearer than before. For several seconds, Cassandra only looked down at the sword in her hands. Then she whispered the name. Yumutsatsu. The sealed blade answered. A faint ripple of Reiryoku spread across the room, touching the floor, the walls, and the Kido seals around them. Daphne shivered as something brushed past her skin, not hostile, but strange enough to make her instincts scream that this was not ordinary magic. Cassandra slowly lifted her head. Rayleigh-san. I think he chose me. Daphne, who had been tense enough to bite through iron a moment ago, paused. He. Cassandra's face warmed despite the tears still clinging to her lashes. His voice sounded like a little boy's. A rude little boy, actually. He called me pathetic too. Daphne slowly turned toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at the ceiling with the quiet dignity of a man regretting several life choices at once. Before you say anything, I would like to clarify that I forged the sword. I do not personally assign the personality. Your sword is a brat. A spiritually gifted child with communication issues. That means brat. Most Zanpakuto are difficult in some way. If they were obedient, polite, and emotionally stable, they probably wouldn't be a unique weapons. Daphne stared at him as if he had just made the problem worse, which, in fairness, he probably had. Cassandra let out a small, shaky laugh. It still sounded half full of tears, but for the first time since this began, fear was no longer the only thing in her voice. Daphne's expression softened before she could hide it. Rayleigh took one step closer. Can you release him, Cassandra-san? Cassandra looked down at the sword. The name was still inside her, warm and frightening at the same time. I think so. Daphne snapped back to attention at once. Wait. We just survived the talking brat sword part, and now you want her to release it. Rayleigh rubbed his chin. Ideally, yes. Ideally? Why does that word make me want to leave? Because you have good survival instincts. Then maybe listen to them. Rayleigh gave Cassandra a more serious look. If you feel resistance from him, stop. A Shirkai release should feel like answering someone calling from inside you, not like prying open a locked door. If it feels wrong, let go. I'll handle the rest. Cassandra swallowed and nodded. Okay. Daphne still looked unhappy, but she did not stop her. Cassandra held the sword with both hands and felt the name settle more firmly inside her soul. She was still afraid, and that had not changed, but fear no longer felt like a wall she could only cower behind. Her voice trembled when she spoke, yet the words came out clearly. Open your eyes within the dream, Yumutsatsu. The Zanpakuto released a soft chime. Its black scabbard dissolved into a ribbon of pale mist, and the blade changed shape in Cassandra's hands. The metal became thinner and almost translucent, like moonlight reflected across glass, while small golden flower marks spread along the flat of the blade like delicate cracks filled with light. Rayleigh's interest sharpened immediately. The air around Cassandra shimmered, and a faint red mark shaped like a flower petal appeared on the floor near Daphne's feet. Daphne looked down. "What is that?" Cassandra's eyes widened. "Daphne-san, move." Daphne reacted instantly, jumping back just as a ceiling tile cracked loose and fell exactly where the red mark had appeared. The tile hit the floor and shattered, leaving everyone staring at the broken pieces for a moment. Daphne slowly looked from the tile to Cassandra. Cassandra stared back, equally stunned. Rayleigh crouched beside the fading mark, his expression turning thoughtful in the way it always did when a weapon showed him something interesting enough to make every future headache worth it. That is much more useful than I expected for a first release." Daphne turned toward him. "Explain." With actual words this time, not sword parent nonsense. "That mark was a warning," Rayleigh said, still studying the trace left on the floor. Yumutsatsu pulled a fragment of Cassandra-san's prophetic sense into the real world and turned it into something visible before the danger happened. Cassandra gripped the sword tighter as the meaning settled over her. For the first time, her warning had taken shape clearly enough for someone else to see before disaster arrived, and the realization hit her with enough force that her throat tightened. Daphne understood a heartbeat later. "Cassandra." Cassandra lowered her head, tears slipping down her cheeks before she could stop them. "I'm sorry," she whispered, then immediately remembered Yumutsatsu's complaint and gave a small, helpless laugh through the tears. "No, I'm glad. I'm really glad." Daphne walked over and pulled her into a hug without saying anything. Cassandra froze at first, then clutched Daphne's sleeve with one hand while still holding Yumutsatsu with the other. Rayleigh watched them quietly. The sword had chosen well. Cassandra was fragile in ways that would make future training a nightmare, and the sword spirit was clearly going to bully her with the confidence of a small tyrant, but the compatibility was there. More importantly, Yumutsatsu gave Cassandra something she had desperately needed long before she ever touched a blade. Proof. Then the testing room door opened. Hephaestus stood at the entrance in a robe thrown hastily over her clothes, her red hair slightly messy and her single visible eye narrowed. Behind her, the shop manager looked like a man praying for the world to become reasonable again. Hephaestus took in Cassandra crying in Daphne's arms, the released Zanpakuto, the shattered ceiling tile, the disturbed Kido seals, and Rayleigh standing in the middle of the illegal midnight trial with the expression of someone who had known this would be annoying but had done it anyway. Her gaze slowly settled on him. "Rayleigh." Rayleigh straightened. "Hephaestus-sama." Her smile was gentle enough to make the shop manager take a step back. "Would you like to explain why I woke up feeling your seals tremble under my shop?" Rayleigh was quiet for a moment, weighing several possible answers and discarding all of them because lying to Hephaestus is useless. "Good news. The sword found its wielder." Hephaestus's smile did not change. "And the bad news?" Rayleigh glanced at the broken ceiling tile. "Minor property damage?" The shop manager made a strangled sound that might have been the death of his soul. Daphne stared at Rayleigh as if he were unbelievable. Cassandra, still crying into Daphne's shoulder, almost laughed again. Hephaestus closed her eye and took a slow breath. "Come upstairs. All of you." Rayleigh nodded obediently. "Yes, Hephaestus-sama." Yumutsatsu gave a faint chime in Cassandra's hand. Somehow, Cassandra had the distinct feeling the sword was laughing too. What a terrible sword. For the first time in a very long while, though, Cassandra did not feel alone while thinking that. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com Newbie Translator. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Discussion. 1,723 words. The upstairs reception room of Hephaestus' weapon shop had never felt so much like a courtroom. Cassandra sat on one side of the table with Yumutsatsu resting across her lap, both hands placed carefully over the sheathed blade as if she was afraid it might float away if she relaxed too much. Daphne sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, and although she had stopped glaring at Rayleigh every few seconds, the improvement was only because Hephaestus had entered the room and become the larger source of danger. Rayleigh stood near the window. That had not been his choice. Hephaestus had pointed there with the calm smile of a goddess who had already decided where the criminal belonged, and Rayleigh, being a sensible child who valued his life, had gone there without arguing. The shop manager stood near the door holding a stack of documents, his expression suggesting that his soul had aged 10 years in the span of one night. To be fair, a secret midnight trial, an Apollo familiar girl being chosen by a Zanpakuto, sealing damage, disturbed Kido seals, and the absence of a guild observer would make any responsible manager reconsider his life choices. Hephaestus sat at the head of the table with a cup of tea in front of her. She had not drunk from it even once. That was how Rayleigh knew he was in trouble. If she drinks tea, she's thinking. If she doesn't drink tea, she's calculating how much of my earnings to confiscate. Crap. The silence stretched long enough that Cassandra began shrinking into herself. Rayleigh sighed inwardly. He had expected the trial to be troublesome. He had not expected Cassandra to look like she would apologize to the furniture if the atmosphere got any heavier. Hephaestus finally spoke. Rayleigh. Yes, my goddess. You used my shop and our reputation to conduct an unofficial Zanpakuto trial in the middle of the night, without a guild observer, without Apollo's permission, and without telling me beforehand. Rayleigh considered several possible responses. Most of them were bad. One involved claiming that the sword had started it, which was technically not false but would also make him sound like the sort of smith who blamed his own hammer after breaking a wall. Another involved pointing out that Cassandra had come voluntarily, which was true but also dangerously close to making the frightened girl shoulder part of the blame. So he did the only intelligent thing. I take full responsibility. Daphne blinked, clearly not expecting him to say that so cleanly. Hephaestus's visible eye narrowed slightly. You're not going to add some clever excuse? I have several, but none of them are good enough to say aloud while you're looking at me like that. I would rather preserve what little dignity I still have. The shop manager looked as if he wanted to ask where that dignity had been when Rayleigh caused property damage under the shop, but wisely chose silence. Daphne, unfortunately, did not possess the same survival instinct. That's the first reasonable thing you've said tonight. I was beginning to think all smiths were required to throw common sense into a furnace before forging anything. Rayleigh glanced at her. I only did that once, and in my defense, the result was Senbon Zakura. Daphne opened her mouth, then closed it with visible effort, probably because arguing with him while Hephaestus was present felt like getting dragged into someone else's punishment. Hephaestus rubbed her brow. Rayleigh, I am trying very hard to scold you properly, and you are making it difficult by sounding like Tsubaki after she breaks something expensive. That is hurtful, Hephaestus-sama. Tsubaki would have blamed the equipment. She has. Many times. The shop manager gave a tiny nod before realizing he had done it and immediately froze. For a moment, the tension in the room loosened. Cassandra looked between them, clearly confused by how quickly the conversation had shifted from severe judgment to strange family comedy. Daphne noticed her expression and leaned closer, whispering just loud enough for Rayleigh to hear. This is apparently how Hephaestus Familiar handles crimes. Rayleigh turned back toward the window. She says that as if Apollo Familiar is a model of legal behavior. Their god treats emotional boundaries like decorative ribbons. He kept that thought to himself. Hephaestus finally picked up her tea, but only to move it aside. Jokes aside, this situation is serious. Cassandra is Apollo Familiar's child, and the sword has acknowledged her without Apollo's prior consent. If Apollo decides to make trouble, he has enough room to do so. Cassandra's grip tightened around Yumutsatsu. I'm sorry, Hephaestus-sama. I came here on my own. Rayleigh-san didn't force me, and Daphne-san tried to stop me before she came with me. If Apollo-sama gets angry, I'll explain that it was my choice. Her voice was soft, but she managed to say everything without stumbling. Daphne looked at her with obvious concern. Hephaestus's expression softened. I'm not blaming you, Cassandra. You came because you believed something dangerous would happen if you stayed away, and judging by what Rayleigh has told me, you were probably right. The problem is that gods do not always care about who is logically at fault when emotions and ownership are involved. Daphne clicked her tongue. That sounds like Apollo-sama, unfortunately. If he sees this as Cassandra being chosen by some beautiful tragic destiny, he'll get excited before he gets angry, which might actually be worse. Cassandra lowered her head. Rayleigh pushed off from the window and walked closer to the table, though he stopped before he seemed like he was crowding her. Then we need to decide the terms before Apollo-sama decides them for us. The sword chose Cassandra-san, but the sale was public, the listed price was 200 million valis, and the trial was supposed to follow formal procedures. We can't pretend nothing happened, and we definitely can't let Apollo-sama frame this as his familiar obtaining a zanpakuto through divine romance or whatever poetic nonsense he'll invent before breakfast. Daphne stared at him. You really don't like him? I have a healthy distrust of gods who call fear beautiful. That is fair. Annoyingly fair. Hephaestus nodded slowly. The price still matters. If we waive it completely, every god in Ororio will accuse us of favoritism or start pushing their children toward future trials without paying. If we demand the full amount immediately, Apollo gains leverage because Cassandra cannot pay it herself. Cassandra's face went pale. I don't have that kind of money. I don't even have anything close to that amount. I knew the price before I touched the sword, but I thought if it really called me, then maybe. Her voice shrank. Daphne placed a hand over hers. You don't have to apologize for not casually carrying 200 million valis around. Most adventurers can't even imagine that number without getting dizzy. Rayleigh nodded. 200 million is a ridiculous price from a normal adventurer's perspective, and I say that as the terrible person who set it. Daphne gave him a sharp look. At least you know. I am self-aware, not merciful. Cassandra looked down at Yumutsatsu. The sword was quiet, but she could feel the name inside her now, faint and steady, like a candle seen through fog. Hephaestus studied her for a moment. Rayleigh, what was the original reason you priced this one so low compared to your other zanpakuto? Rayleigh did not answer immediately. He looked at Yumutsatsu, then at Cassandra. Compatibility. This child has an ability that is nearly useless to someone who only wants power. Worse than useless, honestly. Give it to an arrogant frontliner and they'll either ignore the warnings, misunderstand them, or go mad trying to force the future to obey. A sword that makes you stare at the outcome you fear is not suited for most adventurers. Cassandra's shoulders curled slightly, but she did not look away. Rayleigh continued, his tone gentler. For Cassandra-san, though, the floor becomes the foundation. She already sees futures she hates. Yumutsatsu does not remove that pain. It gives shape to it. Daphne looked at the sword with a complicated expression. Can it really make people believe her? No, Rayleigh said, and when Cassandra's fingers tightened, he added before the hurt could settle too deeply, but it can make ignoring her much harder. There's a difference. Stubborn idiots can deny anything if they're committed enough, but when a glowing warning appears under their feet right before a ceiling tile caves their skull in, they at least have to work harder to pretend nothing happened. Daphne let out a breath that was almost a laugh. That sounds depressingly realistic. Reality has terrible manners. Cassandra looked at him, eyes still damp. But if people still don't believe me after seeing it, then what should I do? Rayleigh pulled out a chair and sat down across from her, which made the shop manager twitch because apparently even sitting without permission was now another offense to add to his mental ledger. You keep the ones who do believe you close, and you learn how to make the proof clearer next time. You won't convince everyone. No one does. If you try to save every person who laughs while jumping into a pit, you'll break before they learn anything. Cassandra lowered her gaze. That sounds cruel. It is cruel. It's also the kind of cruelty healers, commanders, and prophets all have to learn, otherwise the world eats them alive. You can care about people without handing them every piece of yourself. Daphne's expression shifted at that. Hephaestus looked quietly satisfied, as if Rayleigh had finally said something she could approve of without adding a complaint. Cassandra's hands relaxed a little around Yumutsatsu. I don't know if I can do that. That's fine. If you already could, you probably wouldn't need the sword. Yumutsatsu gave a faint chime from her lap. Daphne leaned back slightly. Was that agreement or insult? Cassandra hesitated, then said with a weak smile, I think both. Rayleigh nodded solemnly. A true zanpakuto he is. Rude even when supportive. Daphne stared at him. Why do you sound proud? Because I am suffering as a parent and need to find joy somewhere. You are impossible. I've been told. Chapter 206. Chapter 206. Problem Child. 1,413 words. They spent the next hour discussing the official terms. By the end, Hephaestus had decided on a structure that would keep the situation from turning into immediate political poison. Cassandra would not be asked to pay 200 million valis at once. Instead, the sale would be converted into a long-term contract under Hephaestus Familiar's authority, with Cassandra herself named as the chosen wielder and Apollo Familiar forbidden from claiming ownership over the blade. That last clause required careful wording. Daphne insisted on it. Hephaestus rewrote the clause 3 times before it sounded legally sharp enough to make a god hesitate and polite enough to avoid sounding like a direct insult. The final version stated that Yumutsutsu's ownership was bound to Cassandra Ilion as the recognized wielder, and any attempt by a third party, including a patron deity or familiar representative, to transfer, seize, sell, trade, or command the blade against the wielders would be considered a violation of the sale contract and grounds for direct arbitration by Hephaestus Familiar and the guild. Daphne read it twice, then she looked at Rayleigh. I hate how relieved I am that you people are good at contracts. Rayleigh leaned back in his chair. We sell weapons to adventurers who regularly lose limbs, money, and common sense. Contracts are necessary. That explains Aurario more than I wanted it to. Hephaestus placed the document down. Cassandra still needs Apollo's acknowledgement, but this gives us a position before he can twist the situation. I'll speak with him in the morning. Cassandra immediately looked alarmed. Hephaestus-sama, you don't have to do that for me. Apollo-sama may become upset, and if this causes trouble between your familiars because of me. Hephaestus raised one hand. Cassandra, listen carefully. Rayleigh used my shop, my seals, and my familiar's name to let this trial happen. That means Hephaestus Familiar is already involved whether you worry about us or not. Besides, Apollo needs to learn that calling something beautiful does not give him the right to take it home. Daphne looked deeply moved. Please say that to his face. I intend to. Rayleigh smiled faintly. I should attend that meeting. No. Hephaestus, Daphne, and the shop manager spoke at almost the same time. Rayleigh paused. That was very coordinated. Hephaestus gave him a flat look. If you attend, you will say something true, rude, and politically explosive within 5 minutes. That is unfair. Daphne crossed her arms. Rayleigh, you told Apollo-sama to admire sincerely from behind the line after threatening to throw him out of the shop. 5 minutes is generous. Rayleigh considered protesting, but the evidence was unfortunately recent. I can be diplomatic. Everyone look at him. Even Cassandra, who clearly wanted to be kind, looked doubtful. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest. I see how it is. Betrayed by everyone in the room, Daphne snorted. You betrayed yourself first. Cassandra finally laughed softly, not from nerves this time, but because the exchange had become too ridiculous to fear. Yumutsutsu chimed again. Rayleigh pointed at the sword. And you don't get to laugh. Half of this is your fault. The sword chimed once more, lighter this time. Cassandra looked down at it with a strange mix of embarrassment and affection. He says it was necessary. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. You can understand him already? Only a little. It's more like. I know what he means, even if I don't hear every word. Wonderful. The brat has found someone to translate his excuses. Daphne leaned toward Cassandra. Please don't let the sword learn from him. I think it may be too late. Rayleigh looked offended. I am an excellent influence. Hephaestus finally drank her tea. No, Rayleigh. You are an effective influence. Those are very different things. The room went quiet for 1 second before Daphne failed to hold back a laugh. Even the exhausted shop manager looked like he had nearly smiled before remembering the night's paperwork. Rayleigh accepted the blow with dignity, though internally he was fairly certain his goddess had become much sharper ever since Althea started living in his house. Perhaps sarcasm was contagious. If so, Aurario was doomed. Near dawn, Cassandra and Daphne prepared to return. The formal documents could not be completed until Apollo was informed, and Cassandra could not openly carry Yumutsatsu back before that conversation happened. For the night, the blade would remain sealed in Hephaestus' weapon shop, but this time the seal was different. Rayleigh adjusted the kido around the display case, then asked Cassandra to place her hand against the glass. Think of his name. Cassandra nodded and closed her eyes. The golden flowers along the scabbard glimmered faintly. Rayleigh watched the response and gave a satisfied nod. That should be enough. The sword is still here physically, but the connection is yours now. If someone tries to forcefully touch him before the contract is settled, he'll reject them harder than before, and I'll know immediately. Daphne looked at him sharply. Harder than before means what, exactly? Rayleigh avoided the shop manager's gaze. Let's call it non-lethal discouragement unless they try very hard to deserve worse. That is a horrifying phrase. Cassandra touched the glass gently. Yumutsatsu, please don't hurt anyone too badly. The sword remained silent. Cassandra listened for a moment, then frowned. He says he'll consider it. Daphne stared at the display case. Why does your sword sound like an awful child? Rayleigh sighed. I am starting to feel unfairly blamed for this. You forged him. Yes, but Cassandra-san is the one who asked his name. If a rude spirit chooses a polite wielder, that's between them. Cassandra gave him a helpless look. Rayleigh-san, please don't abandon me to him already. Rayleigh's expression softened. I won't. You'll need training, and not only with the sword. Yumutsatsu's ability is tied to your dreams, your mind, and your courage, which means it's going to be messy. But messy doesn't mean impossible. Cassandra nodded slowly. The word courage still made her uncomfortable. It felt too big for her, like armor made for someone stronger. But when she looked at the sword now, she no longer felt only fear. Daphne noticed and gently touched her shoulder. Ready? No, Cassandra admitted, then added before Daphne could worry, but I think I can walk. That's better than sneaking out alone. I said I was sorry. And I said you apologized too much. We're both repeating ourselves. Cassandra smiled faintly. Rayleigh opened the side door for them, checking the street before letting them out. The sky was beginning to pale, and Ororio was slowly shifting from night to morning. Before leaving, Cassandra turned back. Rayleigh-san. He looked at her. Thank you for letting me choose. For once, Rayleigh did not answer with a joke immediately. He leaned against the doorframe, his expression calmer than usual but not cold. You were the one who walked here, Cassandra-san. I only opened the door. Daphne rolled her eyes. That almost sounded cool. Don't ruin it, damn it. Rayleigh smiled. I was about to. I knew it. Cassandra laughed quietly and followed Daphne into the early morning street. Rayleigh watched them go until they turned the corner. Only then did Hephaestus speak from behind him. You're getting attached to her? Rayleigh did not turn around. She reminds me of someone who kept shouting warnings no one wanted to hear. Yourself? Maybe. Or maybe every idiot who knows too much and still can't stop the world from being stupid. Hephaestus stood beside him. That sounds lonely. Rayleigh looked at the brightening sky. Yeah, it is. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Rayleigh sighed. Also, I'm absolutely being dragged into Apollo trouble after this. Hephaestus smiled. Yes. Rayleigh sighed. I hate gods. Hephaestus gave him a dry look. You say that while standing beside your goddess. You're the exception. That sounded almost sweet. Don't get used to it. I'm under stress, and my judgment is impaired. Hephaestus stared at him for a moment before flicking his forehead. Oh, there. Your judgment should be clearer now. Rayleigh's expression changed. Hephaestus-sama, surely family should not involve money. You should have thought of family before damaging my shop. That ceiling tile was already weak. Rayleigh. Yes. Financial punishment. Understood. Inside the display case, Yumutsatsu chimed softly. Rayleigh glanced at it. Don't laugh. You're paying too. The sword gave no answer, but somehow, the silence felt smug. Wonderful. He had created another problem child. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Negotiation with Apollo. 2,498 words. By morning, Hephaestus' weapon shop looked perfectly normal from the outside. The display windows had been polished, the front door opened on time, and the clerks greeted customers with the same professional smiles they always used when adventurers came in wanting a weapon strong enough to save their lives but cheap enough not to ruin them financially. The public display room had also been restored before dawn, which meant none of the curious onlookers outside knew that a ceiling tile had fallen in the testing chamber several hours earlier. A sealed Zanpakuto had chosen its wielder during an unofficial midnight trial, and the shop manager had experienced what Rayleigh privately considered a near-death event of the soul. Physically, the man was fine. Emotionally, Rayleigh was not optimistic. The shop manager sat in the upstairs reception room with a stack of documents arranged in front of him, his face held together by professional discipline and the kind of quiet despair only paperwork could produce. Every few minutes, his gaze drifted toward Rayleigh with the exhausted resentment of a man who had calculated the repair cost, the legal risk, and the possibility of having to explain the incident to the guild. Rayleigh pretended not to notice since it was easier for everyone that way. Cassandra sat near the table with Daphne beside her. She had changed out of her nightclothes after Daphne dragged her back to Apollo Familiar's home before sunrise, but she still looked like someone who had slept for perhaps 3 minutes and regretted all of them. Her hands rested in her lap, fingers twisting together whenever the silence became too heavy. Daphne, meanwhile, looked ready to bite the first person who tried to blame Cassandra for anything. Rayleigh respected that. He also suspected she had slept even less than Cassandra, which made her current level of aggression entirely reasonable. Yumutsutsu had been returned to the sealed display case downstairs for the morning, though the seal now included Cassandra's Reiryoku signature. Rayleigh had adjusted the kido himself, and he had done it properly despite Hephaestus watching over his shoulder with the calm expression of a goddess waiting for her child to admit he had broken the rules on purpose. Which, unfortunately, he had. Hephaestus sat at the head of the table. She was fully dressed now, her eye covered as usual, her red hair tied neatly back, and her expression calm enough to make everyone in the room nervous. Hephaestus placed one hand on the contract draft in front of her and looked at Cassandra. Before Apollo arrives, I want you to understand what we are going to say and what we are not going to say. The sword chose you, but the original sale was public, and the trial did not follow the formal procedure. That gives Apollo room to object if he wants to make this difficult. Cassandra's shoulders tensed. I understand, Hephaestus-sama. I also know I caused trouble by coming here at night, so if Apollo-sama becomes angry, I can explain that Rayleigh-san didn't call me here. I came because of my dream, and Daphne-san only followed because she was worried about me. Daphne leaned forward before Cassandra could shrink any further into herself. Cassandra, stop trying to prepare a neat little speech where all the blame lands on you. That is not happening. The sword was calling you, Apollo-sama was already interested, and if we had waited until morning, someone else might have touched it first because people in this city see a dangerous weapon and immediately think, what if I poked it? Rayleigh nodded with the solemnity of a man who had seen too much stupidity to deny it. She's not wrong. Adventurers have a frightening talent for turning obvious warnings into personal challenges. I once watched a man read a sign that said do not touch and then ask whether it meant with both hands. The shop manager closed his eyes as if he remembered that customer. Cassandra looked like she wanted to apologize again, but Daphne's hand settled over hers and stopped her. Rayleigh leaned back in his chair, letting the tone stay light enough that Cassandra could breathe. If we're assigning blame, Yumutsutsu should be near the top of the list. He caused the dream, called Cassandra-san here, mocked her inside the trial, and then laughed after damaging the ceiling. Unfortunately, punishing a Zanpakuto for bad behavior is difficult unless you count polishing him with cheap oil, which I suspect would make him worse out of spite. Cassandra's eyes widened slightly. Rayleigh-san, please don't do that. He might actually get angry. Daphne stared at her, then toward the floor as if she could see the display case beneath them. The sword has opinions about oil? Cassandra hesitated for a moment, listening to something only she could sense, before answering with a troubled expression. He says cheap oil is an insult to his dignity. Rayleigh looked toward the floor as well. His dignity caused property damage before breakfast. I feel we are already being generous. A tiny smile tugged at Cassandra's lips despite her anxiety. Daphne rubbed her forehead. I cannot believe I'm listening to people discuss the emotional standards of a sword before I've had breakfast. Apollo Familiar has problems, but at least our weapons don't complain about skincare. Hephaestus let the exchange continue for a few breaths, perhaps because it helped Cassandra relax, then tapped the contract with one finger. The important part is this. Yumutsatsu chose Cassandra personally. The blade cannot be treated as Apollo Familiar property, cannot be transferred to Apollo, cannot be drawn by another member on Apollo's order, and cannot be used as a decoration for divine entertainment. If Apollo wants to sponsor the payment, he may do so, but sponsorship does not create ownership. The shop manager cleared his throat and added carefully, the wording also states that any attempt to force the wielder to release, transfer, display, or command the Zanpakuto against her may trigger cancellation of the contract and direct arbitration through both Hephaestus Familiar and the Guild. Daphne read the clause again, then looked genuinely impressed. That is much sharper than I expected. I thought contracts were usually written to make ordinary people fall asleep before realizing they had been robbed. Rayleigh nodded. That is also a valid style of contract, but Hephaestus-sama prefers the kind that politely places a knife against the other person's throat. Hephaestus gave him a look. Rayleigh smiled. In a legal sense. That clarification did not make it better, Hephaestus said, though the corner of her mouth moved slightly. Cassandra looked at the contract as if it were something far more frightening than the sword trial. If Apollo-sama refuses, what happens to Yumutsatsu? Rayleigh did not answer immediately. He wanted to make a joke, partly because Cassandra looked like she might dissolve if the air became any heavier, but there were times when jokes helped and times when they only made him look like the sort of person who should not be trusted with soul-cutting weapons. Unfortunately, those categories overlapped more often than he liked. If Apollo refuses to acknowledge the contract, he said, then the sword stays here under Hephaestus Familiar custody until the dispute is resolved. He can argue about money and procedure, but he cannot make the sword unchoose you. That part already happened. Cassandra breathed in slowly. Daphne squeezed her hand. You hear that? The sword chose you, and no one gets to pretend it didn't just because the paperwork is inconvenient. Rayleigh glanced at the stack of documents. To be fair, the paperwork is extremely inconvenient. Daphne glared at him. Rayleigh lifted both hands in surrender. I am reading the room. I am simply also reading the paperwork, and the paperwork is winning. Cassandra let out a tiny laugh, and Hephaestus finally picked up her tea. Rayleigh considered that a sign that he might survive the morning. Apollo arrived just after the shop opened. He did not come with the full procession from the previous day, which was either a sign of restraint or proof that he understood Hephaestus would not tolerate theatrical nonsense before the contract was discussed. He brought Hyacinthos, 2 attendants, and a smile bright enough to irritate Rayleigh on principle. Eleonora arrived almost at the same time as the guild witness. That was not an accident. She entered with a neat folder tucked under one arm, her posture professional, her expression mild, and her eyes sharp enough that Rayleigh immediately revised his estimate of how much she intended to merely observe. The guild had sent her because the matter involved a public sale, a famous smith, Apollo Familiar, and a weapon no one in Orario fully understood. Or perhaps Uranos had decided Rayleigh's problems were becoming everyone's problems. Both were plausible. Eleonora greeted Hephaestus first, then Apollo, then Cassandra with the same polite smile, though her gaze lingered briefly on the girl's hands. Not long enough to be rude, only long enough to notice the faint tremor Cassandra was failing to hide. Rayleigh filed that away. Apollo, unsurprisingly, noticed the atmosphere the moment he entered the reception room. Oh my, I expected a negotiation, but this feels more like I've walked into the first act of a courtroom drama. Hephaestus, you wound me. I thought we were friends. Hephaestus did not rise from her seat. We are friendly enough that I'm giving you the chance to resolve this cleanly. Apollo laughed lightly as he sat across from her. Cleanly? Such a cold word for something as wondrous as a living blade choosing a girl who dreams of tragedy. Surely you can understand why I would want to hear the story properly before signing away my rights. Daphne's fingers tightened around the edge of her chair. Cassandra went still. Rayleigh, who had promised Hephaestus he would not say anything politically explosive within the first 5 minutes, counted silently in his head and realized they were barely past 30-second. Apollo looked toward Cassandra. "My dear Cassandra, I heard something marvelous happened after you returned last night. You went back to the shop on your own, stood before the sword, and came away chosen. If I were a poet, I might accuse destiny of being too heavy-handed." Cassandra lowered her head slightly, not because she wanted to hide, but because she was gathering herself. Daphne looked ready to answer for her, but Cassandra spoke first. "I didn't go because it was beautiful, Apollo-sama. I went because I was afraid someone would be hurt if I stayed silent." Apollo's smile softened. "Fear and beauty are not enemies, Cassandra." Cassandra's fingers tightened, but she did not retreat. "They are not the same either." The room quieted. Rayleigh's eyes shifted toward Apollo, waiting to see whether the god would dismiss that small act of resistance or understand that the girl in front of him had changed overnight. Apollo's smile did not disappear, but something behind it sharpened. Hephaestus placed the contract on the table before the moment could become heavier. "The sword's name is Yumutsutsu. It acknowledged Cassandra as its wielder, and because Zanpakuto are soul-bound weapons rather than ordinary equipment, Hephaestus Familiar recognizes her as the only legal wielder. The terms are written here. You may sponsor the purchase price if you wish, but Apollo Familiar cannot claim ownership of the blade." Hyacinthos's expression changed at once. "Apollo-sama has paid for the equipment of our Familiar members before. If he sponsors the price, then it is natural to consider the sword part of the Familiar's assets, even if Cassandra is the one carrying it." Daphne turned toward him so sharply that Cassandra almost reached out to stop her. Rayleigh spoke first, partly because he suspected Daphne's version would involve more honest anger and less plausible deniability. That logic works for armor, spare blades, and things that don't have opinions. Yumutsutsu is not a sword you can place in the Familiar armory and hand to whoever looks prettiest under Apollo's light. If someone other than Cassandra tries to claim it, the best outcome is rejection. The worst outcome depends on how stubborn they are and whether I arrive before the sword decides to make a point. Hyacinthos's face darkened. "You speak as if you can threaten Apollo Familiar whenever you please." Rayleigh leaned back, not bothering to look impressed. "If I were threatening you, I would be much clearer. This is a warning from the person who made the weapon and would prefer not to scrape anyone's dignity off the floor. It's bad for the room, bad for the witnesses, and extremely bad for my schedule." Eleonora's pen paused for half a second. Daphne looked away, shoulders trembling with the effort not to laugh at Hyacinthos's expression. Apollo raised one hand, stopping Hyacinthos before the exchange worsened. "Rayleigh-kun, you have such a sharp tongue for a craftsman. I can see why Hephaestus keeps you close. Troublesome children are always the most entertaining." Hephaestus's visible eye narrowed. Rayleigh smiled pleasantly. "Hephaestus-sama keeps me because I'm profitable, occasionally useful, and charming under specific lighting." Hephaestus gave him the look of a woman who had heard this nonsense before and regretted allowing it to continue. "Rayleigh, I'll stop before I damage my own case further." Apollo laughed, genuinely amused this time, though Rayleigh could feel the calculation beneath it. The god turned his attention back to the contract and read through the terms with more care than his theatrical attitude suggested. 200 million valis as the listed price. Long-term installment structure. Sponsorship permitted but ownership restricted to Cassandra. The blade may not be transferred, seized, drawn, displayed, or commanded against her will. Any violation leads to guild arbitration and Hephaestus Familiar intervention. "You wrote this quite thoroughly." Hephaestus folded her hands. "I had motivation." Apollo looked toward Cassandra again. "And what do you want, my Cassandra? Not what Daphne wants, not what Hephaestus demands, and not what Rayleigh-kun's sharp tongue insists is wise. You are the one this blade chose, so I would hear your answer." Cassandra seemed to shrink under the attention for a heartbeat. Daphne's hand moved toward hers under the table. Cassandra noticed, breathed in, and then looked up. "I want to keep Yumutsutsu," she said, her voice quiet but steadier than it had been before. "Not because I want a famous weapon, and not because I want people to look at me differently. I want to keep him because for the first time, my warning became something another person could see. I know I'm still weak, and I know I'll probably be scared every time I use him, but if this sword can help me stop even one person from walking into danger, then I don't want to let go. Apollo watched her in silence. For once, he did not immediately turn her words into poetry. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com Newbie Translator. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, New Sword. 2005 words. Hyacinthos looked dissatisfied, perhaps even hurt, but he kept quiet under Apollo's raised hand. Eleonora wrote something in her folder with a calmness that made Rayleigh wonder how much of this she intended to report and how much she intended to remember for herself. Apollo finally sighed. How cruel. When a child speaks with such sincerity, even a god looks petty if he refuses. Daphne's expression clearly said he had already looked petty, but she did not say it aloud. Cassandra's hand tightened around hers in silent gratitude for that restraint. Apollo took the pen. Before signing, he looked at Hephaestus. I will acknowledge the contract and sponsor the listed price under the payment structure written here. However, Cassandra remains my child, and I expect that training involving a weapon this unusual will not be conducted without informing me. Hephaestus nodded once. You will be informed of formal training. You will not turn that training into a performance. Apollo smiled. Still so stern. I'm a smith. I prefer tools to be used properly. And children? Hephaestus's gaze hardened enough that the air in the room changed. Children are not tools. Cassandra stared at her. Daphne's expression softened before she looked away. Apollo's smile lingered, but it lost some of its ease. He looked at Cassandra, then at the contract, and finally signed. The pen moved elegantly across the paper. Eleonora stepped forward to witness the signature, then Hephaestus signed as seller and guarantor. Cassandra's hand trembled when she took the pen, but Daphne leaned closer and quietly adjusted the paper so she could sign without smudging the ink. When Cassandra wrote her name, the room did not shake, no divine light descended, and Yumutsatsu did not chime dramatically from the display room below. Rayleigh was grateful for that. The last thing he needed was a sword with a sense of legal theatre. Eleonora took the completed contract and checked each clause carefully. On behalf of the guild, I recognize the contract as witnessed. The terms are unusual, but given the nature of Zanpakuto and the prior public sale conditions, they are acceptable. I will file the ownership restriction as part of the weapon registration, with Cassandra Ilion listed as the sole wielder. Cassandra stared at the contract as if the words had not fully reached her yet. Daphne gave her hand a squeeze. It's done. You signed it, the guild witnessed it, Hephaestus-sama backed it, and Apollo-sama cannot suddenly decide your sword looks better as a trophy in someone else's hands. Apollo laughed softly at that, though Hyacinthos did not look amused. My Daphne grows sharper every year. Daphne's expression tightened, but she bowed just enough to remain polite. I learned from surviving Apollo familiar, Apollo-sama. Rayleigh's mouth twitched. Hephaestus looked like she had decided not to hear that. Apollo rose gracefully. Then I suppose my Cassandra has gained a very troublesome partner. Cassandra's eyes flicked toward Rayleigh almost instinctively. Rayleigh lifted both hands. Don't look at me like that. I accept responsibility for the blade's forging, not every personality defect he develops from now on. Daphne gave him a flat look. You said that last night too. And I'll keep saying it until someone believes me. Based on Cassandra-san's life experience, I understand that may take a while. Eleonora looked at him with polite curiosity. Does repeating yourself usually work? Almost never, but habit and pride are difficult illnesses to cure. Cassandra laughed at that, soft but clear enough that Apollo's gaze returned to her. For a moment, the god looked less like a collector admiring something beautiful and more like someone seeing a child of his stand in a place he had not arranged for her. Then the moment passed. Apollo smiled again. Take care of the sword, Cassandra. If destiny has chosen you for something interesting, then I hope you will show me what kind of story it becomes. Cassandra bowed her head, but her answer came without the old helplessness. I will take care of him, Apollo-sama. But I don't want my fear to become a story for someone else anymore. Apollo studied Cassandra for a long moment, then gave a small bow that was somehow both accepting and amused. Then perhaps you should make it your own story first. It was very Apollo answer. But for now, that was enough. After Apollo left, the room remained quiet for several seconds. Then Daphne slumped in her chair with the exhausted relief of someone who had survived a battle without drawing a weapon. I cannot believe that worked. I was ready for yelling, shit poetry, Hyacinthos saying something stupid, and Rayleigh making it worse by being technically correct in the most irritating way possible. Rayleigh loosened his shoulders. That is a very specific prediction, and I resent how plausible it sounds. It worked because Apollo-sama liked the shape of the result better than the shape of the argument. If we had tried to corner him, he would have made a scene. Letting Cassandra-san speak made refusal look ugly. Daphne glanced at him. That sounds manipulative. It was, Rayleigh said, without trying to soften it. Negotiation is manipulation with better paperwork. The important part is that no one lied to Cassandra-san and no one took her choice away. Daphne stared at him for a moment before sighing. I hate that you can say things like that and still sound helpful. Specific lighting, Daphne-san. We discussed this. Cassandra covered her mouth, but her shoulders shook with a tiny laugh. Hephaestus collected the duplicate contract and handed it to Cassandra. Keep this copy safe. If Apollo respects the contract, you may never need to use it. If he does not, you bring it to me or the guild immediately. Cassandra accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Hephaestus-sama. I don't know how to repay you. You repay me by training properly, not letting the sword bully you into reckless behavior, and telling Rayleigh when something feels wrong instead of trying to carry everything alone. Cassandra nodded quickly. I'll try. Daphne looked at her with a very pointed expression. Try harder than last night. I am still not done being angry about the sneaking. I know. Rayleigh coughed lightly. To be fair, if Cassandra-san had not come last night, we might have had a much worse incident today. Daphne turned toward him. Do not encourage midnight sneaking. I am encouraging prophetic responsibility under extremely specific circumstances. That sounds like midnight sneaking wearing formal clothes. Hephaestus looked at Rayleigh. She has a point. Rayleigh sighed. Traitors. All of you. Eleonora, who had remained quietly near the door, closed her folder. Before I return to the guild, there is one more matter. It is not directly related to Cassandra's contract, but since Hephaestus Familiar is already involved with unusual weapons, Uranos may request a private report from Rayleigh soon. Rayleigh's good mood thinned. What kind of private report? Eleonora smiled politely, which immediately made him distrust the answer. The kind where the guild asks questions first and decides how much trouble exists afterward. Daphne pointed at Rayleigh. See? That's how you sound half the time. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest. I feel unfairly attacked during my own legal victory. Eleonora's smile did not change. I will not discuss the details here, but there have been signs of movement beneath the city. Not in the dungeon. Beneath Rio itself. Old roots, sealed areas, and people who should not have access to either. The room's mood changed immediately. Hephaestus's expression sharpened and Rayleigh's thoughts moved just as quickly. Beneath Rio. Old roots. People moving where they should not. Knossos was the obvious possibility, but obvious did not mean simple. He knew the place existed, knew enough about Everless remnants and the darkness under the city to dislike the direction this was going, but knowing the outline of a nightmare was not the same as having a key to its door. Eleonora's gaze met his for a brief moment. There was something behind her professionalism that did not fit a normal guild clerk. Rayleigh noticed it, but he did not press her in front of everyone. Not yet. I'll speak with the guild when summoned, he said. Preferably after I sleep, repair the shop, and convince Hephaestus-sama not to bankrupt me for sealing damage. Hephaestus looked at him. I have not decided your punishment yet. That is why I'm still hoping. Hope is admirable. Expensive. In your case, yes. Rayleigh winced. Cassandra stood, clutching the contract as if it were as important as Yumutsatsu itself. Rayleigh-san. He looked back at her. Thank you. For the sword, for the contract, and for not letting everyone decide for me. Rayleigh's expression softened. You walked into the shop on your own. You answered the trial on your own. I helped with the legal mess afterward because I created the troublesome weapon that caused half of it. Cassandra paused, listening to something through the connection. Her face warmed faintly. He says he is not troublesome. Rayleigh looked toward the floor. He is absolutely troublesome. Cassandra listened again, then flushed even more. He says you should look in a mirror. Daphne lost the fight against laughter. Even Hephaestus's lips curved slightly. Rayleigh stared at the floor with the profound disappointment of a creator betrayed by his own work. I see. He has been officially hers for less than an hour and already developed better aim. Cassandra laughed properly this time. It was still quiet, still fragile in places, but it sounded real. That was a good enough ending for the sword's first day. By the time Cassandra and Daphne left with the contract, Yumutsatsu remained sealed in the shop until Cassandra's first formal training session could be arranged. The sword did not complain aloud, but Rayleigh felt a faint ripple of irritation from below as he passed the display room. He ignored it. Hephaestus walked beside him, reading the guild notice Eleonora had left behind. You know what this points toward. Rayleigh nodded. Knossos, or something close enough to be equally annoying. You sound calm. I'm not calm. I'm tired, hungry, and emotionally prepared to throw myself into work instead of thinking about the underground death maze beneath the city. That is a very specific kind of not calm. I like to be precise. Hephaestus folded the notice and looked at him. Before you get dragged into guild trouble, AIS still needs help. Welf has been hovering around the forge pretending he does not want advice. Airmid sent a message asking whether the strain from Zanpakuto can affect mind recovery. Astrea also wants to speak with you after hearing about Cassandra's sword. Rayleigh stopped walking. Rayleigh stared at her. Hephaestus-sama, did you just summarize my entire week as a threat? I summarized your responsibilities. That is worse. You also forged another Zanpakuto recently and have not told me its name. Rayleigh's hand drifted toward the slender blade at his side. Unlike Senbonzakura or Ruiiro Kujaku, this one carried a quieter presence, elegant and dangerous in a way that felt less like a storm and more like a woman smiling behind a fan while deciding where to cut. He had not forged it for sale. He had forged it because too many problems around him now required precision, barriers, restructuring, and tricks sharp enough to survive Arario's growing absurdity. Benihime, he said. Hephaestus looked at the blade, then back at him. That sounds dangerous. Rayleigh smiled faintly. She is. Is she also troublesome? Probably. Hephaestus sighed. Of course she is. Rayleigh looked toward the stairs leading down to the forge, where Welf was almost certainly pretending not to wait for him, and then toward the street where Cassandra had disappeared with Daphne. Rayleigh rubbed the bridge of his nose. I miss when my biggest problem was money. Hephaestus gave him a dry look. You still owe me for the ceiling. Thank you, Hephaestus-sama. That was exactly the emotional support I needed. You're welcome. Chapter 209, Chapter 209. 2,279 words. Welf Crozzo was not standing around doing nothing. He had told himself that at times already, which was a pretty good sign that he actually was standing around doing nothing, and he just did not want to admit it. He was standing near the side of Hephaestus Familiar's forge, holding a hammer in one hand and working on a half-finished blade that was lying on the anvil in front of him. He was trying not to look at Rayleigh's workbench. It was hard. The forge was full of people who made things out of metal. They were all pretty good at noticing when someone was trying not to watch someone else work. Tsubaki was the one to notice what Welf was doing. She was leaning against a pole that helped hold up the roof with her arms crossed and a big grin on her face. Welf, if you keep staring at Rayleigh's workbench like that, his new sword is going to get embarrassed, she said. Then again, his swords can be kind of mean, so maybe it will start judging you back. Welf almost dropped his hammer. I was not staring. I was just. I wish everyone would stop acting like I am trying to get Rayleigh to lecture me or something. Rayleigh was sitting at his workbench with a blade lying across his knees. He did not look up. "If that is what you call work, then I think I owe some of my blades an apology," he said. "The piece of metal on your anvil has been waiting for you to either finish it or get rid of it." Some of the people in the forge started laughing. Welf looked down at the blade he was working on. The edge was not even. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "I got distracted." Yes, that is what everyone noticed. Tsubaki started laughing hard and Welf looked like he wanted to hide. That would have been bad because Hephaestus had already yelled at them twice that month for not being safe at work. Rayleigh looked up from the blade he was working on. He had a sword called Benihheim lying across his lap. It looked really elegant. Welf could tell that it was not harmless. It felt like a woman who was smiling at you while she was thinking about how to attack you. Welf did not like that he could tell that. He liked it less that he wanted to know how Rayleigh had made the sword. Rayleigh noticed that Welf was looking at him. "If you want to ask me something, just ask," he said. "If you keep pretending like you're here to work, the metal might start getting mad at me for letting you get away with it." Welf put down his hammer before he did something with it. "Okay, fine. I wanted to know why that new sword feels different. Your other swords are all really loud and noticeable even when they are not being used. This one feels quieter. It does not feel weaker. It feels like it is waiting for someone to make a mistake." Rayleigh looked interested. Tsubaki's grin widened. "Oh, look at you, Welf. That's a proper Smith's observation." Welf looked away, feeling embarrassed. Rayleigh rested a hand on Benihheim's sheath. "Good eye. Benihheim is not weaker than the others, but her temperament is different. Senbonzakura is proud, Ruiaro Kujaku is vain enough to make Narcissus look humble, and this one has the kind of patience that makes me suspect she will cost me sleep." Welf frowned. "You talk about them like they're people. They are, in the ways that matter. That's still hard to wrap my head around. A sword having a will is one thing, but you speak like each of them has preferences, moods, and enough personality to be annoying on purpose." Rayleigh looked at Benihheim as if considering the matter. "They do. Some more than others. If you ever hear Ruiaro Kujaku complain about color coordination, do not engage. He can smell weakness." Welf stared at him, deciding he was not ready to unpack that sentence. The problem was that he understood weapons. He understood steel, heat, quenching, balance, and the ugly pressure of expectations wrapped around the Crozo name. He knew what it meant for people to look at a blade and see power before they saw the hands that made it. But Rayleigh's weapons were different in a way that made all his old instincts itch. A magic sword was a tool. A dangerous tool, yes, but still a tool. You made it, used it, broke it, sold it, feared it, hated it, or worshipped it depending on how stupid you were feeling that day. A Zanpakuto did not fit into that category. That was the part Welf hated. If he admitted that, then he had to admit Rayleigh had stepped into the same territory as Crozo magic swords and somehow walked past it instead of sinking into the same mud. Rayleigh watched his face, then lowered his voice. "You're not wrong to be cautious. I prefer it. People who see a strange weapon and want to swing it are the reason I write death waivers." Welf grimaced. "You're still making people sign those?" "After yesterday, I'm adding a second page and perhaps a line that says, if the sword shows you your emotional problems, do not attempt to solve them by pulling harder." Welf's brows drew together. "What happened yesterday?" Tsubaki coughed. Rayleigh looked at her. Tsubaki looked away, wearing the expression of someone who knew and wanted him to say it himself. Rayleigh sighed. "A public sale Zanpakuto chose Cassandra Ilion from Apollo Familiar, damaged a ceiling tile, forced me into contract negotiations before breakfast, and may have developed the personality of a rude child with prophetic tendencies." Welf stared at him. Then he looked at Tsubaki as Tsubaki nodded. His leaving out the part where Hephaestus punished him for the ceiling. Rayleigh's expression became pained. "Financially." Welf's eyes narrowed. "How bad was it?" "Bad enough that I reconsidered whether genius is worth the maintenance cost." "That sounds like your own fault. Most expensive things are." Welf snorted before he could stop himself. Rayleigh gave him a look of exaggerated offense. "You laugh now, But one day you too will create something brilliant, troublesome, and expensive enough that Hephaestus-sama smiles while destroying your savings. The humor faded from Welf's expression. I don't make magic swords. Rayleigh did not answer. Tsubaki's grin softened, and the nearby smiths returned to work, sensing the shift even if no one said a word. Rayleigh looked at the half-finished blade on Welf's anvil. No, you don't. And I'm not telling you to. But eventually you'll have to decide whether your problem is with magic swords themselves or with the way people use the Crozo name to turn smithing into slaughter. Welf's jaw tightened. That sounds like the same thing to me. It isn't, Rayleigh said. That's the annoying part. A blade can be made for killing, protecting, threatening, bargaining, or proving someone's pride. The steel doesn't get to choose the story people attach to it. A zanpakuto is different because it talks back, and even then, people still try to turn it into whatever they want. Cassandra's sword was nearly treated like a trophy before the contract ink even dried. Welf looked away. His hands tightened on the edge of the anvil. Rayleigh did not push further. Not yet. The forge door opened before either of them could continue. The temperature in the room dropped, though not because of magic. AIS Wallenstein stood at the entrance with Reveria behind her. AIS looked the same at first glance. Blonde hair, golden eyes, calm expression, sword at her side. But Rayleigh saw the difference. Her posture was controlled, her breathing steady, and her gaze fixed forward, yet a strain around her eyes remained, one that had not been there before Gonryomaru shattered. Rayleigh, Reveria said, stepping into the forge with the calm of someone who could make a room full of loud smiths lower their voices without asking. Rayleigh stood, sliding Benihime back to his side. If AIS is coming here about Gonryomaru, then short notice is better than late notice. Aris's fingers tightened near her sword hilt. Tsubaki's expression sobered as well. She had been there when Gonryomaru's Bankai shattered, and even if she did not understand every detail, she understood what it meant for a weapon to break in a way that could not be repaired with a hammer. Reveria placed a hand on Aris's shoulder. She has been sensing things since the battle. Not consistently, and not enough to explain clearly, but enough that Finn decided it was better to ask you before allowing her to keep training. AIS looked at Rayleigh. I can still feel him sometimes. The forge grew quiet. Rayleigh did not rush her. AIS seemed to struggle with the words, which was rare. She had never been talkative, but this was different from silence. This was someone trying to describe a wound no one else could see. When there is strong spiritual pressure nearby, something in my chest reacts. It is faint, like hearing someone call from far away. I cannot answer. When I try to move the way I did before, my body remembers the beginning of the step, but the path disappears before I can take it. Welf frowned. The way you did before. Shorinpa, Rayleigh said. A movement technique tied to spiritual control. She was starting to learn the shape of it through Gonryomaru's bond, but after the blade shattered, the bridge collapsed before the foundation settled. AIS looked down. I tried anyway. Rayleigh exhaled. How many times? AIS did not answer fast enough. Reveria answered for her, voice calm but edged with irritation. 3 times that I know of. The first caused dizziness, the second made her collapse for several minutes, and the third gave her a nosebleed and temporary loss of balance. After that, I forbade her from attempting it without supervision. AIS lowered her head. Rayleigh stared at her, then rubbed his forehead. AIS, I understand being stubborn. Truly, I do. I work with Tsubaki, live under Hephaestus, and am currently being trained by someone who thinks medical recovery means hit him less hard than usual. My tolerance for stubborn people is high. But trying to use Shorinpa through a broken Zanpakuto bond is not training. AIS looked at Rayleigh with wounded confusion. I wanted to know if he was still there. Rayleigh's expression softened. The frustration did not vanish, but it changed shape. I know. Those 2 words carried more weight than a long scolding. Aris's shoulders relaxed. Rayleigh hated that she looked relieved just because someone acknowledged the reason behind the behavior. He gestured toward the inner testing room attached to the forge. Come in. I need to examine the residue. Reveria-san, you can observe. Welf, Since you were pretending not to be interested in soul weapons, you may as well learn something useful. Welf looked startled. Why am I involved in this now? I thought I was being insulted for bad hammer work 5 minutes ago. You were, Rayleigh said, walking toward the inner room. Now you're being educated. Hephaestus Familiar is efficient. Tsubaki clapped Welf on the back hard enough to make him stumble. Go learn from him, brat. If Rayleigh starts sounding too smart, throw something at him. Rayleigh looked back at her. Please do not encourage workplace violence in front of guest. Tsubaki grinned. It's too late to pretend we have standards. Reveria watched the exchange with a hint of amusement, while AIS looked as if she was trying to understand whether this was normal Hephaestus Familiar behavior. Rayleigh noticed her expression and sighed. It is often like this, but with more fire. AIS nodded, accepting that. The inner testing room was smaller than the public chamber under the shop, built not for customers but for experiments. Rayleigh did not want near anything flammable, fragile, or legally troublesome. Several Kido seals lined the walls, their spiritual patterns woven into Hephaestus's own defensive enchantments. Welf examined them as soon as he stepped inside, though he pretended not to when Rayleigh glanced at him. Rayleigh ignored the pretense. AIS stood in the center of the room while Reveria remained near the wall, staff in hand. Welf lingered by the door until Rayleigh dragged a chair closer with his foot and pointed at it. Sit if you want to watch. Stand if that helps you think. But if you hover in the doorway looking like a guilty cat, I'm putting you to work taking notes, and I warn you now, my notes are unpleasant. Welf Saturday. I hate how specific your threats are. Rayleigh drew a thin spiritual thread from his fingertip, letting it drift toward AIS without touching her. The thread shimmered as it approached her chest, then bent sideways as if caught by an unseen current. Rayleigh frowned. That's more residue than I expected. AIS looked up. Then he is still there. The hope in her voice made the room feel smaller. Rayleigh chose his words with care. He was not good at lies, and AIS did not need one. Part of the bond remains. Not Gonryomaru himself in the way you remember him, but the imprint he left on your soul is still reacting. Think of it like a sword-shaped scar that remembers the blade even after the steel is gone. Aris's expression tightened. Welf looked uncomfortable, perhaps because even he could hear how cruel that sounded despite Rayleigh's tone. Chapter 210, Chapter 210. 1,321 words. Reveria stepped closer. Can it be repaired? Rayleigh let the thread fade, then formed another, this one thinner and sharper. It touched the air near Aris's shoulder and trembled. Repaired is the wrong word. If this were a normal sword, I could reforge the broken pieces, replace what was missing, and strengthen the core. But Gonryomaru shattered after Bankai, and the Bankai was not something AIS body or soul could sustain. The bond did not break from outside force, it tore itself apart while trying to carry more power than the vessel could hold. AIS lowered her gaze. I was too weak. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. No. You were too early. There is a difference, and if you ignore that difference, you will learn the wrong lesson and do something more reckless next time. Aris's lips parted. Rayleigh continued before she could retreat into silence. Gonryomaru answered you because your will was real. The problem was that the path from sealed blade to Bankai should have taken years of growth, resonance, and spiritual adaptation. You reached the end of the road while half the bridge was still being built. That's not weakness but an absurd miracle with a repair bill attached. Welf muttered, that last part sounds like everything you make. Rayleigh turned toward him. Welf Kuan, I invited you here for education, not betrayal. If you must betray me, do it with good timing. Reveria covered her mouth with one hand, though whether she was hiding a smile or a sigh was hard to tell. AIS looked less tense. Rayleigh returned his attention to her. If I forge Gonryomaru again, it cannot be a copy. The old bond is damaged, and forcing a new blade into the exact same shape would be like shoving a key into a broken lock until both snap. Gonryomaru 2.0 has to be built around what remains, what changed, and what you can sustain now. AIS listened. What should I do? First, stop trying to use Shorinpa through a broken connection unless you want Reveria-san to develop a new lecture for you. Reveria's expression turned serene. I already have one prepared. It has several sections. Rayleigh nodded. Good. Second, we need to map how the residue reacts to your wind, your fauna, and your emotions. Third, I'll need Ermid's help. Welf blinked. A healer. A good healer. Normal healing cannot restore this, but Ermid understands mind recovery better than most people in Orario, and this problem sits at the intersection of mind, soul strain, and physical backlash. If I only look at the Zanpakuto side, I might miss what it is doing to AIS body. Reveria looked satisfied with that answer. Finn will approve it. Loki may complain about another familiar examining AIS, but she will approve after pretending not to. Rayleigh gave her a sympathetic look. Gods are exhausting. Reveria's lips curved. You chose Hephaestus familiar. I chose a goddess with standards. That does not make the species less troublesome. Welf looked at him. You say things like that in front of gods too, don't you? Rayleigh looked regretful. Unfortunately, yes. My survival is a tribute to Hephaestus Sama's patience and the fact that I remain profitable. Reveria's eyes narrowed with amusement. Unfortunately? For my finances. AIS tilted her head. Does Hephaestus punish you often? Rayleigh opened his mouth, but Welf answered first, gaining courage from sitting down. From what I've seen, not enough. Rayleigh stared at him. Welf looked proud of himself for 2 seconds, then realized he was still in a room with Rayleigh, Reveria, and AIS, and remembered embarrassment existed. Rayleigh sighed. Wonderful. Hephaestus familiar gains 1 Crozo, and he joins the anti-Rayleigh faction. Welf looked caught between curiosity and regret. There's a faction. Tsubaki founded it. Hephaestus Sama funds it when I break things. Reveria seemed to lose the battle against her smile. AIS blinked, then asked with complete sincerity, can I join? Rayleigh looked betrayed. Welf started laughing so hard he had to cover his mouth. Rayleigh placed a hand over his chest. AIS, that wound may take longer to heal than Gonryomaru. AIS looked at him, then lowered her gaze in the smallest hint of a smile. The tension in the room eased, and Rayleigh let it. AIS needed the information, but she also needed to remember the broken bond was not a funeral. Gonryomaru had shattered, and the grief was real, but a broken path could become a new one if she stopped treating herself like a failure. Rayleigh formed another spiritual thread and let it hover near her. One more test. This may feel strange, but it should not hurt. If it does, tell me right away instead of deciding pain is proof of effort. AIS nodded with seriousness. Reveria sighed. She heard you, but whether she obeys is another matter. I know. I work with adventurers after all. The thread touched the edge of Aris's spiritual residue. A faint rumble answered. It was weak, distant, and incomplete, but everyone in the room felt it. AIS took a sharp breath. The pressure lasted less than a second, like distant thunder, but it carried a familiar weight. Gonryomaru's storm had not disappeared. He answered. Rayleigh let the thread dissolve. It was more like an echo, but that is still good news. An echo means there is a chamber for sound to return from. If there were nothing left, the thread would have passed through without a response. AIS gripped the front of her skirt. Can you bring him back? Rayleigh wanted to say yes. The word sat on his tongue, but he swallowed it. I can try to forge a new vessel that lets the remaining bond grow. Whether Gonryomaru returns as he was, changes into something new, or refuses me until you are ready, I cannot promise. Zanpakuto are not obedient tools, and soul wounds do not heal because a smith is stubborn. AIS closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the hope was still there. Then I will wait. I will really wait. I will not use Shorinpa. I will not secretly try to use Shorinpa when Reveria is not watching, and I will not ask Tiona to distract her. Welf whispered, she's worse than she looks. Rayleigh nodded. Quiet ones often are. AIS looked at them both. I can hear you. Rayleigh smiled. Good. Then hear this too. If you keep your promise, I will begin the groundwork for Gonryomaru 2.0. If you break it, I will tell Loki, Reveria, Finn, and Tsubaki, in that order, because I believe in layered punishment. AIS went pale. Welf stared at Rayleigh with respect. That is evil. Reveria nodded. But effective. AIS looked betrayed by her own guardian's approval. Rayleigh clapped his hands. Excellent. We have reached an understanding. Reveria-san, I'll send a written summary to Finn and a separate one to Loki with fewer technical terms and more warnings about reckless behavior. Welf, you are staying for the next part. Welf's laughter died. What next part? Rayleigh pointed at the forge. You and I are going to talk about why a broken Zanpakuto bond and your hatred of magic swords are related enough to make you uncomfortable. Welf stared at him. I already don't like this. That means we are approaching the correct topic. AIS looked at Welf, then at Rayleigh. Can I listen? Reveria looked like she wanted to say no on principle, but Rayleigh answered first. You may listen, but you are forbidden from turning this into training. AIS looked away. Rayleigh sighed. You were going to try. Only a little. Reveria placed a hand over her face. Welf muttered, this familiar makes more sense now. Rayleigh smiled. Welcome to Hephaestus Familiar's education system. We fix weapons, traumatize common sense, and sometimes discover that our guests are worse than our members. AIS tilted her head. Is that good? Nope. Rayleigh opened the door back to the forge. Chapter 211, Chapter 211. 1,614 words. Rayleigh returned home later than he planned, and by the time the rear gate closed behind him, the night around the house had gone quiet enough that even the distant noise of Ororio felt muffled. He stood in the courtyard for a moment without moving, letting the cold air clear his head. The day had not been physically exhausting, not compared with a proper dungeon run or one of Alfia's so-called training sessions, but his mind had been busy from morning until night. Aris's visit to the forge and the faint response from the broken remains of Gonryomaru's bond had all piled together until his thoughts felt like a messy workbench. The worst part was that he could already see the beginning of the answer. That was always dangerous. When Rayleigh did not understand something, he could be patient. When he saw a possible path, his hands started itching before his common sense finished speaking. AIS still had part of Gonryomaru's imprint left in her soul, and if he handled it well, he might be able to build a new vessel for that remaining will. The idea was already forming in his head, piece by piece, and that was exactly why he had to be careful. AIS would not treat Gonryomaru 2.0 like a convenient replacement. She would cling to it, push herself for it, and probably bleed for it if nobody stopped her, because the girl was too honest and too stubborn when it came to strength. Rayleigh checked the seals around the house before stepping fully inside the courtyard. Only then did he look toward the veranda. Alfia was sitting there with a book in hand, a plain wooden staff leaning against the post beside her. The lamplight from the room behind her softened her figure, but Rayleigh knew better than to trust that kind of peaceful picture. Alfia could sit quietly enough to look like a noble lady in a painting, then break a man's ribs a breath later without changing expression. Her silver hair was tied loosely behind her, and her mismatched eyes lifted from the page when he approached. No one in Ororio knew she was alive, and Rayleigh intended to keep it that way until revealing the truth became safer than hiding it, and right now that day was nowhere close. Alfia looked at his face for a while before closing the book. You look troubled. Rayleigh stepped onto the veranda and sat down across from her. That obvious? To me. Then I'll blame your eyes instead of my face. He leaned back and let out a breath, not bothering to hide the fatigue from her. AIS came by today and said Gonryomaru wasn't completely gone. What's left is damaged, but it responded when I checked it. Alfia's gaze sharpened a little. Rayleigh continued before she had to ask. She tried to use Shurenpa 3 times after the blade shattered. Reveria only found out after the 3rd attempt left her dizzy and bleeding. AIS said she wanted to know whether Gonryomaru was still there, and honestly, I can understand why she did it, which makes the whole thing more annoying. Alfia listened in silence, her fingers resting lightly against the closed book. Rayleigh looked toward the stones in the courtyard, his mind returning to Aris's expression in the testing room. There's still an echo inside her. The problem is that if I forge a new blade too soon, she'll chase that echo like it's the only thing in the world. Gonryomaru protected her once by taking the burden of Bankai onto itself. AIS knows that. She also blames herself for it. If I hand her a new vessel before she learns how to stand still, she'll just hurt herself in a cleaner, more efficient way. Althea finally stood. Rayleigh's eyes dropped to the training staff. Ah. I knew the staff was there for a reason. Althea picked it up without ceremony. You already know the answer. I know the beginning of the answer. That is enough to make you reckless. Rayleigh could not even deny it properly, which was irritating. You realize most people offer advice with words first, right? You have already used words. And now your body learns. Rayleigh rubbed his face with one hand. Every time you say something like that, my survival instincts start filing complaints. Althea stepped into the courtyard. Good. Use them. That was how her training always began. No long lecture, no dramatic threat, no kind explanation about growth and hardship. Althea simply stood there, and the air changed because his body understood before his mind did that a monster had decided to move. Rayleigh drew Benihime and released the blade in one smooth motion. Awaken, Benihime. Crimson light flowed along the steel. Althea closed the distance before the release had fully settled, her staff cutting toward him with the kind of clean, compact motion that looked almost gentle until it arrived. Rayleigh raised Chikasumi no Tate. The blood-red shield caught the blow, but the impact still drove through his arm and shoulder, making the bones in his forearm ache as the stones beneath his foot cracked. He had blocked it, but the way the force traveled into his body told him he had relied too much on the technique itself. Against most opponents, the shield would have ended the exchange. Against Althea, it only meant he had given her something solid to hit. She gave him no time to complain. The next strike came lower, aimed at his ribs. Rayleigh shifted with Shunko running through his legs, angled the shield instead of planting it in place, and let the staff's force skid across the crimson surface. The blow still dragged him half a step sideways, but this time it did not bury itself straight into his bones. Althea's expression did not change, yet the next attack came faster. That was the only praise she needed to give. Rayleigh used Nake, Benihime to throw a crimson slash across her line of approach, then followed with a short burst of Shorinpa to create distance before she could fold the space against him. Althea moved around the slash with frightening ease, but not without adjusting her path, and that tiny change was enough for Rayleigh to breathe. He laid Blut Vene under his skin the moment she entered his guard, took the next strike on his forearm, and countered with Shunko driving through his elbow. The staff turned at the last instant, and his counter slid off harmlessly. Althea's palm stopped a finger's width from his chest. Rayleigh froze. If that had been a real strike, he would have been launched through the wall. Althea lowered her hand. You are thinking too much about the sword. Rayleigh let out the breath he had been holding. That is usually considered reasonable when someone is attacking me with a weapon. You used Zanpakuto to answer every problem. That makes you predictable. Rayleigh glanced at the blade in his hand, then back at her. He understood the point, and because he understood it, he disliked it even more. Benihime gave him excellent answers. Too excellent, maybe. When the answer in his hand was this clean, it became easy to forget that the battlefield would not politely wait for the right technique to solve everything. AIS had done the same thing from the other side. Gonryomaru's Bankai had answered her will, and that answer had been so powerful that she would naturally want to reach for it again. The problem was never whether the power existed. The problem was whether the person holding it could survive wanting it. Rayleigh adjusted his stance. Again. Althea's eyes shifted slightly. This time, she came in barehanded. That was worse. The staff had reach, shape, and clear lines. Althea's hands had none of those comforting limits. She struck from angles that looked too short to carry power, stepped into spaces Rayleigh thought were safe, and used the smallest contact to ruin his balance. Rayleigh answered with Shunko, Blut Vene, Benihime's shield, and the occasional Bakudo to break her rhythm, but Althea was merciless about wasted movement. Every time he relied on a technique without matching it to the moment, she punished him. Not heavily enough to truly injure him. Just enough to make his body remember. Rayleigh lost count of how many exchanges passed. Sweat dampened his shirt, His breathing grew rough, and his hands started to ache from shifting between sword work, Reiryoku control, and defensive reinforcement. Still, the messy thoughts in his head slowly became clearer. Gonryomaru 2.0 could not begin with the forge. It had to begin with AIS learning not to chase the echo. If she could sit with the pain and still choose restraint, then the new vessel would have somewhere safe to connect. If she could not, then even the best blade Rayleigh could make would become another way for her to break herself. Althea finally stopped after a strike that forced Rayleigh to use Blut Vene and Chikasumi no Tate together just to avoid being sent across the courtyard. He stayed on his feet, barely. His shoulders were burning, and his breathing sounded terrible even to his own ears. Althea studied him, then rested the staff against the ground. "You understand now." Rayleigh looked at her through the faint steam rising off his skin from Shunko's fading output. "I understood before. You understood the words." He gave her a tired look. "You really enjoy making the distinction painful. Pain is harder to forget." Rayleigh wanted to argue, but his body had just finished proving her right, which made the whole thing extremely unfair. Chapter 212. Chapter 212. 1797 words. Inside the house, Althea returned to her seat by the window as if she had not just spent the last hour turning Rayleigh into a practical lesson. Rayleigh checked the inner seals first. The barrier around the bedroom, the concealment tag near the side wall, the suppression mark tied to the silver blade Althea kept close, all of them remained stable. He took a little longer with the last one, because gift blessing was not something he could afford to treat casually. The sealed power inside that blade was the reason Althea could live without her old skill gnawing at her constantly, and even if the seal showed no sign of loosening, he still checked it every day. Althea watched him from the chair. "You are more cautious than before." Rayleigh finished the inspection and let the glow fade from his fingers. "Because my life keeps adding things that explode if I get lazy. That is a good habit. I would prefer fewer reasons to practice it." She picked her book back up. "Then stop collecting dangerous people." The silence that followed was calm enough to be insulting. Rayleigh eventually sighed and went to make tea, because arguing with her after losing a spar was bad for his dignity. When he returned with 2 cups, Althea accepted hers without comment, and that small, ordinary action softened the room more than either of them was likely to admit. For a while, neither spoke. The house was peaceful, but that peace existed because of rules. No mention of Althea outside these walls. No careless purchases, no open windows during training, no mistakes with the seals. Rayleigh had become used to those habits, which was exactly why Althea's earlier warning stayed in his mind. Comfort made people sloppy if they mistook it for safety. After a long quiet, he said, "AIS is going to need more than a sword." Althea's eyes remained on the page. "Most children do. She's not really a child anymore. In matters of pain, many adults are children." Rayleigh smiled faintly. That sounded almost gentle. It was not. "Sure." Althea ignored him, which was probably her way of showing mercy. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling, thinking about everything. He could already tell waiting would be the hardest part. Writing formulas, drawing the structure, shaping the core, finding a way to bind the remaining will into a new vessel, all of that was work he understood. Letting the wielder heal enough to receive it was slower and more troublesome. Which meant it was probably right. Althea set the book down after a while and looked at him directly. "Don't write tonight." Rayleigh blinked. "I didn't say I was going to." "You were thinking about it." "That is an unfair accusation based on knowing me too well. You will make poor notes while tired, then become annoyed tomorrow when you cannot understand them." Rayleigh paused. That sounded painfully likely. He stood with exaggerated dignity, careful not to reveal how much his shoulder objected. "Fine. I will sleep like a responsible person, which I hope everyone appreciates because it may not happen again soon." Althea lifted her book again. "Make it useful." Rayleigh smiled faintly. From her, that was enough. The next morning, Rayleigh arrived at Dien Sect Familiar's clinic with revised notes, a sealed case of spiritual measurement tools, and the faint ache of Althea's training settled into his shoulders like a bad memory. Ermid noticed before he said a word. She was waiting in a private treatment room with AIS and Reveria. Welf stood near the window, clearly trying to look like he belonged there while also avoiding every medical tool in the room. The moment Rayleigh set his case down, Ermid's gaze moved over his posture, his right arm, and the slight delay in the way he lowered the handle. Her expression became gentle in the way healers became gentle right before they said something unpleasant. "You trained too hard." Rayleigh glanced at Welf before answering, because the boy was already trying not to smile. "I trained exactly as hard as the person training me allowed, which means the blame should be shared." Ermid stepped closer and checked his arm without asking for permission, though her touch remained careful. If you say something like that in front of a healer, the healer will assume you had enough awareness to know better and simply did it anyway. Reveria looked at him with calm approval, as if Ermid had just said something she had wanted to say to adventurers for years. Rayleigh accepted the small potion Ermid handed him and drank it obediently. "You know, I came here as part of the treatment team. And now you are doing your part by not becoming another patient," Ermid replied, already turning back toward AIS. That was Ermid's voice at its best, polite, soft, and impossible to argue with unless someone wanted to look like an idiot. AIS sat on the examination bed, hands resting in her lap. Her expression was calm, but Rayleigh could see the effort behind it. Reveria stood beside her, close enough to intervene if necessary and far enough to let AIS answer for herself. Before Ermid could begin, AIS looked at Rayleigh. "I didn't try Shorinpa." There was no pride in her voice, but there was something steadier than yesterday. Rayleigh's face softened. "Good. That matters." AIS lowered her gaze. "I wanted to." During meditation, it felt clearer for a moment. "I thought if I moved closer, maybe I could hear him, but I stayed still." Reveria's hand settled lightly on her shoulder, and the small movement carried more relief than her face showed. Ermid wrote it down carefully. "That is the correct kind of progress. The feeling appearing is not failure. The important part is that your body did not move before your mind chose to move." AIS nodded. The examination that followed was slow, but better than the first one. Ermid asked about the pressure in Aris's chest, the coldness in her fingers, the pull behind her eyes, and whether she felt any delay between thought and movement after meditation. AIS answered in simple words, pausing whenever she needed to, and nobody rushed her. Rayleigh added his own observations once she finished. The residue had become slightly less jagged, the reaction to Reiatsu was weaker than before, and the backlash in her body had not worsened overnight. Ermid compared the notes and gave the plan. For the next week, AIS would continue only supervised meditation. No Shorinpa, no active pulling on the bond, no technique practice connected to Gonryomaru's echo. If dizziness returned or her senses lagged even once, the session would stop immediately. AIS accepted the restrictions quietly, though Rayleigh could tell she did not like them. That was fine. She did not need to like them. She only needed to obey them long enough to survive the part of herself that wanted to rush ahead. Welf had been silent through most of the examination, but after Ermid finished speaking, his eyes moved to the sealed case Rayleigh had brought from the forge. "So the sword comes later," he said. Rayleigh nodded. "Later. If I start with the blade now, I'll end up building from memory and guilt instead of the bond that actually survived." Welf's jaw tightened at the word guilt. He looked down at his hands, and for once, his voice came out without the usual sharp defense. "People hear Krozo and decide what the weapon is before it exists. Magic sword, battlefield, fire, disaster. I hated that so much I started doing the same thing backward. I decided what I would never make before I asked what else my hands could do." The room stayed quiet. Welf looked embarrassed by his own honesty, but he continued anyway, forcing the words out like they were heavier than they should be. "If you need help with the soul part, I'm useless. I know that. But if your sword needs a vessel, real steel with weight and balance, I can help there. I want to see what it's like to make a weapon for one person instead of for everyone's fear." Rayleigh looked at him for a while. Then he smiled, not teasing him this time. "That's exactly why I want you there." Welf looked away fast, his ears faintly red. Ermid watched them with quiet warmth, while Reveria's gaze softened in understanding. AIS looked at Welf, then gave him a small nod. For Welf, that nod seemed to matter. By the time the meeting ended, the path ahead had become clearer. As AIS left with Reveria, she paused at the door and looked back. "Thank you for waiting." Rayleigh understood what she meant. She knew he could begin the work. She also knew he was choosing not to, because rushing would hurt her. "I'm not good at it," he said with a tired smile, "so don't make me regret learning." AIS nodded seriously. "I won't." Reveria gave him a calm look that carried both gratitude and warning. "We will make sure she keeps that promise." Rayleigh almost said something sarcastic, then decided the moment did not need it. He only nodded. Rayleigh returned home before sunset for once. Althea was seated near the window again, reading in the same position as the night before. The room was quiet, the seals remained clean, and her silver blade rested where it should, its presence steady beneath the concealment measures. Rayleigh checked it with one glance rather than making a show of it. She noticed anyway. "Well." Rayleigh set Benihime down and sat across from her. "AIS didn't force the bond. Ermid confirmed the symptoms are stable. Welf offered to help with the vessel when the time comes, and I managed not to start forging anything even though my hands were being extremely unreasonable." Althea turned a page. "Then you learned." "Painfully. That is often the best way. I'm surrounded by terrible people. You chose most of them." Rayleigh leaned back and laughed under his breath. The ache in his shoulder pulled a little, but even that felt less irritating than it had in the morning. For a while, he simply sat there and let the quiet settle. The day had not fixed anything completely, yet it had moved the right pieces into place. Althea looked up from her book after a while. "Sleep early." Rayleigh closed his eyes. "That sounds less like advice and more like an order." "It is both." "How efficient." "Yes." He smiled faintly, too tired to argue. After the last few days, obedience might be the most difficult technique he had practiced, but he was starting to see the value in it. Chapter 213, Chapter 213. 1,561 words. The next few days were calmer than Rayleigh expected, though after everything Aurelio had thrown at him recently, he no longer trusted calm at face value. AIS followed the restrictions properly. That alone saved Rayleigh from at least 3 headaches. She came to the scheduled examinations, sat through Ermid's questions, and accepted Reveria's supervision without trying to sneak in another Shurenpa attempt the moment nobody looked. Reveria still watched her like a mother hawk with a staff, of course, but that was simply common sense. AOS was honest, not harmless, and the kind of honesty she carried could become more dangerous than lying when strength was involved. According to Reveria, there had been one moment during meditation where Aris's breathing changed and her hand moved slightly, as if she had almost reached for the echo by instinct. She stopped herself before Reveria needed to say anything. When Ermid asked about it later, AIS admitted in her usual quiet way that she had felt Gonryomaru more clearly for a few seconds and wanted to move closer. Rayleigh had written that down carefully. The urge itself was important. Stopping herself was more important. The residue inside AIS had also settled a little. When Rayleigh checked it with a thin thread of Reiryoku, the response no longer pulled so sharply toward him. It still carried longing, and the faint thunder-like answer remained weak enough that he did not dare touch it for too long, but the jagged edge had softened. The bond was still wounded, yet the wound had stopped bleeding every time someone looked at it. That was enough for now. Ermid seemed to agree, though she refused to let Rayleigh describe it in overly abstract terms. She had taken over part of the record-keeping after seeing his first draft and quietly deciding that his notes were useful only if one already lived inside his head. Rayleigh had felt unfairly judged at first, then saw the phrase unstable storm taste in his own handwriting and decided he no longer had the moral high ground. Welf was the strangest change. He did not suddenly become friendly. That would have been suspicious and honestly a little creepy. Instead, he started showing up near Rayleigh's workbench with excuses that grew worse each time. A borrowed chisel. A question about furnace temperature. A half-finished blade that definitely did not need Rayleigh's opinion. Once, he stood there for several long minutes, holding a strip of folded steel while looking like he was trying to strangle the question before it escaped. Rayleigh waited him out. That was harder than it sounded. The temptation to tease the brat was strong. Eventually, Welf looked away and asked whether a weapon made for one person should be balanced around the way that person currently fought or the way the smith hoped they would grow. That question was much too good to laugh at. So Rayleigh answered seriously. He told Welf that a smith could guide growth, but if the blade ignored the wielder's current body, habits, and flaws, it would become a beautiful mistake. A weapon made only for the future would hurt the person holding it today, and a weapon made only for the present would turn into a cage once the wielder started changing. The real difficulty was leaving room for growth without forcing it. Welf had listened with a stiff face, muttered that Rayleigh always made things sound annoying, and stayed near the bench for another half-hour. For him, that was progress. On the fourth morning after Aris's first proper examination, Rayleigh was in the workshop behind the main forge, sorting materials he was still refusing to use. That refusal bothered him more than he wanted to admit. Spirit-treated metal, lightning-conductive ore, binding thread, sealing ink, and a few experimental pieces from earlier Zanpakuto work sat on the table in neat trays. His hands understood how to begin the new vessel. His mind kept reminding him that beginning too early would be a stupid way to show care. Ermid sat at the other end of the table, copying his latest observations into cleaner medical notes. She looked small in the forge, surrounded by heavy tools and half-finished weapons, but somehow she did not look out of place. There was a steadiness to her that made people adjust around her rather than the other way around. Welf stood near the furnace with his arms folded, staring at the trays as if the metal had personally insulted him. After a while, he spoke. "I still don't like it." Rayleigh glanced at him. "The materials? The feeling?" Welf's voice was rough, and he clearly disliked saying this much in front of Ermid, but he kept going anyway. "Everyone starts talking about the right vessel, the right wielder, the right power, and I keep hearing the same stuff people said back home. The words are cleaner here, but the smell feels close." Ermid's pen slowed, though she stayed quiet. Rayleigh set down the binding thread in his hand. He knew that tone. Welf was not trying to pick a fight. He was standing close to an old wound and hating the fact that he could still feel it. "In Rakia, they saw your blood before they saw you," Rayleigh said. "That kind of thing does not disappear just because the room changes." Welf's mouth tightened. "My grandfather used to talk about smithing like it was something sacred. The weight of the hammer, the feel of steel, the pride of making something with your own hands, all that crap. Then the moment magic swords appeared, all of that became garbage to him. Suddenly, the only thing that mattered was whether I could burn a battlefield. I hated it. I still hate it." His voice grew sharper near the end, and the shame that followed was just as obvious. Welf was still young. He wanted to sound like a man with firm convictions, but the anger inside him still belonged to a boy who had watched the adults around him turn greedy. Rayleigh did not soften the subject too much. "Welf would only take that as pity. Then don't make Gonryomaru's vessel for power," he said. "Make it for Aris's hand." Welf looked at him. Rayleigh continued while tapping one finger against the tray of metal. "I'll handle the soul side. I'm not asking you to pretend you understand Zanpakuto, and I'm definitely not asking you to make a Crozo magic sword in a prettier shape. What I want is your instinct as a smith. Weight, balance, durability, grip, how the blade returns after a strike, whether it feels alive in the hand instead of impressive on a display stand. You know those things." Welf looked away, his ears faintly red from the direct trust. Ermid finally spoke, gentle but clear. "That sounds like the kind of work only a smith could do." Because she said it without pressure, Welf had no easy target for his embarrassment. He only scratched the back of his head and muttered that he would think about it, which meant he had already decided and simply needed time to pretend otherwise. Rayleigh let him have that much. Then the workshop door opened hard enough to make a row of tools clatter against the wall. Tsubaki stepped in with her eye patch, rough clothes, and broad shoulders, but her usual grin was gone. That changed the air faster than any shouted warning. "Rayleigh boy, Ermid, you're needed at Dien Sect's private ward," she said. "Guild sent word through Hephaestus. 2 adventurers were carried in this morning, and Aina asked for you by name." Ermid closed the notebook at once. "How bad?" "Bad enough that the healers sealed the room." Tsubaki's gaze shifted briefly to Welf, then back to Rayleigh. 3 parties have gone missing in less than a week. These 2 are the first ones who came back breathing. The wounds are bad, but the healers say that's not what's wrong with them. Rayleigh reached for Benihime. What did the survivors say? Tsubaki's face darkened. The conscious one keeps saying his body was late. Like he moved first and the rest of him followed after. When a mage got near him, he panicked so hard they had to clear the room. Ermid's expression tightened, though her voice remained calm. Then we should go now. If the panic is connected to the injury itself, keeping him unstable will only make treatment harder. Welf looked between them, the earlier embarrassment gone from his face. I'm coming too. Tsubaki frowned at him. This isn't a field trip, brat. I know that. Welf's voice rose a little, but this time it was not childish noise. If this has anything to do with strange weapons, old magic sword research, Everless trash, or whatever the hell is hiding under the city, then I'd rather hear it properly than stand here imagining worse. Rayleigh looked at him for a moment and saw the stubbornness there. Welf had already been pulled close to the edge of these problems. Keeping him ignorant would only make him more reckless later. You can come as far as the ward in trance, Rayleigh said. If Ermid says the room needs fewer people, you wait outside and don't argue. Welf looked like he wanted to object, then caught Ermid's calm gaze and wisely decided against it. Chapter 214, Chapter 214. 1,536 words. The private ward at Dien Sect Familiar's clinic carried the tense quiet of a place where everyone was trying very hard not to frighten the wounded. The curtains had been drawn, the lamps were turned low, and the smell of medicine hung thick in the room. One survivor lay awake on the nearest bed with bandages across his shoulder and ribs. His eyes were open, but they did not focus properly. The other adventurer was unconscious on the far bed, breathing under a sedative while his fingers twitched every few seconds against the blanket. Aina stood near the foot of the first bed with a folder held tight against her chest. Her uniform was neat, her expression controlled, yet the tension around her eyes gave her away. Rayleigh had seen Aina worried before. This was different. This was the look of someone who had already guessed the answer and badly wanted to be wrong. Thank you for coming, she said quietly. His name is Lot. Level 2. His party took a side route near one of the older collapsed passages. He's the only one who returned. The second survivor came from another group, but their descriptions overlap. Ermid moved to Lot's bedside first. She did not rush to touch him, which was why Rayleigh trusted her in this kind of room. She introduced herself, told him what she needed to check, and waited until the man gave the smallest nod before placing her fingers at his wrist. The moment Rayleigh came closer, Lot's breathing changed. Fear rushed across his face. His fingers twisted into the blanket, and he tried to pull away from the side of the bed despite barely having the strength to move. Ermid shifted slightly so he could look at her instead, while Rayleigh stopped where he was and drew his Reiatsu in tight. No, keep that away, Lot whispered. Please, don't bring it near me. Rayleigh understood enough from that reaction alone. The man was not afraid of him. Something about Rayleigh's spiritual pressure had touched the same place as the injury, and Lot's body remembered before his mind could sort out the difference. Ermid held his wrist and spoke softly, her voice steady in a way that did not treat him like a child. She told him Rayleigh would stay back, that nobody would force anything, and that he only needed to breathe until the worst of the fear passed. It took time, but she did not hurry him. Gradually, Lot's breathing slowed enough for Aina to begin asking questions. His story came out in pieces. His party had taken a shortcut because the main route was crowded. The passage had been old but supposedly usable. At first, the only strange thing was the silence. Then the torches went out one by one, each flame vanishing as if pinched by invisible fingers. One of his companions noticed a crack in the wall that had not been there before and touched it before anyone could stop him. Lot's hand tightened around Ermid's sleeve. He said something breathed behind the stone, he whispered. After that, the corridor felt wrong. I stepped forward, but my head felt like it stayed behind. When I looked at my hand, it moved late. Cars screamed, and when I turned, he was already on the ground. His mouth kept moving, but the words came out broken. Aina's face paled slightly. Tsubaki, standing by the door, had gone very still. Rayleigh listened without interrupting. The dungeon could be cruel in plenty of ways, but this did not feel like a normal monster ambush. Lot continued after Ermid steadied him again. There was a shape by the wall. Then above us. Then behind the light. Every time we looked, it wasn't where it should have been. I don't know if it was one thing or many. I don't know if it was a monster. His voice broke there. Ermid stopped the questioning immediately and focused on bringing his breathing back under control. Aina did not push. That alone told Rayleigh she had already heard enough to be frightened. When Lot calmed, Rayleigh approached again, slower this time. I can ease part of the reaction, he said, keeping his voice low. It will not fix the whole wound, and I won't force it shut. Your body is catching on the damaged area every time energy moves near it. I can smooth the worst of that so you can rest. Lot looked terrified, but Ermid explained the process in simpler words and made sure he understood he could stop them. Once he agreed, Rayleigh placed 2 fingers lightly against his chest and let a thin thread of Kaido sink in. The injury answered sharply. Lot gasped, and Ermid immediately held him steady, speaking to him through it. Rayleigh kept the flow as small as he could. This was not ordinary healing. The damaged structure felt like a torn channel that had been twisted and left to rub against itself with every breath. Pouring power into it would only make the friction worse, so he guided the roughest edges back into place and withdrew before the body started depending on his energy. Lot's breathing slowly evened out. Ermid checked him again, and the smallest hint of relief touched her face. The feedback has settled. He still needs quiet, and no one with strong magic should approach unless necessary, but he should be able to sleep without his body panicking every few minutes. Aina wrote that down quickly, then handed Rayleigh a copied route map. These are the 2 locations. On a normal map, they look separate. If hidden passages are involved, that may mean nothing. Rayleigh studied the markings. The 2 points were far enough apart that most people would call them unrelated, yet that was exactly the kind of comfort that got people killed under Orario. Knossos had never cared about surface logic. Old branches, sealed doors, artificial corridors, roots brushing close to the dungeon, things Daedalus's descendants should have left buried. Any one of those could connect places that looked separate on paper. Tsubaki said the name first. Knossos. Aina did not confirm it right away. She looked down at her folder instead, and that hesitation was enough. Lord Uranos have been informed, she said after a moment. Only a small number of guild officials know the details. We are treating it as a possible remnant incident until we have confirmation. Rayleigh folded the map carefully. If this really touches Knossos, sending a large team immediately will only warn whoever is inside. We need survivor statements, old access records, route checks, and someone who remembers which collapsed passages were never properly sealed. Aina nodded. Finn will be informed if Loki Familiar support becomes necessary. Astrea Familiar may also be contacted. They should be, Tsubaki said, her voice rough. If Evolus leftovers are involved, those girls deserve to know before the city starts whispering. Ermid had moved to the second survivor, but she spoke while checking his pulse. I want a treatment point close to the investigation route. I cannot fight whatever did this, but if the wounds are like Lot's, waiting until the end of the operation could make the damage harder to reverse. Rayleigh looked at her. She did not sound brave in the showy way adventurers liked. She sounded like a healer stating what needed to be done, and that made it harder to argue. You should be near the safe point, he said. Close enough for the wounded to reach you quickly, far enough that nobody throws you into the front line by accident. Ermid's eyes flicked toward him, clearly noticing the word accident, but she let it pass. Aina seemed troubled, though she did not reject the idea. Dien Sectsama may object. Ermid's expression remained calm. I will speak to him. Tsubaki gave a low chuckle. Poor old man. Rayleigh glanced at her. You sound like you don't feel sorry for him at all. I don't. That sounded exactly like Tsubaki, which somehow made the room feel a little less suffocating. The humor faded quickly when Lot shifted on the bed and mumbled something in his sleep. Ermid returned to his side immediately, and Rayleigh looked down at the map again. Rayleigh tucked the route map into his coat. I'll check a few things at the forge before meeting Uranos. If the wound left a recognizable trace, I want to compare it against old materials and spiritual residue before I start guessing in front of the guild. Aina's face showed clear relief at that, probably because I will prepare before talking was already more responsible than what she expected from most adventurers. Please come as soon as you can. Once rumors spread, some familiar will try to search for hidden routes on their own. Rayleigh sighed. Orario really does have too many people who hear dangerous sealed tunnel and think possible treasure. Aina's smile was tired. That is why the guild has paperwork. That may be the least comforting sentence anyone has said today. Ermid glanced up from the bed. It is still better than no paperwork. Rayleigh looked at the wounded men and could not argue. Chapter 215, Chapter 215. 2025 words. Welf was waiting in the corridor when Rayleigh stepped out. He had clearly been pacing, though he stopped the moment the door opened and tried to pretend he had simply been standing there. It was a terrible performance. Rayleigh decided not to comment, mostly because the boy looked genuinely unsettled. Tsubaki walked ahead, leaving the two of them a few steps behind. Welf looked toward the private ward door. Was it a weapon? Rayleigh handed him the sealed case, both to give his hands something to do and to see whether he would accept the weight without complaint. Welf took it carefully. I don't know yet, Rayleigh said. It could be a trap, a tool, a changed monster, or some leftover thing from people who had too much knowledge and too little sanity. What matters is that it touched the person underneath the flesh. That kind of damage does not happen by accident very often. Welf stared down at the case in his hands. The Crozo magic swords burned everything in front of them. People feared them because they could see the fire. Something like this feels worse. Rayleigh walked beside him, slowing his pace a little. Fire is honest. Cruel, but honest. Whatever did that to Lot made his own body feel wrong to him. Welf's fingers tightened around the handle. For a while, he said nothing. When he finally spoke, the anger in his voice sounded younger than he probably wanted it to. I hate weapons like that. Rayleigh did not tell him that hatred was childish. It's not. Hatred could be useful when it knew where to stand. Then remember that feeling, he said. Just do not let it decide every answer before you know what you are looking at. Welf looked at him, frustrated because the advice was reasonable and he clearly hated that. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Annoying, I know. Very. That means it will probably stick. Welf clicked his tongue, but the tension in his shoulders eased a little. They stepped out of the clinic into Arario's busy morning. The streets looked normal. Adventurers shouted about supplies, merchants argued over prices, gods wandered through the crowd with too much free time and too little shame. None of them knew that two men were lying in a sealed ward with wounds that did not fit normal monsters. Rayleigh looked toward Babel in the distance, then down at the folded map in his coat. Knossos was not a place one entered casually. Even knowing of its existence did not mean understanding its current shape. Old Evolus roots, hidden branches, sealed doors, Daedalus's madness, remnants who might have learned to use what they did not build. There were too many possibilities, and every one of them was ugly. Tsubaki glanced back at him. How bad? Rayleigh thought of Lot's shaking voice, the way his body had rejected the brush of Reiatsu, and the crack in the wall that breathed. If we are lucky, a small group of remnants found an old route and started using something they barely understand, he said. If we are unlucky, something in Knossos has been waiting for people to forget it. Tsubaki's face darkened. Welf said nothing, but he held the case more tightly. Rayleigh kept walking toward the forge. Fine. If the Evolus wanted to breathe again, he would at least make sure they regretted doing it near his people. Rayleigh did not head straight to Uranos after leaving the clinic. Aina would probably have preferred that he did. The guild side of her was already thinking about restricted notices, witness protection, route records, and all the paperwork needed to stop Orario from turning one whispered rumor into a citywide disaster. Rayleigh understood the urgency, but walking into a meeting with only a shaken survivor's story and a bad feeling was asking to be questioned into the ground by people smarter and older than him. So he returned to the forge first. Tsubaki walked ahead of him with her usual heavy steps, though she was much quieter than normal. Welf followed with the sealed case in both hands, his face tense and his mouth shut. That alone said plenty. The boy usually had something to mutter when he was uncomfortable, but the clinic had left him with too many ugly thoughts and no clean target for them. By the time they reached the workshop behind Hephaestus Familiar's main forge, Hephaestus was already waiting. The goddess stood near the main work table with her arms folded, and the apprentices had all developed a very sudden interest in being elsewhere. Even the older smiths gave the room a wide berth, which meant Tsubaki's messenger had told Hephaestus enough to make her stop smiling. Rayleigh took the case from Welf and set it on the table. The survivors are alive, he said before she could ask. Airmid stabilized the conscious one enough for sleep, and she's staying with both patients for now. Some of the tension left Hephaestus's face, though the worry remained. Then tell me what scared the guild enough to call you before they even finished their own report. Rayleigh opened the case and took out the small cloth bundle Airmid had allowed him to keep. Inside was a strip of blood-stained bandage, along with a little stone dust scraped from Lot's armor where the attack had left its strangest trace. It looked unimpressive on the table, almost insulting when compared with the fear it had caused, but Rayleigh had learned long ago that danger rarely cared about looking impressive. The cuts and bruises were not the problem, he said, taking out the tools for a spiritual trace reading. Something interfered with the deeper flow around his falna and senses. When my Reiatsu got near him, his body reacted like the attack was happening again. I used Kaido to calm the feedback, but I didn't try to close the damage properly. Without knowing what caused it, that would have been a good way to make myself feel useful while making the patient worse. Hephaestus nodded. She liked that answer, or at least liked that he had stopped himself before doing too much. Tsubaki leaned against the side of the table. I narrowed. So it's not a normal monster wound. No. A monster can crush, burn, poison, curse, tear someone apart, or traumatize them badly enough that they shake for a month, but this felt more deliberate. The wound kept telling his own body the wrong timing. Welf stared at the bandage. Rayleigh noticed the look, but did not tell him to step back. Welf needed to see this. If he wanted to understand what kind of tools deserved hatred, he could not only look at clean steel and finished blades. Rayleigh held 2 fingers above the sample and let Reiraku perception sharpen. The first things he felt were ordinary enough: blood, fear, pain, Airmid's healing touch, and the faint thread of his own Kaido from earlier. He separated those traces carefully, working through them the way he would separate impurities from metal before forging. Underneath it all, something thin and stiff remained, like a line of instruction burned into the residue. He frowned. Hephaestus noticed at once. What is it? Something artificial, or close to it. Rayleigh drew a small binding square around the sample with Raisha and trapped the trace before it could fade. It does not feel alive, and it does not cling like a curse with intent. It feels like a command left behind after the thing that issued it moved on. Tsubaki's expression grew darker. A trap. Could be. Could also be a tool, a room effect, or part of the passage itself. Rayleigh adjusted the binding square, and the trace twisted inside it with an unpleasant stiffness. Lot said the wall had a crack that breathed. He said his body felt late, and that looking at the enemy made distance stop behaving properly. If that story is even half accurate, the route may have helped the attack. Welf finally spoke, voice low. Could a magic sword do that? Rayleigh looked up. There was fear under the question, but not fear for himself. Welf was looking at the sample like it had reached out and dragged the Crozo name into the room with it. An ordinary magic sword would have a hard time with something this delicate. Crozo magic swords are terrifying because of output. Fire, lightning, wind, that kind of direct destruction. This is different. It makes the person mistrust their own body. Welf looked down at his hands. Rayleigh continued, because leaving the answer there would only let the boy imagine worse. That does not mean a weapon cannot be involved. A cursed tool, a mechanism built into the wall, an altered monster carrying a pattern like this inside its body, any of those could fit better than a sword someone swings by hand. Hephaestus's visible eye sharpened. Daedalus's work. That is where my thoughts keep going. The name made the workshop feel smaller. Daedalus had built Knossos like a madman trying to carve obsession into the bones of the city. His descendants had continued the work through blood, sin, pride, and whatever else kept that disgusting labyrinth alive beneath Aurario. Rayleigh knew enough about the place to hate any problem that pointed in its direction. He drew a Kido array on the work table with spiritual ink and placed the bandage at the center. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsui Jaku. The array lit up, numbers and directional marks forming in the air above the sample. For a moment, the spell tried to settle into a normal tracking pattern. Then the lines bent, crossed, and folded into each other. 3 directions appeared at once, rejected one another, then collapsed into a tangled shape that made Welf lean closer despite himself. "Is it working?" Welf asked. Rayleigh stared at the result for several seconds before answering. "The spell is working, the target is the problem." Tsubaki cursed under her breath. "The trace does not point to one stable location," Rayleigh explained, copying the twisted coordinates before they faded. Either the source moved through hidden routes after the attack, or the route itself changed enough to confuse the tracking. That confirms Lot did not imagine the distortion, which is useful, and also means our enemy can make a tracking spell argue with itself, which is annoying as hell. Hephaestus rubbed her temple. "Only you would call that annoying. I am trying to stay professional." "You're failing at it, Tilda." "Then I am staying emotionally stable through sarcasm." Tsubaki snorted at that, though the sound carried little humor. Rayleigh sealed the sample again, wrote a shorter report, and removed the more useless guesses from the page before the guild could mistake them for conclusions. Hephaestus watched him work in silence for a while, then looked toward Welf, who had not moved from the side of the table. The boy's frustration had changed shape. It was no longer the sharp, defensive anger he showed whenever magic swords came up. This was quieter, heavier, and more useful if handled properly. Hephaestus spoke before Rayleigh could decide whether to risk saying something. "Welf, you are not going into those tunnels just because the matter touches weapons and old sins. If your hands are needed, they are needed here first. A smith does not become useless because he stays at the forge while others carry the blade." Welf's jaw tightened, but he did not snap back at her. With Hephaestus, his pride bent in a different direction. He respected her too much to turn every wound into rebellion. After a moment, he nodded. Rayleigh picked up a fresh sheet and began writing a list. "Help Tsubaki prepare what we need before I return from the guild. Metal route markers that can be detected, lantern stones with covers, rope that can handle heat, smoke markers, anti-curse tags, and something simple enough that even an idiot adventurer can use it while panicking." Tsubaki took the list and grinned a little. "That last one is the hardest request. Then make several." Welf accepted the work without complaint. Chapter 216, Chapter 216. 2,634 words. The restricted meeting was held beneath guild headquarters, in a stone chamber far removed from the public counters where adventurers argued about commissions and clerks pretended not to hate them. Uranos sat at the far end, huge and solemn on his seat. Fel stood beside him in the familiar black robe, still as a shadow. Aina was present with her reports, while Hephaestus came as Rayleigh's patron goddess and Tsubaki remained at her side. Loki Familiar sent Finn, Reveria, and Gareth. Astrea Familiar arrived with Elise, Kagaya, and Ryu. Eleonora stood near Aina with a writing board in hand. Rayleigh noticed her immediately. She wore the guild uniform properly, posture straight, expression composed. There was still something royal in the way she held herself, but she had learned to hide most of it beneath work. When their eyes met, she lifted her chin slightly, as if prepared for him to question why she was there. Rayleigh did not. If the guild wanted to use her knowledge of old records, roots, and foreign families, that was their decision. If Eleonora wanted to prove she could stand there without her past owning the room, that was hers. Uranos began without ceremony. Report. Rayleigh placed the copied map, the sample notes, and the twisted tracking result on the table. The 2 survivor groups were attacked in different areas, but their symptoms matched too closely to dismiss. Physical wounds are secondary. The real danger is a disturbance around the Falner-adjacent flow and senses. The conscious survivor experienced delayed perception, fear response to strong magic, and lingering feedback after the attack. I stabilized him enough for rest, but the source of the damage is still unknown. Fells turned slightly toward the report. The trace. Artificial, or at least structured. It does not behave like a living curse. When I used my tracking spell, the spell produced folded coordinates instead of a single direction. The simplest explanation is a hidden route network interfering with normal position tracking. Finn leaned over the map, thumb resting near his lips. A passage that changes, or an attacker using more than one route. Both are possible, Rayleigh said. Lot's testimony suggests the space itself may have assisted the attack. He described a crack in the wall, a breathing sound behind stone, torches going out one by one, and his sense of movement falling out of sync with his body. Gareth's face hardened. That would break most parties before a fight even starts. Reveria looked troubled, though her voice stayed composed. A mage-heavy response may also make the wounded worse if the residue reacts to strong magic. Ermid's judgment should be included in the operation plan. Aina nodded quickly. She requested a treatment point close enough to receive casualties before the deeper damage settles. She does not intend to join the front line. Elise's hands pressed against the table, and anger burned clear in her eyes. If this is Everless again, we cannot give them time to hide deeper. Those people always leave poison behind and wait for someone else to step in it. Kagaya stood beside her, graceful and sharp as a drawn blade. Charging too quickly into a tunnel that may shift under our feet would be a fine way to entertain them. Elise looked at her with open frustration, but the anger did not become argument. I know. I'm saying we move with our eyes open, not that we run in screaming like idiots. Ryu spoke quietly, her hand resting near Hiniko's hilt. The survivor's fear matters. If the enemy can disturb perception, then courage alone will not solve it. We need signals, markers, and retreat rules decided before entering. That was Astrea Familiar's rhythm in one exchange, Elise burning hot, Kagaya cutting away recklessness, Ryu grounding both with plain sincerity. Rayleigh found it strangely comforting. Finn looked at Uranos before speaking, giving the old god the proper place in the room. A full sweep is unwise. If remnants are watching the entrances, they will vanish. If the route is unstable, more people means more confusion. I recommend a small probe team with enough strength to survive contact and enough discipline to retreat without turning confirmation into a pride contest. That sounds boringly correct, Rayleigh said. Finn gave him a mild smile. I will accept that as praise. You should. I don't hand it out cheaply. Hephaestus looked sideways at him, but did not interrupt. Fells folded skeletal hands beneath the robe. Known Nosso's branches remain incomplete in guild records. Some were sealed after the Great Feud, some collapsed, and some were never confirmed. Daedalus's descendants destroyed or hid many access routes before capture. Tsubaki clicked her tongue. Of course they did. Madmen with labyrinth obsessions are rarely helpful archivists, Rayleigh said. Kagaya's smile sharpened. A pity. I would have respected their insanity more if they had at least maintained proper maps. That pulled a short laugh from Elise despite herself. Uranos let the room breathe for a moment before speaking again. Team composition. Finn answered first. I will join personally. Reveria should come for analysis and defensive magic. Gareth can hold a corridor if the route collapses into close combat. I will not bring AIS. Reveria's shoulders eased by a fraction. Rayleigh nodded. Good. Her current recovery cannot handle a place designed to make the body mistrust itself. Elise straightened. Astrea Familiar will send me, Kagaya, and Ryu. Kagaya did not argue with the choice, though her eyes narrowed slightly in the way that meant she was already thinking about knives, angles, and every stupid thing Elise might do if provoked. Ryu's voice remained steady. Hiniko may help detect ash movement, hidden cracks, or disturbed air. If the enemy uses dust or shifting walls, I can watch for changes through the blade. Rayleigh looked at her. Good. If Hiniko reacts strangely, tell me right away. Do not treat a warning as something to endure. Ryu accepted that with a serious nod. She understood the difference between discipline and stubbornness better than most, which was one of the reasons Rayleigh trusted her in dangerous places. Hephaestus finally spoke, and her voice carried the calm weight of a goddess who had already drawn her line. Rayleigh goes as the specialist. That does not mean the guild gets to use him as a convenient answer for every unknown in the tunnel. If the situation turns beyond the objective, the team withdraws. Investigation first, heroics only if survival requires it. Rayleigh did not look at her. He knew Tsubaki would grin if he did. Uranos inclined his head. Acknowledged. The objective is confirmation and recovery of information. Subjugation will be considered only if retreat becomes impossible or civilians are in immediate danger. Eleonora, who had been writing quietly, raised her head. The survivors should be guarded. Several people turned toward her. She held the writing board a little tighter, but her voice remained level. If a remnant group is behind this, the clinic becomes a weak point. The survivors are evidence, and Airmid may become important if her treatment works better than ordinary healing. Visible guards should be posted, but the staff inside the ward must also know not to flare magic if the patients panic. Aina's expression changed first, embarrassment and gratitude mixing together. That's true. I will request Ganesha Familiar for outer security and limit access through the guild. Finn studied Eleonora with interest, and Rayleigh could see the Palom quietly filing her under useful. Tsubaki gave a low whistle. Good catch, little clerk. Eleonora's cheeks colored faintly, but she did not lower her head. Uranos accepted the point with a small nod. Arrange it. The rest of the meeting moved into tasks. Guild records, route checks, equipment, safe point placement, communication methods, fallback signals, and what to do if a passage shifted while half the team was inside. Rayleigh spoke only when needed, mostly about his markers, signals, and the limits of tracking something that seemed to fold its own trace. Finn shaped the mission with calm precision. Reveria translated magical risk into rules the guild could actually write down. Elise kept pushing the timing forward whenever procedure threatened to slow everything too much, while Kagaya kept her from turning impatience into a plan. By the time Uranos ended the meeting, they had something workable. In Orario, that often had to be enough. Most of the others stayed behind to handle their own pieces of the operation, but Rayleigh left the lower chamber with the map folded inside his coat and the taste of old stone still clinging to the air in his throat. Eleonora caught up near the corridor outside. She did not speak immediately. Rayleigh had no problem walking in silence, and Eleonora looked like someone choosing her words carefully because she refused to sound unsure. The guild assigned me to old records because of Rakia, she said at last. Roots, foreign families, abandoned claims, border incidents. I think Uranos wants to see whether what I know can be useful. Rayleigh glanced at her. He probably does. You are not going to make that sound nicer. No. You would notice. That earned him a faint, reluctant smile. Eleonora looked ahead again. Being useful is better than being protected in a room, but I can tell when people are testing whether I break. Then make the test inconvenient for them. She looked at him properly. Rayleigh shrugged. If they want to know where you can stand, stand well enough that they have to update their assumptions. It is annoying, but it works. For a moment, the old princess looked very young under the guild uniform. Then she straightened. That sounds like something you say because you enjoy making things difficult. I enjoy making things clear. Difficulty is just a common side effect. This time, her smile lasted a little longer before Aina called her back to help with the records. Rayleigh watched her return to work and thought, not for the first time, that Orario collected broken lives the way the dungeon collected shadows. Some people never climbed back out. Some did, usually while pretending the climb had not hurt. Elise was waiting near the stairs. Kagaya and Ryu stood a short distance away, speaking quietly between themselves, which meant Elise had asked for a moment without making it obvious. She looked serious, and on Elise that always made her seem older than the bright, reckless captain people saw first. Tell me honestly, she said. Do you think this is really Everless? Rayleigh looked at her face before answering. Elise did not want comfort. She wanted something she could use. I think Evelus left too many things behind for the answer to be clean. It may be remnants, an old device, an altered monster, or someone who found part of Knossos and decided touching it was a good idea. I don't know which yet. Elise clenched her fist. They lost. We beat them, buried them, dragged survivors out of the dark, and somehow their filth keeps finding ways to hurt people. Her anger did not sound immature. It sounded tired. Astrea Familia had paid for every inch of peace Aurelio enjoyed now, and hearing that old poison might still be moving under the streets was not something justice could accept quietly. Rayleigh let her anger stand for a moment before answering. If it's their mess, we pull it out. Carefully, because traps are built for people who rush at them, and quickly, because leaving poison alone only helps the poisoner. Elise breathed in, then nodded. The fire in her eyes steadied instead of flaring wider. That sounds like work. It is work. Then we do it. Kagaya approached at that point, her smile elegant and completely lacking mercy. Captain, please do not make underground murder tunnels sound like cleaning a storeroom. Elise puffed her cheeks. I was trying to be motivating. You were making it sound like we should bring brooms. Ryu looked between them with the soft seriousness that often made her the most reasonable person in the group. Preparation can be motivating too. If everyone knows what to fear, they will not waste time fearing the wrong thing. Elise pointed toward Ryu. See? Ryu understands what I meant. Kagaya's eyes curved. Ryu made your point better. Rayleigh watched the exchange and felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. Their voices were different, their temperaments even more so, and yet they fit together in a way that made the room feel less cold. That was Astrea Familia. Bright justice, sharp realism, quiet sincerity, all walking toward the same dark place with different expressions. Kagaya's teasing faded as she turned to him. Rayleigh, if we find people behind this, and if they are using old Evelus methods, do not hide the uglier details because you think we will take it badly. We have seen enough of their filth to know what it smells like. Rayleigh met her gaze. I know. Good. No extra promise was needed. When Rayleigh returned to Hephaestus Familia's forge, the workbench had already become a controlled mess of equipment. Metal root markers lay in neat rows. Welf had carved the Reiraku-sensitive grooves into half of them already, and while the lines were not as clean as Rayleigh's, the structure was correct. Tsubaki had taken over the heavier preparations, covered light stones, reinforced rope, metal spikes, spare blades, smoke markers, and several tools Rayleigh suspected she had added simply because she believed every problem looked better after being hit by something solid. Welf looked up from his carving. Meeting done? For now. How bad? Rayleigh placed the map on the table and weighed the corners down with 2 ingots. Bad enough that Finn is leading the first probe, Astrea Familia is involved, and the guild is securing the survivors. Good enough that no one has decided to solve the problem by throwing 30 adventurers into the first suspicious hole. Welf looked genuinely relieved by that, then tried to hide it by bending over the marker again. Tsubaki caught it and grinned. Look at you, brat. Worried like a proper member of the Familia. Welf's ears went red. I was thinking about equipment. Sure you were. Rayleigh picked up one of the finished markers and checked the groove with Reiryoku. The pattern answered, faint but steady. This will work. Welf's hands paused for half a second. Rayleigh set the marker down and reached for another. Make the next batch slightly deeper along the inner line. Welf nodded and adjusted his tool without making a fuss. That was better than praise. The forge continued around them. Tools rang in other rooms, apprentices hurried past the door, and Tsubaki barked orders at someone who had apparently put the wrong rope in the wrong pile. The ordinary noise helped. It reminded Rayleigh that the city above those old tunnels was still alive, still messy, still full of people who complained about work because they had the luxury to do so. He looked down at the map. The attack points sat there in ink, far apart and harmless on paper. The lines between them were guesses, old records, suspected routes, and half-buried warnings from people who had either died or vanished. Somewhere among those lines was a door, a crack, a mechanism, or a living thing that had already sent men back with their own bodies feeling wrong. Rayleigh slid the finished marker into the prepared pouch. He had wanted a few more quiet days. Orario had answered with Nossos. Fine, then. If something under the city had started breathing again, he would find where the breath came from and cut off whatever throat it belonged to. Read 30 chapters ahead and support me on Patreon. Patreon.com Newbie Translator. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. 2,438 words. Finn chose to move before the morning rush. That was probably the smartest hour for it. Orario had already started waking up, so a small group passing through Daedalus Street would not draw much attention, but the louder adventurers had not flooded the roads yet. A few shopkeepers were lifting shutters, guild workers were dragging carts through side streets, and the first parties heading toward Babel made enough noise that nobody cared too much about one more group walking with covered equipment. Rayleigh still thought any plan that dragged him out before breakfast deserved criticism. The temporary treatment point had been set up in an old guild storage room connected to one of the sealed service passages. Someone had cleared it in a hurry. The floor still showed clean streaks where crates had been dragged away, and the air smelled of dust, lamp oil, and the sharp bite of medical alcohol. Ermid had taken one look at the room and quietly rearranged half of it, turning a neglected storage space into something that could actually receive wounded adventurers without embarrassing the word clinic. Potions, bandages, sedatives, mind-restoring drafts, sealed cloth, and a few tools Rayleigh recognized only because she had explained them before were lined up neatly along a table. A folding screen stood near the wall in case anyone needed privacy, and a second table had been kept clear for contaminated equipment. The room looked plain, but the setup was thoughtful. Ermid had prepared for panic, bleeding, strange residue, and stubborn adventurers who would insist they were fine while actively falling over. Shakti and 2 members of Ganesha Familiar handled the outer door. That was another good choice. Shakti did not crowd the treatment area, and her people kept their voices low. No one flared magic, no one played at intimidation, and no weapon knocked loudly against the stone. After seeing Lot nearly lose control from a brush of spiritual pressure, Rayleigh was happy to have guards who understood that secure the room did not mean make the wounded feel cornered. Welf arrived with Tsubaki not long after, carrying a cloth-wrapped box against his chest. He looked awful in the very specific way of someone who had slept badly and hated being told to stay behind. His hair was messier than usual, his mouth was set in a hard line, and he walked like he was daring someone to call him useless. Tsubaki, naturally, looked like she had been enjoying his mood all morning. Welf put the box down on Rayleigh's table. The grooves are deeper this time. Tsubaki checked the throwing ones, and the fixed markers should bite into stone properly. If they fail because someone smashes them in wrong, that's not on me. Gareth, who was adjusting the strap on his gauntlet nearby, laughed from deep in his chest. A proper tool should survive a little rough handling, lad. Welf's face twitched, and Rayleigh could already see the argument lining itself up, so he opened the box before the boy took the bait. The markers looked like dark metal spikes, plain enough at first glance. Each one had a carved channel meant to hold a faint line of Rayleigh's spiritual power, something he could sense from a distance even if the passage twisted or the light failed. They were not elegant, but they had the solid feel of work made by hands that cared more about function than praise. Rayleigh picked one up and let a thin pulse run through it. The groove held. He tested a second, then a third, before setting them back into the cloth. Good. These will do. Welf tried to look like the result had never been in doubt. Of course they will. I wasn't carving decorations. Tsubaki hooked an arm around his neck and dragged him down with a grin. Hear that? The brat's already proud. Give him another month and he'll start glaring at customers who touch his blades wrong. I already do that. See? Natural talent. Ermid looked up from her supplies, her voice calm enough to make the teasing land softer. If he is going to glare at people all morning, he should eat first. Tired hands make poor cuts. Welf glare at her. I'm fine. You are tired, upset, and trying very hard to look fine. That is different. Ermid reached into one of the supply baskets and took out a small wrapped biscuit. Eat something before your pride becomes a safety issue. Tsubaki burst out laughing. Welf took the biscuit with the expression of a man being forced to accept public defeat in front of every god in heaven. Everyone here is unbearable. Rayleigh closed the marker box and patted it once. That means you fit in. Finn arrived before Welf could answer, Reveria and Gareth falling naturally into place behind him. The moment Finn entered, the room's scattered energy sharpened. He did not raise his voice or demand attention. He only looked over the equipment, the guards, the medical setup, and the people present, and somehow everyone understood that the operation had properly begun. He unfolded the map on the table. We enter through the old maintenance passage and follow the guild route until the first suspected shift point, Finn said. Rayleigh's markers will help us confirm whether the route behind us remains stable. We move slowly, avoid unnecessary contact with the walls, and return once we confirm the hidden passage. Rescue takes priority if we find living captives within reach, but we do not follow voices or signs deeper without verification. Elise stood with her arms folded, jaw tight. I understand the rule. I'm not planning to sprint after every sound in the dark, but if someone is really trapped in there, I won't walk away because the mission title says probe. Finn did not look irritated. He had probably expected that exact response from her. That is why I want you on the team. You will not ignore someone in need, and I do not want an investigation team that can. I only need everyone to remember that Evelys has used compassion as bait before. Elise breathed out through her nose, clearly hating how reasonable that was. Fine. We check first. Then we move. Kagaya stood beside her, elegant and relaxed in a way that made the room feel more dangerous rather than less. If a wall starts crying for help, I will assume it is guilty until proven otherwise. Elise turned her head. Please don't interrogate a wall while someone is actually dying behind it. Then the victim should make an effort to sound less like suspicious stone. Ryu touched the hilt of Hineko, her voice quiet but practical. If there is air movement, dust, ash, or a real person breathing behind the wall, I may be able to tell before we open anything. I will check first. That helped. Elise's shoulders loosened a little, not because the rule became easier, but because Ryu had given it a shape she could trust. Ermid came forward before the team left. She did not give some grand speech about coming back alive. She checked each person's emergency potion, made sure the anti-curse tags sat where they could actually be reached, and reminded them what symptoms mattered. When she reached Rayleigh, she paused longer than she had with the others. If someone suffers the same kind of injury as Lot, bring them back to me after stabilizing them enough to move, she said. Do not try to complete the treatment inside the passage unless leaving them alone would kill them. Rayleigh nodded. I'll keep it light. Ermid gave him a look. He sighed. I'll keep it light even if the wound looks interesting. Better. Welf muttered around the biscuit, healers are scary. Tsubaki slapped him on the back. Took you long enough to notice. Ermid continued arranging supplies as if she had not heard them, though the faint lift at the corner of her mouth gave her away. Finn lifted one hand, and the joking faded without needing to be killed. The room had done what it needed to do. Everyone had breathed, eaten something, complained, and remembered they were still people before walking into the dark. Then they moved. The old passage beneath Daedalus Street was narrow, damp, and unpleasant in the way old underground places always were. Guild workers had opened the first sealed gate before dawn, then pulled back to the treatment point. Beyond it, the corridor sloped downward between walls stained by age and old repairs. The lantern stones gave steady light, but the glow did not travel far. It clung to armor, faces, and the nearest patches of floor, leaving the corners ahead looking thicker than they should. Gareth took the front with his shield angled slightly so it would not scrape against the wall. Finn followed just behind him, small and calm, eyes moving over the floor, the ceiling, the cracks, and the dust. Rayleigh stayed near the middle with the marker pouch, close enough to reach either side if something went wrong. Reveria walked beside him, her staff ready but her magic held carefully in check. Strong magic might bother the residue if the same thing that hurt Lot was nearby, and Reveria understood restraint better than most. Elise, Kagaya, and Ryu covered the rear. They did not look like a neat formation from a training manual, but they moved well together. Elise watched the path ahead like she wanted to drag the enemy into daylight by the collar. Kagaya paid attention to places honest people forgot to check, especially cracks, corners, and the space behind every shadow. Ryu listened more than she looked, with Hineko at her side and a thin touch of ash drifting near the floor whenever the air shifted. Rayleigh set the first marker after 50 paces. He drove it into the wall and filled the groove with a fine thread of spiritual power. The mark pulsed back to him, weak to anyone else, but clear in his own senses. Finn watched closely. How reliable is the signal? In a normal passage, reliable enough. Down here, I'll trust it more after the walls prove they aren't petty. Gareth chuckled. I have known many enemies in my time, but a petty wall is new. It breathed at a survivor, Rayleigh said. I'm comfortable insulting it. Elise looked at the marker with curiosity. So this is like a spiritual string? That's close enough, Rayleigh said. Think of it as me tying a thread to the wall. If the path moves, or if something cuts the thread, I'll feel it. Kagaya smiled. A trail of invisible string in a tunnel that dislikes visitors. Charming. You can say it in a way that makes anything sound worse. That is one of my better talents. Ryu slowed a few steps later and lifted her hand slightly. There's air coming from the right. Everyone stopped moving as one group. According to the guild map, the passage should turn left up ahead. The right wall had no marked opening, no chamber, and no reason to breathe. Rayleigh moved closer, crouched, and brushed dust away from the floor with the edge of a tool. A seam appeared beneath the dirt, thin and nearly hidden, running along the base of the stone. Gareth tapped the wall lightly with his gauntlet. The sound came back dull. Riveria frowned. That is too shallow for solid stone. Then our wall has been lying to the guild for years, Rayleigh said, setting another marker near the seam. Or someone opened it recently and covered the signs badly enough that we can still catch them. Elise leaned in, anger already warming her voice. Can we open it? Finn answered while keeping his eyes on the stone. After Rayleigh checks whether touching it will do to us what it did to Lot. Rayleigh placed a second marker higher on the wall and connected both with a faint line of power. I'm going to nudge the seam first. If the wall tries anything clever, do not touch the dust. Kagaya tilted her head. There goes my plan to lick the masonry. Elise stared at her. Why would you even say that? To make the warning feel unnecessary. It was already unnecessary. Ryu's ash drifted near the seam, and her teasing expression faded into focus. The dust is moving inward. Rayleigh formed a small repulsive field over the crack. Bakudo number 8, Seiki. A flat pressure pushed against the seam, and the dust along the floor slid backward into the crack as if the wall had drawn in a slow breath. Elise's face tightened. That's the same as the survivor's story. Close enough, Rayleigh said. Rayleigh placed a third marker beneath the first two, then fixed all three together so the opening could not shift too easily once it moved. He did not like how the wall reacted to spiritual power, but the reaction gave him a grip on it, and sometimes that was the best anyone got. He pointed 2 fingers at the seam. Heido number 1, show. The push struck the hidden mechanism. The wall resisted at first, then scraped inward with a low grind. A cold breath rolled over Riveria's barrier, bringing the smell of wet stone, old blood, and something bitterly chemical. The hidden doorway revealed a narrow corridor sloping down at an angle that did not make much sense. Its floor looked steep, but the visible distance stayed short. Lantern light stretched oddly along the stone, and if Rayleigh looked too long at one spot, the edges of the passage seemed to slide. Elise stared into it, her hand already near Injetsu. People went through here. Maybe, Finn said. Or the route wants us to think so. She grimaced but kept herself still. Rayleigh took out the sealed strip of Lot's bandage and held it near the doorway. The trace inside twisted toward the corridor at once, ugly and eager. This connects to the wound, he said. Whatever hurt him either came through here or left the same pattern behind. Riveria's grip tightened on her staff. Then we follow the original limit. Finn nodded. Next stable point only. Mark every 10 paces. If the way behind us changes or we lose 2 markers, we withdraw. Elise drew a slow breath. Understood. Kagaya glanced at her. I will be right behind you. I know. I mean that as reassurance and a threat. That too. Ryu touched Hineko's hilt. I'll watch the dust. If the air moves like it is carrying a voice, I will say so. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. 1876 words. Rayleigh went through first. The moment he crossed the threshold, pressure settled behind his eyes. It was not painful, just irritating enough to make his body want to blink, look back, and make sure the exit still existed. He ignored the urge and drove a marker into the wall. The signal answered and connected to the one outside the door, which gave him a little more confidence than he had a second ago. The others followed. At 10 paces, Rayleigh set another marker. At 20, Ryu paused and crouched, guiding a small stream of grey dust into her palm with Haineko's help. There is ash here, she said. It is mixed with something metallic. Riveria leaned closer without stepping into the disturbed patch. Burn residue? Maybe. It does not feel like a normal torch. Rayleigh opened a vial and let Ryu pour the sample in without touching it. We'll take it back. No one breathe too close to the floor until Airmid checks it. Gareth glanced down at his beard with a tired dignity that made Elise almost laugh, and for one brief second the tunnel felt less oppressive. Then the thread behind them vanished. The change ran through Rayleigh's senses like a tugged wire snapping loose. His hand went to Benihime at once, and the others reacted to him before he finished turning. Hold, Rayleigh said. The marker was still there, fixed in the wall exactly where he had placed it, but the spiritual thread inside the groove had been scraped clean. The metal looked unharmed. That made the damage worse, not better. Finn's voice stayed level. One marker. One, Rayleigh said. The shell is intact. The signal inside is gone. He reached toward it with a narrow thread of power, testing rather than trying to force a connection. The thread bent halfway there, dragged sideways by something he could not see, and snapped against the stone with a small crackle. A thin split opened beside the dead marker, dark and wet-looking. A voice whispered through it. Help. Elise took half a step before catching herself. Kagaya's hand closed around her wrist, firm but not cruel. Ryu's eyes slid shut, and ash spread along the floor in a thin grey sheet. The whisper came again, shaking like a young man trying not to cry. Please, we're still here. Rayleigh listened closely. The voice had breath, texture, and fear. It sounded human enough to make any decent adventurer hate standing still. That's the problem. Behind the sound, Rayleigh felt no soul thread, no body warmth, no living presence trapped in stone. Only vibration and a faint pull from the same ugly pattern that had eaten the marker. Don't answer it, he said. Elise's voice came tight. Are you sure? Ryu opened her eyes. There is no person behind it. Only sound. Riveria added, I cannot sense life through magic either. Gareth stepped between Elise and the crack, not grabbing her or scolding her, just putting his shield in the way so she had one more heartbeat to think. That was a kinder move than most people would notice. The whisper shifted. Captain. Elise went rigid. Kagaya's face sharpened, and her grip around Elise's wrist tightened enough to hold. Rayleigh's mood dropped fast. It picked that up from us. Finn did not wait for the passage to become more creative. Withdraw. Same formation. Gareth, rear guard once we turn. Rayleigh raised his hand toward the crack. Bakudo number 30, Shitotsu Sansen. 3 golden beams shot out and pinned the broken section of wall in place. The whisper cut off with a wet little choke, and the floor trembled as something deeper in the root shifted against stone. They moved back at a controlled pace. Running would have been easier on the nerves and worse for survival. Finn had made that clear before entering, and everyone obeyed it now. The corridor tried to stretch. Rayleigh felt it through the active markers, the distance to the entrance lengthening by a few steps before snapping back when he fed more power into the thread. The root disliked being measured. It disliked being refused even more. A sharp crack cut through the passage, and the dead marker tore free from the rear wall, shooting toward Elise like a dart. Kagaya moved before anyone shouted. Her blade flashed once, and the metal split cleanly in midair before clattering across the floor in 2 pieces. Kagaya looked at the broken marker with cold annoyance. Throwing back a gift is terrible manners. Elise swallowed, still shaken. Thanks. You can thank me by staying behind me when I tell you to. I hate how often you're right. Good. Hate it from a safe position. Rayleigh crouched long enough to wrap the broken marker in sealed cloth. The groove had been hollowed from the inside, as if the passage had sucked the power straight through the carved channel and left the metal behind as a joke. Welf was going to take that personally. They reached the hidden doorway a few breaths later. The original guild passage waited beyond it with its steady lantern stones and ordinary dust, and Rayleigh had never been so pleased to see a boring corridor. He stepped through last, slapped a ceiling tag onto the wall, and drove one reinforced marker into the seam with Benihheim's pommel. Bakudo number 39, Enkosen. A round shield of condensed spiritual force unfolded over the opening and locked against the stone. The hidden door shuddered, tried to close, then froze half open between the guild passage and the wrong corridor behind it. The breathing stopped. Rayleigh kept his hand on the seal for another few seconds, waiting to see if the wall would try to be clever again. It stayed still. Finn looked over the doorway, the remaining markers, and the team. Assessment. The hidden route is real and connected to Lot's injury, Rayleigh said. It can drain the markers, imitate voices, and interfere with distance once we enter. The fake voice reacted to what we said, so either someone is watching through the route or the mechanism can learn from nearby sound. I prefer the first option, which should tell you how much I dislike the second. Riveria's expression tightened. Could it have learned Elise's title from our conversation? Yes. That is the most likely answer. Elise looked at the half-open door. Her anger had settled into something colder, but her hand still gripped in Jetsu hard enough to whiten her knuckles. Next time, we need a faster way to know if someone is real. I'll make something, Rayleigh said. A life check charm, maybe. Simple enough for anyone to use. It won't solve everything, but it should stop a stolen voice from deciding where we go. Finn folded the map without taking his eyes off the opening. Then the probe is over. We have confirmation, and we still have the team intact. That is enough for today. Gareth lowered his shield with a grunt. Good. I prefer leaving while the tunnel is annoyed. Angry tunnels sound like poor company. Kagaya sheathed her blade. I may borrow that line. Ryu stayed near Elise while the others started back. You stopped. Elise gave a bitter little laugh. Barely. Barely. Counts. It said Captain. Kagaya's expression softened in a way that disappeared almost as soon as it appeared. Cheap tricks work because they grab expensive wounds. Elise looked at her, then let out a breath. You make comfort sound like an insult. I have many gifts. That finally pulled a small smile from Elise, even if it did not last long. They returned to the treatment point without rushing. Ermid was waiting when they arrived, and the first thing she did was count heads. Only after confirming no one was bleeding did she start asking questions. There was no panic in her voice, only that calm healer's firmness that made even high-level adventurers sit down before they realized they had obeyed. Exposure symptoms first, she said. Pressure behind the eyes, delayed movement, nausea, voices after leaving the passage, strange coldness in the fingers. Elise lifted one hand. Pressure behind the eyes. The voice stopped once we left. Sit down. I'm fine. Sit down while being fine. Elise blinked, then Saturday. Kagaya smiled. Captain, you lost quickly. To Ermid. Everyone loses quickly, Rayleigh said, setting the sealed marker pieces on the table. Ermid glanced at him. You too. I was including myself. Welf came closer before he seemed to notice he had moved. His eyes fixed on the wrapped metal. Is that one of mine? Rayleigh opened the cloth enough for him to see without touching. The tunnel pulled the signal out through the groove. The metal held but the pattern didn't. Welf stared at the damaged marker for a while. The shame Rayleigh had half expected did not come. Instead, the boy looked offended, as if the passage had personally insulted his craft. Then the signal needs to sit deeper, Welf said. A surface groove gives it a path to scrape out. If we build a closed channel inside the marker and leave only small contact points, it has to chew through metal before reaching the line. Tsubaki stepped up behind him, grinning. There he is. I wondered how long it would take before the brat got angry at a wall. I'm angry at bad design. The wall or yours? Welf's face flushed. Both of you. Shut up and give me paper. Rayleigh handed him a sheet without comment. Welf snatched it, grabbed a charcoal stick, and began sketching with fierce concentration. His lines were rough, but the idea came fast. Layered shell, protected channel, recessed spiritual contact point. It would take more work to make, and Rayleigh would need to adjust the way he filled the marker, but the direction was good. Make the inner channel too narrow for dust to settle, Rayleigh said. If the passage uses residue to follow the signal, we give it less to grab. Welf nodded without looking up. And if we use 2 cores? Then if one goes dead, the second tells us whether it was drained from outside or cracked from within. That's better. Tsubaki leaned over the sketch. Expensive for something we plan to stab into dirty walls. Rayleigh smiled. Bill the guild. Hephaestus would approve of that part, at least. Around them, the support room settled into practical noise. Ermid checked Elise, then Ryu and Kagaya. Finn spoke quietly with Shakti about tightening the guard around the entrance. Reveria began drafting the magical report in language Aina could hand to the guild without making half the clerks faint. Gareth sat on a crate, accepted water from one of Ganesha Familiar's guards, and looked deeply pleased to be somewhere the walls were not whispering. Rayleigh looked from Welf's sketch to the sealed corridor beyond the guards. The passage had shown them enough to be a problem: a hidden door, a matching trace, a trick voice, and a habit of eating the very markers meant to measure it. That would have to be enough for the next plan. When they went back in, they would bring better markers, better ways to confirm life, and much less patience for walls that thought crying for help was clever. Chapter 219. Chapter 219. 2,177 words. The treatment point got busier after the first probe came back. A lot of that was the guild finally moving. Once Finn's report reached Aina, the quiet storage room near the sealed passage picked up 2 more clerks, a sealed document box, a second table for copied maps. And so many warning labels that Rayleigh started to wonder if anyone had thought about just covering the whole door with one big sign that read, "Do not touch the suspicious breathing wall." Rayleigh, if I put that on an official guild notice, half the adventurers in Orario will go looking for the wall just to find out whether it really breathes. Fair, Rayleigh admitted. Never underestimate the suicidal curiosity of people who get paid by the monster part. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Please don't call adventurers that in front of adventurers. They know what they are. They'll still complain. They complain when the guild saves their lives, so that's not exactly a clue. She looked like she wanted to argue and couldn't find the angle. Years of working with adventurers had a way of using up a person's good counterpoints. She wrote another line on her board instead and went back to sorting access permissions, the way someone does when they've picked a hard job and are too responsible to walk away from it. Ermid kept Elise on the examination stool for the better part of half an hour after the team got back. Elise hated it. She sat with her arms folded and her boots tapping the floor, and the pressure behind her eyes had faded, and still, Ermid checked her pupils, her pulse, her mind flow, and her reaction speed twice over. There was no winning an argument against that kind of calm. Every time Elise tried to insist she was fine, Ermid agreed in that soft voice of hers and kept right on with the checkup. I said I'm fine, Elise complained at last, not loudly enough to mean it. You are, Ermid said, 2 fingers light against her wrist. I'd like you to stay that way. Kagaya leaned on the wall nearby and made no effort to hide that she was enjoying this. Captain, you should be flattered. Ermid's giving your skull more care than you ever have. My skull's survived plenty, only because other people kept working on its behalf. Ryu, sitting beside Elise, nodded once. Kagaya's right. Elise stared at her. Ryu. Not you too. I want you to stay fine as well, Ryu said, and she meant it so plainly that Elise gave up. From the equipment table, Rayleigh decided Ermid had it under control. If he weighed in, Elise would accuse him of taking the healer's side, which was true and therefore best left unsaid. Welf had already taken one of the broken markers apart and laid the pieces out across the work table. The annoyance he'd come back with had cooled into something more useful. Welf was easier company once he had a problem to chew on. Aim his temper at a person and he got defensive, aim it at bad work and he got things done. Tsubaki stood behind him with her arms crossed, her one eye narrowed at his sketch. A closed channel takes longer, she said. You can't carve it after the marker's shaped. You build the core first, wrap the shell around it, and keep the contact point small enough that the tunnel can't bite straight down the line. Welf's charcoal kept moving. I know. Then why does this bit look like the shell crack if Gareth so much as breathes on it? It won't crack. It will if you keep the side that thin. The idea's good, brat, but make the marker too delicate and you've just forged jewelry for a wall to eat. It has to hold Rayleigh's thread, and it has to survive being thrown, hammered, dropped, stepped on, and insulted by Kagaya. Kagaya raised a hand from across the room. I only insult tools that disappoint me. Tsubaki pointed at her without looking up. See? Standards. Welf scowled at the page, then scrubbed out the side line with the heel of his hand and drew it thicker. Getting corrected stung him, but a flawed tool stung worse. Rayleigh liked that about him. He moved closer and set a hand on the edge of the table. The inner thread doesn't have to touch the surface the whole time. Give me 3 contact points, one near the head, one at the center, one near the base. If the passage drains one, the other 2 can still tell me how the damage's spreading. Welf looked up. So it's less of a line and more like 3 anchors. Right. 1 anchor dies, I've still got 2. All 3 go dark at once, and we know the passage isn't scraping from outside. It's swallowing the whole pattern. That'd be bad. Very. But at least it'd be bad in a way I can use. Welf gave him a look. You say things like that way too calmly. Panic hardly ever improves research. Tsubaki snorted. Liar. I've watched you panic over material costs. That's different. Money's real. Hephaestus came in just in time to catch that, which was unfortunate. Rayleigh, she said, in a voice sweet enough to be a warning, did you just tell me money is more real than danger? He turned around, already regretting the last few seconds. I said money is real. I didn't rank it against danger. That would be irresponsible. She came to the table and looked over the sketches, Welf's design, then the wrecked marker, then the sealed door at the end of the hall. The teasing went out of her face. What replaced it was the quiet, serious look she got whenever her children were building tools for something that could kill them. Can you finish a working batch today? Welf straightened before Rayleigh could open his mouth. I can. Tsubaki slid him a look. You can with help. His ears went red. I can with help. Better ha 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 ha. Hephaestus smiled, not at his expense, and that got Welf to look away faster than any of Tsubaki's needling had. Then make them properly. We're not out to prove your pride in one night. We're trying to bring people back alive. Welf nodded. Alive hit differently than the rest of it. Rayleigh picked up the broken marker and tapped the hollowed groove. I also want a separate charm. Simple enough that Elise can use it before her conscience drags her through a wall. Across the room, Elise's head came up. I heard that. You were supposed to. Ermid pressed 2 fingers to Elise's temple before she could get to her feet. Please don't move during the examination. Elise went still, then sank back down with the expression of someone bearing up under great injustice. Rayleigh carried on like nothing had happened. The fake voice had no living presence behind it, but in the tunnel that gap might not be obvious fast enough. So, a charm that reacts to nearby life. It won't identify anyone or prove anything clever. If the voice is only sound coming through stone, the charm stays cold. If there's someone alive on the other side, it warms. Aina had drifted closer while he talked, already taking notes. Can non-specialists use it? That's the whole point. If it needs me to read it every time, it's just another bottleneck. I'll make the first few, then teach Welf and Tsubaki enough to help build the bodies. The part that responds to life still has to come from me. She wrote fast, then glanced at the sealed passage. How many? As many as my patience and Hephaestus's budget can stand. Hephaestus looked at him. Ehem, as many as we need, Rayleigh corrected. Good. Welf looked from the charm sketch to the marker design, and his face settled into the particular dread of a man doing the math on how much work was in front of him. Then he grabbed a fresh sheet and started carving the job into pieces. "Markers first," he said. "If we botch those, the charm doesn't matter, because everyone gets lost anyway. Tsubaki, I need thinner steel for the inner casing. Not too soft. If the channel warps when it's struck, the thread breaks." Tsubaki grinned. "Now you're talking." Hephaestus watched the two of them, and something in her expression eased. Rayleigh saw it and had the sense to keep quiet. The forge room they used for the new markers was smaller than the main workshop but better for fine work: 2 furnaces, a wide stone table, racks of tools, and a window set high enough that no one outside could see in. It heated up fast once Tsubaki got going, and Welf looked far more at home sweating over metal than he ever did in a treatment room with his own feelings jabbing him in the ribs. Rayleigh took the spiritual thread cores. Welf and Tsubaki worked the metal shells. He had to explain the structure twice, then a third time in words that didn't sound like a lecture on things nobody else could feel. It landed better once he put it in terms of heat moving through a blade during tempering. So if the heat only runs along the surface, the blade looks finished and fails on the inside, Welf said, holding a half-shaped marker in the tongs. "Close. The thread's the part one can feel from a distance. The casing protects it. The 3 contact points let me touch it without leaving the whole thing exposed." Welf frowned at the glowing metal. "Then why not hide all of it? No contact points at all. Because if I can't sense it, it's an expensive nail." Tsubaki laughed from the second furnace. "A very fancy nail. We could sell it to nobles." Welf's face twisted. "No." Rayleigh glanced at him. That sounded personal. Nobles buy good weapons and hang them somewhere stupid. Tsubaki nodded like she was at a funeral. A tragedy every smith knows by heart. Welf settled the casing and set it aside to cool. A weapon that doesn't get used is just decoration. "Careful," Rayleigh said. "Some decoration's expensive enough to cover rent." It came out so easily that Welf didn't notice he'd loosened up until Tsubaki smirked at him for it. The second he caught on, he got twice as serious about the work, which only made the smirk worse. They worked through the afternoon. The first 2 markers failed. One cracked under pressure when Gareth tested it with more force than anyone had asked for, and the other held its outer shell but lost the center contact point the moment Rayleigh filled it. Welf cursed both failures with the wounded dignity of a man whose craftsmanship had just been insulted by physics. The third held. Rayleigh filled the 3 anchors one at a time, then closed his eyes and backed off until the marker's signal thinned into the general noise of the forge. The thread stayed steady. He pushed on it lightly, doing his best to imitate the pull from the hidden passage, and one anchor flickered while the other 2 held. Welf was holding his breath without realizing it. Rayleigh opened his eyes. "That works." Welf let the breath out through his teeth and tried hard not to look pleased. "Course it works. We fixed the stupid part." Tsubaki propped her elbow on his head. He shoved her off. By evening they had 9 usable markers and 3 life check charms. The charms were uglier than Rayleigh wanted, mostly because he'd thrown them together fast, flat metal tags no bigger than 2 fingers, sealed between thin layers of treated silver and stamped with a simple pulse pattern. If a living person stood beyond a wall or a door inside a short range, the tag warmed and gave off a faint tremor. If it picked up only sound, or magic residue, or the dead trace left in lots wound, it stayed cold. In theory. Rayleigh tested one on Tsubaki through a wall, then on Welf behind a closed door, then on Hephaestus, who wanted to know why her tag warmed faster than anyone else's. "Because you're a goddess," Rayleigh said. Hephaestus stared. "And because you're very warm-hearted." "Too late." "Welp, I tried." Tsubaki nearly dropped a tray, she was laughing so hard. Welf, who'd been watching the charm with real interest, leaned in. "What happens if the person on the other side is dying?" "The response weakens," Rayleigh said. "Unconscious but stable, it should still warm. Barely alive, it might only twitch. Dead, and it doesn't react at all." Welf's face went quiet. Rayleigh didn't soften it. The charm was built for ugly situations, and dressing it up would only make it worse later. Aina came back near sunset with Finn, and the room slid back into operation planning. Chapter 220. Chapter 220. 1,781 words. Finn looked over the improved markers and charms the way a man does when he understands tools through what they do rather than how they're made. Rayleigh kept it plain for him: 3 internal anchors instead of 1 exposed line, harder to drain, life check tags that warmed to a living presence, short range, unreliable through thick enchanted stone, useful mainly for keeping a fake voice from pulling the team out of formation. Finn took it in, then asked the question that mattered. How many false reactions should we plan for? Rayleigh appreciated that. Most people asked whether a thing worked. Finn asked how it failed. If there's a living monster right behind the wall, it might warm. If the trap uses a living victim as bait, it'll warm and still be a trap. If a god's standing back there, the reaction may go strange. And if the passage has learned to imitate life itself, then I'll complain very loudly and rebuild the whole thing. Finn nodded. So the charm confirms life. Not safety. Exactly. Elise had come in with Ryu and Kagaya partway through, and she looked steadier after Ermid's forced rest. The first thing she did was pick up one of the charms and turn it over in her fingers. This little thing can tell me whether someone's actually behind a wall. It can tell you whether something alive is close enough to matter, Rayleigh said. You still have to use your head after that. I use my head. Kagaya smiled. On occasion. With great passion too. Elise ignored her and kept her eyes on the tag. Good. Next time that thing cries at us, I'm checking first. Ryu touched the charm lightly. If it reacts and Hineko senses no air or dust moving, we should be careful. A living person making no disturbance may be bound, or sealed, or set out as bait. That pleased Finn. Good. The charm, Hineko, magic detection, and Rayleigh's thread, 4 separate checks. No single signal picks the route. Kagaya spun a charm on its cord. I like it. When enough suspicious things agree, they get a little less suspicious. That's not how I'd put it, Reveria said from the doorway, having come in quietly enough that half the room turned at once. But the principle holds. Rayleigh looked over. How's AIS? Reveria's face softened, though the worry stayed in it. Frustrated, but she's behaved. She asked if she could help with the operation. I told her no before she finished the sentence. Good. She looked at me like a puppy left out in the rain. Rayleigh winced. That's cruel. Yes, but necessary, Reveria said, and the steel in her voice made it clear she'd spent the afternoon repeating that word to herself. Elise set the charm down and looked between them. If she asks me, I'm saying no too. Kagaya raised an eyebrow. Will you survive the puppy face? Elise's confidence flickered for a second. Ryu can stand next to me. Ryu nodded with total gravity. I'll help. Rayleigh smiled in spite of himself. The planning ran on into the evening. They settled on going back to the hidden door in the morning instead of pushing in after a full day's work. Finn wanted them rested, Ermid backed him with a healer's full authority, and even Elise gave in after a single look from Ryu. Rayleigh could have argued that every hour they waited gave the enemy more time to move, but the passage had already shown it could learn, and walking in tired would only hand it more to work with. He got home late again. Althea was waiting by the window. She looked up from her book when he came in, taking in the suit on his sleeves, the tired set of his shoulders, the sealed pouch at his waist. You found the entrance. One of them. Rayleigh set Bennyheim down and checked the house seals before he sat, quickly, more habit than worry, though Althea tracked every movement. The hidden blade that sealed her gift blessing rested where it always did, quiet and steady. He checked that too, with a glance and a thin thread of power, and let himself ease down. Althea closed her book. You smell of old stone. That's the kindest thing anyone's said to me all day. Her eyes narrowed a fraction. With her, that meant report. Rayleigh leaned back. The passage can imitate voices and drain the marks I leave. It used Elise's title to try to pull her toward a wall. Nothing living behind it, just sound. We pulled out before it got cleverer. Good. That because nobody died, or because I withdrew? Both. He smiled faintly. I'm turning into a very responsible person. It's worrying. You're getting less careless in the places where cleverness gets punished. That sounded like praise right up until the end. It was accurate. He gave her the short version of the new markers and the life check charms, the structure, the weak points, the way the passage had eaten the first signal. She listened without breaking in, calm as ever, though he noticed her fingers settle nearer her own blade when he described the voice calling for help. Cheap trick, she said. Rayleigh nodded. That's what makes it annoying. Althea looked toward the dark window. Then don't go in with only good people. He laughed under his breath before he could stop it. I'm fairly sure Kaguya counts as good. Though she'd enjoy that sentence. Good doesn't mean soft. No. He thought of the way Kaguya's blade had split the throne marker before it reached Elise. It doesn't. Althea opened her book again, which meant they were nearly done. Sleep. If the place learns, it'll be less clumsy tomorrow. Rayleigh stood with a sigh. You always know how to send a man off feeling reassured. Comfort makes people slow. That explains a great deal about your training. He went down the hall to bed with that word trailing after him. The second probe went in after sunrise. This time the route felt less like an unknown mouth and more like a problem that had already introduced itself badly. The sealed door stood half open behind Rayleigh's barrier, guarded from outside by guild staff and Ganesha familiar. The hidden corridor beyond waited at the same crooked angle as before, but the breathing had stopped while the seal held. Finn handed out the life check charms before anyone crossed the threshold. One rule, he said. Nobody answers a voice without 2 confirmations. The charm and one other method, minimum. If Rayleigh says the thread's wrong, it's wrong. If Reveria senses no life, there's no life. If Ryu and Hineko find no movement, we doubt what we're hearing. Elise took her charm and tied it to her wrist. Got it. Kaguya tied hers to the guard of her weapon. If a wall wants my attention today, it'll have to earn it. Ryu held hers in her palm a moment before tucking it under her glove. It's warm near us. That means it's working, Rayleigh said. It'll cool when you move away from the group. Don't panic if it goes quiet in an empty stretch. Elise gave him a flat look. Do I look like someone who panics over cold jewelry? Rayleigh glanced at Kaguya. Kaguya smiled. Leave me out of it. I'm innocent. No one believes that, Ryu said quietly. Elise laughed for real that time, quick and bright, and for a moment the tunnel seemed a little less pleased with itself. They went in. Rayleigh swapped the first old marker for Welf's new one. The 3 anchors caught his power cleanly and held it deeper than before. He set the second at the 10-pace mark, then checked the line back to the doorway. Both answered. The corridor still pressed faintly behind his eyes, but it bothered him less now that he knew the shape of the discomfort. At 20 paces, they reached the spot where the old marker had died. The crack in the wall stayed pinned shut by yesterday's binding spell. It looked smaller now, a dark wet line beside the damaged stone. Rayleigh set a new marker near it and watched the pulse sink into the wall and settle. The crack whispered. Captain. Elise looked at her charm. It stayed cold. Ryu's ash slid along the floor, brushed the crack, and came back without urgency. Reveria's magic found nothing alive. The voice tried again, softer, but the one advantage it had was already gone. Elise breathed out through her nose. Shut up. Kaguya's smile sharpened. Excellent answer. Rayleigh laid a sealing tag over the crack and fed power through the new marker. That one was free. Next time it speaks, I start charging. Gareth chuckled. Can a wall pay? It can give me answers. Finn waved them on. Then let's collect it. They went deeper than the first probe had. The corridor turned twice where the map said it should run straight, then ran straight where it should have turned. Each time it tried to bend the route, the new markers held long enough for Rayleigh to catch the pull and correct course. The 3-anchor design didn't stop the passage from meddling, but it gave the meddling edges. Instead of a vague wrongness, he could tell where the route tugged, where the signal thinned, where the wall leaned hardest. Welf was going to be insufferable when he heard. Rayleigh decided to let him have it for at least 5 minutes. Near the 4th marker, the charm on Elise's wrist warmed. She stopped at once. There's no voice this time. The corridor ahead only sloped down toward a patch of darker stone where the lantern light seemed to pool and sink. Elise raised her hand. Warm. Ryu closed her eyes, ash drifting low. Air moving ahead. Weak. Breathing, maybe. Riveria's staff glowed. A living presence but faint. Finn's expression went keen. Where? Rayleigh ran his thread out through the nearest marker and felt along the wall. The presence wasn't in the corridor at all. It sat off to the right, lower than the floor, behind stone laid with the same strange pattern as Lot's wound. There, he said, pointing to a stretch of wall that looked no different from the rest. Behind it, and below. The walls probably hiding a small space. Elise took a step closer, caught herself, and looked at Finn. Finn nodded once. Rayleigh, check for traps. Riveria, barrier, Kagaya, anything that comes out that isn't our survivor, cut it. Kagaya drew her blade, smiling. Now that's a proper instruction. Chapter 221, Chapter 221. 1,569 words. Rayleigh knelt by the wall and ran his fingers just above the stone without touching it. The pattern there felt tight, like a wire strung past its limit. Forced open, it would likely lash out with the same delay effect that had wrecked Lot's body sense. He set 2 markers above the hidden seam and 1 below, then tied their anchors together. Everyone back up a little. Elise stayed close enough to see and far enough to obey. Rayleigh shaped the force carefully this time, a binding layer first, then a soft push. The stone resisted, scraped, and finally ground aside with an ugly sound. The space behind it was small, low, and foul-smelling. A young adventurer lay curled on the floor, wrapped in a net of black-red cord that bit into his armor and his skin. His eyes were open but unfocused. Each breath came shallow, and the charm on Elise's wrist warmed harder the moment the air from the chamber reached them. Elise's voice went tight. He's alive. Yes. This was the moment, Rayleigh thought, when people did stupid things. He moved before anyone could reach in barehanded. Don't touch the cord. It may be what keeps the wound active. Elise froze with her hand half-raised. Ryu's ash slipped into the chamber and circled the cord without settling on it. The dust won't go near the bindings. Riveria's eyes narrowed. Then the cord's enchanted. Or treated with whatever made the passage wrong. Rayleigh drew Benihime and used the tip to lift one strand. The cord twitched like something alive, though it carried no living presence of its own. Annoying. Gareth shifted his weight. Can we cut him loose? We can. But cut it all at once and his body might take the whole reaction. Finn looked at the trapped adventurer, then back down the dark corridor. In stages, then. We've got time. But assume the root knows we found him. Rayleigh slid a thin stabilizing charm under the first strand and cut only the outer layer. The cord snapped back, trying to bite into Benihime's edge, and missed. He cut a second, then a third, letting the charm take part of each reaction before he moved on. Riveria held a barrier across the chamber mouth, and Ryu used Hiniko's ash to draw loose dust away from the boy's face so he could breathe easier. Elise knelt nearby, fists tight on her thighs. She wanted to help. Rayleigh could feel it from where he crouched. She wanted to grab the boy, tear the cords off, carry him out. Instead she held still and spoke to him in a voice gentler than most people would expect from her. Hey. We're from Orario. You're going home, all right? Don't try to move yet. Let the playboy do his work first. The boy's eyes shifted, faintly. Rayleigh didn't look up. Playboy. I'm trying to sound comforting. By slandering me, it makes you seem familiar. Kagaya, guarding the corridor, smiled without turning. She's not wrong though. Even Riveria looked like she was working to pretend she hadn't heard it. The last cord came free with a wet snap. The boy convulsed once, and the chamber wall answered with a low scrape that ran through the stone around them. Rayleigh set his palm just above the boy's chest and pushed in a small amount of healing power, enough to settle the backlash. The damage was like Lot's, but deeper. He didn't like the way the boy's inner flow kept slipping sideways, as if his body had spent too long obeying a rhythm that wasn't its own. Stable enough to move, he said. Gareth stepped in the instant Finn signaled. For all his size, The dwarf lifted the young adventurer with careful hands and wrapped him in the prepared cloth so none of the leftover residue touched skin. The corridor groaned. Every marker behind them pulsed at once, the route was leaning on the line. Rayleigh fed more power through the anchors and the new markers held. One flickered hard while the other two kept the thread steady. Welf was definitely getting his 5 minutes. Finn's voice cut through the grinding stone. Withdraw. This time nobody wanted to stay. They fell back in formation with Gareth carrying the survivor. The crack from earlier whispered as they passed. Captain. Help. Elise didn't slow. She touched the warm charm on her wrist, kept her eyes ahead, and said, already did. Rayleigh smiled in spite of the pressure behind his eyes. The hidden door came into view, and the plain guild passage beyond it had never looked so welcoming. Finn crossed first, then Reveria, then Gareth with the survivor. Elise and Ryu followed. Kagaya stepped through ahead of Rayleigh, blade still up. As Rayleigh backed out, something deep in the corridor finally moved. Not a wall this time. A figure stood far down the sloping passage, half lost in the warped lantern light, tall, thin, wrapped in dark cloth or shell, one arm too long, its head tilted as if it were listening through the stone itself. The distance around it bent badly enough that Rayleigh couldn't say whether it stood 20 paces off or 100. The life check charm at his wrist stayed cold. The thing lifted a hand and tapped 2 fingers against the wall. Every marker in the corridor shuddered. Rayleigh smiled without any humor in it. So there you are. The figure slid back into the dark as the passage began to close. He stepped through the doorway and slammed the prepared seal into place. The hidden route hit it once, hard enough to shake dust loose from the ceiling, but the improved marker held the seam long enough for Finn and Reveria to lock it down from their side. The breathing stopped again. For now. Ermid was waiting when they came back with the survivor. The moment Gareth carried him into the treatment room, something in her shifted. Still calm, still gentle, but the softness narrowed to pure focus. She sent Gareth to the prepared bed, told Elise where to stand, ordered Welf not to touch the black-red cord scraps under any circumstances, and asked Rayleigh for the exact sequence of exposure, all without once raising her voice. Nobody argued. Even Tsubaki only muttered, scary, under her breath and started clearing space. Rayleigh gave the report while Ermid worked. Found behind the 4th marker, sealed in a hidden chamber. Alive, conscious but unresponsive. Black-red cord binding him to the wall. I cut the restraints in stages and used a light healing flow to keep his body from panicking. He needs proper treatment now. Ermid nodded once. Help me hold the backlash down when I ask. Nothing more. Understood. Welf stood by the tool table, staring at the stripped cord scraps in their sealed tray. His face had gone pale, but his hands were steady when Tsubaki pushed a pair of tongs into them. Move the tray to the far table, she said. Slow. Drop it and you're explaining that to Ermid. Welf carried the tray like it might go off. Maybe it would. Aina came in a few minutes later, out of breath from running. When she saw the rescued adventurer on the bed, the relief hit so hard she had to grab the edge of the table. You found one. Elise, near the wall with dust still on her sleeves, gave her a tired smile. One's a start at least. Kagaya wiped her blade clean beside her. And the wall's less smug now. Aina seemed to have no idea what to do with that, so she sensibly retreated into paperwork. Name. Finn handed over the boy's damaged guild card. Cars. Same party as Lot. The room went quiet around the name. Lot's friend. The one whose scream had shown up late in the survivor's memory. Ermid's hands didn't pause, but her voice gentled. Then we tell Lot only once Cars is stable enough to survive the meeting. Hope can hurt a patient if it comes too suddenly. Aina nodded, blinking fast. I'll make sure no one tells him yet. Rayleigh helped Ermid settle the backlash around Cars' chest and shoulders. The wound fought them, trying to turn every pulse of energy into confusion, but out here, away from the passage, it had less to draw on. After several minutes the boy's breathing went deeper. His fingers twitched once, then loosened. Ermid finally let herself take a breath. He'll live, if nothing changes. Elise closed her eyes for a moment. Nobody teased her for it. Rayleigh stepped back, tired now that the work was done. Across the room Welf was already sketching changes to the marker anchors with charcoal-stained fingers, muttering about closed cores, deeper shells, making that damn tunnel choke on the next one. Tsubaki read over his shoulder, plainly approving. Finn stood by the sealed map table, talking quietly with Reveria and Shakti. The operation had changed shape again, a hidden route, a living survivor, a fake voice that talked back, and now a figure that left the life check charm cold. The report to Uranos was not going to be a pleasant one. Rayleigh looked at the sealed cord scraps, then at the door that led back toward the passage. Next time, Rayleigh meant to make sure the wall wasn't the only one learning. Chapter 222. Chapter 222. 1855 words. Kaz woke near midnight. He did not wake gracefully. His eyes snapped open, his fingers clawed at the sheet, and the first sound out of his throat was a broken gasp that had Airmid moving before anyone else in the room could stand. Rayleigh was at the equipment table with Welf and Tsubaki, half buried in sketches for the next batch of markers. Aina had fallen asleep over a stack of reports some time before, her glasses crooked on her nose, and Shakti stood outside the door with Ganesha familiars guards. The moment Kaz started fighting the blanket, Rayleigh's hand went to Benihime out of habit, though he didn't draw it. Airmid reached the bed and rested one hand near Kaz's shoulder without pinning him down. Kaz. You're in Dien sect familiar's care. You were pulled out of the hidden passage. You're safe for now. He didn't seem to hear her. His gaze skipped across faces, lamps, ceiling beams, still hunting for a wall that had moved away from him. No, don't close it. Lot's still. Lot is alive, Airmid said. The name reached him. Kaz stopped struggling so suddenly that the whole room seemed to lean toward him. Airmid softened her voice but kept it level. He came back before you did. His hurt, but his alive. You aren't the only survivor. Kaz's mouth trembled. He tried to speak, failed, and covered his face with one hand. The sound he made then wasn't loud, but it was harder to sit through than screaming would have been. Aina had woken by then. She sat up too fast, nearly knocking over her ink bottle, and looked mortified for having slept until Airmid gave her a small shake of the head. Nobody needed a guild clerk apologizing for being human after 2 days of crisis work. Rayleigh stood and came closer, stopping where Kaz could see him without feeling boxed in. You remember me? Kaz blinked through the tears. His eyes settled slowly on Rayleigh's face, then dropped to the sword at his waist. Yotasai, he said, hoarse. That's right. I'm Rayleigh. This is Airmid, she's the one keeping you alive, so if she tells you to breathe, drink, sleep, or stop being brave for 5 minutes, you listen to her. Kaz let out a shaky breath that might have been a laugh, if he'd had the strength for one. That sounds easy to believe. Airmid only gave Rayleigh a brief look, then lifted a cup to Kaz's lips. Small sips. Don't rush. Kaz drank, coughed once, and sank back against the pillow. His face was pale, dark hollows under his eyes, but the wild edge of the panic had loosened. Airmid checked his pulse again and glanced at Rayleigh. He can answer a few questions if he wants to. A few. Not an interrogation. Understood. Kaz watched the small, ordinary exchange and seemed steadier for it. It gave the room its edges back, real people, real voices, a table, a lamp, a healer who wouldn't let anyone push him into talking too long. Aina came forward with her report board held close. Kaz, I'm Aina Tuel, from the guild. We need to understand what happened, but you can stop whenever you need to. It doesn't have to come out neat. Kaz stared at the blanket for a while. When he spoke, the words came slow, like each one had to be worked loose from somewhere deep. We took the side route because Boar said it would save time. It was supposed to loop back near the older stair. We'd used it once before. Nothing strange that time. Who was in your party? Aina asked gently. Me, Lot, Boar, Nasha, and Will. Level 2 party. Nothing fancy. We just wanted to finish the commission and get back before dinner. His throat worked. The torches went out one by one. Will joked about ghosts, and Nasha threw a stone at him for sounding too happy about it. Then Boar found the crack. Rayleigh listened without breaking in. Kaz's fingers twisted in the sheet. He said there was air coming from behind the wall. Lot told him not to touch it, but Bo already had his knife in the seam. The wall opened before he found any mechanism. It just breathed out. Ahmed's eyes flicked to Rayleigh for half a second. That matched Lot's story too closely. Kaz swallowed. After that, everything felt wrong. My feet were on the floor, but my head felt half a step behind. Will started talking and his mouth didn't line up with his voice. Nasha grabbed for my arm and I thought she missed, then her hand was already there. We tried to turn back. The corridor behind us was longer than it had been. Aina kept writing, though her fingers had gone tight around the pen. Kaz closed his eyes. The first voice sounded like Lot. That was the worst part, because he was right beside me. I could hear him calling from behind the wall and hear him breathing next to me at the same time. Bo panicked. He hit the wall with his sword, and something came out. Rayleigh leaned in slightly. The figure. Kaz opened his eyes. You saw it. Only from a distance. It wasn't a monster. I mean, maybe it was, but it didn't move like one. One arm longer than the other, and cloth hanging off all of it. Or skin. I couldn't tell. It tapped the wall, and the corridor answered. Rayleigh's face stayed calm, but his mind closed around that detail. Tapped the wall. Like giving a command. What happened after it appeared? He asked. Kaz looked sick. Bo swung at it. His sword landed, but the sound came late, and the thing was already behind him. Nasha cast the flames turned sideways and burned the ceiling instead. Lot grabbed me and we ran. I remember falling. Something wrapped around me. The cords were hot and cold at the same time. His breathing had gone ragged. Ahmed raised a hand at once. Stop there. Kaz looked like he wanted to argue, but his body decided for him. He sank into the pillow, shaking from the effort of having spoken at all. Aina lowered her board. Thank you. That's enough for tonight. Kaz turned his head toward the wall between his room and the next ward. Can I see Lot? Ahmed didn't answer too quickly. She checked his pulse, his eyes, the faint tremor in his fingers, before she spoke. Not tonight. If I let the two of you meet while your bodies are still unstable, the shock could set off both wounds. Tomorrow, if you rest properly, I'll arrange it. Kaz's face crumpled, but he nodded. Rayleigh respected that. The boy wanted to see with his own eyes that his friend was real, and Ahmed had just asked him to wait, after everything the wall had done to his senses. That was not a small thing to ask. I'll tell him you woke up, Aina said quietly. Only that much. He should know you're alive. Kaz closed his eyes. Please. Ahmed gave him a mild sedative, and the room stayed quiet until his breathing evened out. Only then did anyone move. Welf let out a slow breath and stared at the marker sketch as if it had turned into something else while he wasn't looking. It used Lot's voice while Lot was standing next to him. Yeah, Rayleigh said. Welf didn't have anything to add to that, and neither did Rayleigh. Tsubaki folded her arms, her eye fixed on the sealed tray that held the black-red cord. That thing tapping the wall bothers me. If it can command the route, maybe it isn't trapped in there the way the victims are. Finn arrived not long after, called in by Shakti the moment Kaz woke and Reveria came with him. Gareth was absent, forced to rest, probably, by someone with more sense than he had. Elise, Kagaya, and Ryu turned up a few minutes later, all three with the look of people who'd been waiting close by despite being told to sleep. Ahmed saw them and sighed. Elise raised both hands before the healer could say a word. I know. Quiet voices, don't crowd the patient, and if you say leave, we leave. Ahmed studied her a moment. Good. Finn read Aina's notes once, then again, in no hurry. His thumb rested near his lips, his eyes moving through the details with the patience that made him dangerous in a command room. The figure tapped the wall, he said at last. That points to control. Or at least communication with the passage. Reveria looked at the black-red cord through the sealed tray. And the binding kept Kaz alive. If it only wanted death, it could have killed him in the chamber. Elise's face tightened. So it kept him as bait. Or storage, Kagaya said, her voice cool. Bait is meant to be taken. Storage is meant to be used later. No one in the room liked that. Rayleigh liked it least, because it made sense. Ryu looked toward Car's sleeping shape behind the screen. The voices may come from people it's already taken. Even with no one behind the wall in that moment, the sound could have been stolen from them earlier. That would explain it using Lot's voice while Lot was standing right there, Rayleigh said. And how it picked up Elise's title so fast. It may be recording sound through the stone. Welf looked up. Then talking inside the root just gives it more to work with. Probably. Elise's jaw set. So the evil wall hates rescue work and steals our conversations. It is not funny, she added, before Kagaya could say anything. Kagaya only inclined her head. I wasn't going to laugh. Finn set the report down. Then the next operation needs stricter speech rules. Short commands only inside the hidden root. No names unless necessary. No titles. No emotional confirmation where the walls can hear it. Elise winced, clearly remembering the whisper of Captain. A sound-dampening field might help, Reveria said, but cast too strongly, it could disturb the wounded, or the passage itself. I can manage a low veil around the team. It won't block everything, but it should blur our voices past a short range. Rayleigh nodded. I can prepare written command cards for the common decisions. Stop. Withdraw. Living presence. False voice. Left, right. Wall movement. Injured. It sounds clumsy until the wall starts borrowing names. It doesn't sound clumsy, Ryu said. In the dungeon, simple signals save lives. Finn moved on. We also need to decide whether the figure is even alive. Rayleigh's charm didn't react to it. Could be too far away, Rayleigh said. Could be a puppet, a corpse moved by magic, a construct, or something that hides its life signs well enough to fool a rough charm. I built those tags in a hurry. I don't want to bet everyone's life on them being perfect. Chapter 223, Chapter 223. 1,592 words. Fells entered during the explanation. No one heard the door. One moment the black-robed mage wasn't there, and the next he stood near the entrance, quiet enough that Welf nearly dropped his charcoal. Then you're right to doubt them, Fells said. Knossos holds mechanisms old enough that even their broken pieces can produce strange effects. Daedalus did not think the way ordinary builders do. Rayleigh looked at him. You have records. Fragments. Fells drifted closer to the table. Uranos has allowed me to share more, now that you've confirmed an active route. Many suspected passages were sealed after the Great Feud, but a seal placed from outside can only hold back what we understand. The true doors answer to Daedalus's bloodline and a particular key. Without one or the other, the guild can only block, watch, and guess. The Daedalus orb, Rayleigh said. Finn's eyes moved to him. Fells turned slightly too. You know the name? Rayleigh's expression didn't change. I know a lot of inconvenient names. I don't have the key, if that's the next question. Fells was quiet for a few seconds, then let it go. The orb opens certain sealed doors and traces routes ordinary maps can't follow. If a remnant group has one, they can move through Knossos far more freely than we can. Aina went pale. Do we know whether any surviving Daedalus descendants are missing? That's being checked, Fells said. Which meant they did not know. Tsubaki clicked her tongue. A creepy tunnel, a wall-tapping scarecrow, stolen voices, and maybe someone holding the master key. Welf had gone quiet again, but this time his eyes were on the sketches, and Rayleigh could see him working the problem through in metal and channels. What kind of tool could survive a place that listened? He let the boy think. Finn tapped a finger on the map. If they have the orb, chasing them through unknown passages hands them every advantage. We deny routes instead of following blind. Reveria nodded. Seal the confirmed openings, push their movement toward exits we control, and use the survivors' route records to predict where they may surface. That takes time, Elise said, frustrated. It does, Finn answered. But if we rush in and vanish, the next rescue team has it that much harder. Elise didn't like the answer, but she respected it. Then give me work that actually helps. Finn turned the map toward her. Astrea Familiar knows the old Evolus sites better than most. Mark every place where a hidden exit was suspected but never confirmed. Missing witnesses, strange collapses, routes that never matched the reports. Elise leaned over the map at once, the anger turning into something to do with her hands. Kagaya, you remember the warehouse near the 7th block? The one with the fake wine cellar, Kagaya said. That one. Mark it. Ryu moved in beside them, quiet but sharp-eyed. There was the abandoned shrine near the East Canal, too. We never found the escape route, but the smell of wet stone stayed after the fight. Aina hurried to fetch a clean copy of the city map. The support room shifted again, this time into a rough command post. Finn and Reveria worked off the confirmed route. Elise, Kagaya, and Ryu added memories from the Great Feud not as a tidy history lesson, but as old scars pointed in directions. Rayleigh ended up standing between the maps and the workbench, turning one side into the other. A hidden exit near a collapsed warehouse meant they needed markers that could bite into brick as well as dungeon stone. A possible route under a canal meant waterproof seals. And if the passage listened, then the life check charms needed a silent signal instead of warmth alone, because touching a charm and saying it's warm inside the tunnel was exactly the kind of habit the route would steal. Welf caught that last problem first. What if the charm changes weight? He said suddenly. Rayleigh looked over. Wait. Not a lot. Just enough for whoever's holding it to feel the difference. Warmth's easy to miss, gloves, blood on your hands, whatever. But if it gets heavier when there's life nearby, nobody has to say a word. Tsubaki's eye lit up. That's good. Can you make it do that? Welf asked, ignoring her. Rayleigh picked up one of the unfinished tags. Maybe. A small pull toward the living presence instead of a plain warmth response. It would tug in the person's direction, but only within short range. Finn's attention sharpened at once. That would improve rescue speed. It also makes false positives more dangerous, if the route learns to mimic it, Rayleigh said. Still useful. But no single signal becomes the truth. Trust nothing alone, Kagaya said from the map table. I'm starting to like this operation's philosophy. Fells looked at the tag in Rayleigh's hand. Can you finish enough before the next operation? Rayleigh looked at Welf. Welf looked at Tsubaki. Tsubaki looked at the furnace as if already counting how much sleep she could afford to lose. Hephaestus, who had come in quietly during the map work, answered before any of them could make a stupid promise. They can finish a small batch after proper rest. Hephaestus, Rayleigh said, your definition of support has gotten very restrictive. My definition of support includes not letting my children collapse on the floor because they tried to outwork a cursed tunnel. Tsubaki started to lift a hand. You'll sleep before sunrise, Hephaestus said, before she could speak. Tsubaki lowered the hand. Understood. Welf stared at the goddess, then at Tsubaki, plainly shaken by how fast the captain had folded. Rayleigh decided that lesson could teach itself, and went back to the charm. By the time the room finally went quiet, the city outside had sunk deep into night. Cars slept under Ermid's watch. Lot had been told only that his friend was alive, and according to the healer who carried the message, he'd cried himself into exhaustion without setting off another backlash. The two of them would be brought together slowly, with Ermid present and everyone else well out of the way. Rayleigh carried the sealed tray of black-red cord scraps into a smaller side room for one last check before leaving. Fells followed him. The black-robed mage said nothing at first, only watched as Rayleigh set one cord under a clear glass cover and drew a small isolation circle around it. The cord looked dead. It didn't move, twitch, or breathe. Even so, Rayleigh trusted it about as far as he trusted gods who claimed to be just watching. After a minute, Fells spoke. You knew the name of the orb. Rayleigh didn't look up. I did. From where? Is this curiosity, suspicion, or Urano's asking through you? All three. Rayleigh tapped the glass cover lightly. I know fragments of a lot of things. Some from dreams, some from patterns, some from the same place that tells me what kind of soul a blade should carry. Explaining the whole source would take too long and sound less believable than the short version. And the short version? I know the name. I don't know where the orb is now, and I can't open a Nosso's door without it. Fells seemed to accept about half of that, which was fair. Rayleigh wouldn't have believed himself all the way either. Then answer this, Fels said. The figure you saw. Did it have a soul? Rayleigh finally looked up. With the charm I made. No reaction. With my own senses, from that distance and inside that passage I can't be sure. It felt empty. But the tunnel itself interferes with perception. Could it have been a creature without a soul? In this city, I wouldn't go as far as impossible. Fels lowered his hood slightly, though the dark beneath stayed unreadable. Daedalus's later descendants experimented with more than architecture. Some tried to build guardians for Knossos. Some used monsters. A few, if the old reports can be trusted, used people. Rayleigh's expression cooled. Fels went on, his voice dry and heavy. Many records were destroyed. Many witnesses died. The guild buried what was left because the city needed peace after the great feud. That peace may be charging interest now. Rayleigh looked back at the cord, still and ugly under the glass. Then we collect the debt from whoever's still around to pay it. Fels made a faint rasping sound that might have been amusement. Hephaestus was right. You should sleep. Everyone keeps telling me that today. Perhaps because you don't listen when only one person says it. Rayleigh had no answer to that. As Fels turned to leave, the cord inside the isolation circle shifted. It was tiny, barely enough to count as movement. A small curl at the end, like a finger bending in sleep. Rayleigh's hand went to Bennyheim. Fels stopped at the door. The cord tapped the glass once. Then again. 2 soft clicks. A pause. 3 more. Rayleigh stared at it, and every trace of tiredness drained out of him. Fels's voice came low from the doorway. A signal. Rayleigh leaned closer, careful not to touch the glass. The cord tapped again, and this time the rhythm matched the one Kars had described. The thing in the tunnel had tapped the wall, and the corridor had answered. Rayleigh smiled slowly, and there was nothing warm in it. No, he said. An invitation. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.